What is happening? Hello, everyone.
Hi, everybody. All right. Good morning, everybody. I believe Norm got his first belt today. Congratulations, Norm. That's so big time.
Norm.
You love to see it. Zebra PT, let's go. Mrs. Mack in here. Tyler and Scooter and Filthy. David Jackson. Hey, what?
We have Frankly Frank in here. Michigan. Hey, what's up, Michigan? Haven't seen your name in here for a little bit.
What's up, Warren?
Maybe I'm just crazy.
Johnny G, what up, baby? Yeah, glad something good finally happened for the Dodgers. That's awesome. You love to see it for them. Just
They've
really
had
cool.
Such a hard life.
Seeing the hey, what's up, Sean? Seeing the plucky. What's up, Spencer? Seeing the plucky underdog franchise finally get a high level player in their building. How
about new?
Hey.
What's going on?
Oh, hey, Katrina. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, Steven. What's up, Germs? Hey, Westsack. Hi, Brian. Vibes are up on a Friday.
They're up on a Friday.
I'm 45 seconds. I'm not recording today. I've decided I'm not going to roll.
Oh.
Let's pull the audio later.
All right.
What's up, Marcus? What's up, Greg?
That takes something off your mental plate.
Miss P, what's good? Yeah, it's just going into the selector because all the audio gets recorded and then put on like a server that we can go access. And that server runs really slow. But while that's like downloading and loading and stuff, I can do other stuff. And that way I just don't have to worry about it during the show.
All right.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone.
I grabbed it because of the color. I didn't even see the penguin on it. And when I went to show Heather, she was like, oh, a penguin. I'm like, what?
There's a penguin on my shirt.
Oh, my God.
On the Sam Hill.
Here we go. I got the best text message from you last night.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's my favorite thing because I usually, before I go to bed, I don't always jump in our, so that's James, I'm Kyle. Hello, everybody listening on the radio, as well as watching on YouTube and listening on the various apps that we are on, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, the TuneIn app. And if you're on the James Ham and Kyle Madison Show podcast feed, hello from the past. I hope the future's going well. So, typically when we have just a Google Doc. It's called a rundown where we put the show is broken up into segments and kind of in general what we want to talk about, and that's just a guideline for how the show is going to go. I don't always jump in the rundown because sometimes it's a little bit of a pain on the phone, but I just have a notes app where when I'm sitting watching TV or laying in bed or whatever I've got going on. Sometimes I'm doing dishes and I'll have to stop because I've got a thought and I'll throw it in a notes app. My notes app was empty last night.
Oh.
And I'm like, all right, I know, like, Niners Seahawks. I'm not going to write down Niners Seahawks. We know we're going to talk Niners Seahawks today.
Of course. We're going to discuss that Fred Warner's not playing.
Right. Kings are playing the Wizards. Got it. Yep. The Kings play tonight. It needs to be specifics or just, here's a thought I had. Let's turn this into a conversation, etc. You text me something or I'll copy paste it, whatever it is. And then I take that stuff and I put it on the rundown. Anyways, empty notes app last night, which is not terrible. Man, I don't know what do we want? And then you texted me. You're like, hey, I've got some Kings stuff.
Yeah.
And when James Ham of the kingsbeat.com subscribe today says he's got Kings stuff. Oh, great. You let me know what you've got and we'll go off of that.
We'll just kind of riff.
we'll start. Yeah, we got King stuff. All right, so let's start with Domantas Sabonis.
The 6'11" elephant in the room.
Yes, who was going to be out a few weeks with a knee injury, and then he's going to be out several weeks with a knee injury. And now what?
Okay, so he was supposed to be out a month, and then once we got to the end of the month, it became another 4 to 5 weeks after that. And now we're like 3.5 weeks into that. And I talked to somebody yesterday, and they said, hey, he's going to be questionable tomorrow. He's in line to play. And I'm like, wait, what? Like out of nowhere. Like there was no buildup. There was no like.
Yeah, there wasn't he's back on the court. He's back in practice.
Well, I guess
cleared for contact.
But you have to look at the schedule too. So like my week has been wild. I don't even know. Like this week is such a blur.
It's Friday, FYI.
It's Friday. I don't even know what happened this week. But like on top of a game on Sunday and Monday and Wednesday and Friday and Sunday and Tuesday, I threw in like a dental appointment, a doctor's appointment. I got to get my haircut after the show today. I've had the boys have had soccer games on Tuesday and Thursday nights. Went out to dinner yesterday with the wife before the soccer game. Like, I don't even know my name at this point.
James.
It is James. But
you,
Domas is not only questionable for today, but from everything I know, there's a very, very high likelihood that he will play tonight and will suit up for the Sacramento Kings when they go for their 4th straight win against the Washington Wizards. It's almost like, Kyle, he's been gone so long that we didn't really think about what he could actually mean to the game of basketball and the Kings. Again, when early in the season, they weren't good with Domas.
Sure.
But all of a sudden, they are starting to play a little differently. And I don't know what it's going to look like, but you're getting a 3-time All-Star and multi-time All-NBA player back.
I don't know if that's good.
Yeah?
Yeah. I don't like it's like objectively getting a player of Domantas Sabonis caliber back on your team is going to make particularly this team better. Like that's not what I'm talking about. But one, we're reaching the point now where I'm not sure how much better it is to be better than worse at the halfway point of the season.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. I don't know how many wins Domantas Sabonis is worth, but it's at least one at minimum. So that there's that aspect of it.
Mm-hmm.
There's just all right, the three game winning streak is fine. Beating the Wizards is probably not great because you're in a quote unquote battle with them for
the basement.
Yeah. But the second part of this, like let's get out of the realm of the standings for a minute. One of the big things we talked about this a lot yesterday. Dylan Cardwell, Maxime Reynaud, Precious Achiuwa. It's been a really solid rotation with those 3 bigs in the front court. Kings have been doing a great job mixing them in. I think they're all improving. Mm-hmm. We're starting to see them stretch their games, and we're starting to see improvement. Not necessarily on a game-to-game basis, but over a week or 2 weeks, you're seeing the growth. And I think that's in large part because of consistent minutes. I wonder what Domantas Sabonis does. And I know you talked a little bit about the minutes yesterday, about the distribution of minutes, but how do their roles change?
Yeah.
That's what I'm really interested to see. And do they continue attacking the sport the same way with Domantas Sabonis now out there in the front court with them?
Yeah, and I think that there's always going to be concern when you're bringing a player back and sort of the ripple effect that it's going to have on the rest of the team. But at the same time, this is a horrible rebounding team. This is a team that is 29th in the league in rebounds. They're like 27th in offensive rebound, 28th in defensive rebound. They're just bad rebounding-wise. Mm-hmm. You are now getting the best rebounder in the NBA back.
Yes.
I mean, he's won the rebounding title 3 years in a row. Mm-hmm. You're getting him back on the floor. So that in itself will take some stress off of these players. The other thing that happens with Domas is that he clears so much space. Like, it's not just that he gets rebounds for himself. He gets rebounds for everybody because he takes, number one, they have to send multiple players at him to keep him off the glass. So that's going to help these other guys go out and play. the question really becomes like, how does Doug Christie manage who's playing with who? And,
Right.
And like, do you feel like you can put Max Reno with Domantas Sabonis? Do you feel like Dylan Cardwell can play minutes with Domas? I think we already know Precious can. You know, like, and even Precious, like shooting the 3 ball like he has lately, it's like, oh, okay, this is an interesting player that might actually fit really, really well next to Domas. And then I'm going to point out too, like the young guys have gotten better because Domas hasn't been there. And just because he's back doesn't mean that they're going to stop growing or stop getting better. To me, it really means that like Max Reno now is going to get to see a lot more minutes against second centers. He's not going to have to go out there and play against the best of the best of the best for the entirety of his 35 minutes. First of all, he's not going to play 35 minutes.
Right.
But secondly, he's also not going to have to face, you know, like NBA superstar centers coming out of the gate. He'll be able to work his way into a game. He'll be able to rely on Domas for certain things. So I think at first glance, a lot of people are like, I want to see Max play. It's like, do you want to see Max play or do you want to see the Kings continuously lose more than they win? Because that's what happens with young players. And it's not a knock on Max. It's not Max's fault.
No, it's just how it works.
It is. It's just how it works. So I'm excited to see how they piece this together. And like, do they just steal all of the power forward and center minutes for these 4 guys and leave everybody else out? And you know, when Keegan gets back, he goes into the small forward spot, and sorry DeMar or sorry Zach LaVine, somebody's going to lose over there. So I'm intrigued by it.
What happens if Dylan Cardwell and Domas can't play together?
Well, I still think that that's okay, because I think that there's a possibility that Dylan Cardwell is your bench, like rim running big anyways.
Sure.
But I do think that there's a way they work together, because I saw Domas and Miles Turner work together. You know, like there is a way in which this does work. And I think the biggest way that it works is Domas has to be the Miles Turner 3-point shooter in this scenario on the offensive end.
Oof. Okay. I'm out. I'm out on that.
He shot 42% last year.
No, get out of the box score. You watch him.
Yeah.
You watch him. That's not a 3-point shooter. That's a guy who will, okay, fine, I'll throw the 3-point shot up.
Yeah, certainly this year he has not been a 3-point shooter.
Yeah, it's just not.
It's been really weird.
Miles Turner's like, catch, shoot, let's go. This is my shot.
Yeah.
I just don't think at 30, 31, however, 29, 30, however Domantas Sabonis is, he just is who he is. I think going, hey, this is going to be great. Domas can just be Miles Turner now. I don't see it.
No, I get that.
And I wonder if that's going to be a problem for the Kings.
It might be a problem, but at the same time, like how many minutes did you expect Dylan Cardwell to play? Because the right number is probably 12 to 14. And just give you that boost of energy.
Yeah.
And then there's certain times where it's like, hey, you can't take him off the floor because he's stopping player X.
Yeah, sure.
So you're gonna have to deal with it. Someone's gonna lose because Dylan Cardwell is doing something. But overall, like most guys like him, especially earlier in their careers, it's like 6 minutes a half that you're gonna put him out there, and so and that's okay.
You're listening to the Insiders. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. It is funny how different, as we talk about the pending return of Domantas Sabonis. He's going to be questionable tonight, and it looks like he's on track to play.
Yeah, there's a good chance he's playing.
So, it's funny how different this conversation feels than it did 2 months ago.
Yeah.
Where a couple months ago, it's like, who do you play? Because like gross. Who's playing? Drew Eubanks? A lot of Drew Eubanks minutes. I get like, And now at least I again, whether Max Reno is a rotation player or not, TBD. Dylan Cardwell, same deal. Looks like they're trending that way. But at least now the conversation is, how do they fit with Domas? How do you split up these minutes between these players who have been exciting and who have been improving as the team has strung a couple wins together? At least that's the conversation now.
Yep.
This feels like a much better problem to have to solve. And if the problem is, Dylan Cardwell and Domantas Sabonis don't fit next to each other, okay, fine. Maybe it does turn into, okay, Dylan, this is more the role that we envision for you moving forward. So here's how you're going to have to play. Here's your new minutes. Maybe it winds up working out for the better. I'm leaning so hard into the idea that, man, young players playing makes young players better. At least good young.
Yeah.
You don't automatically get better by playing. If you're good, I think that when you play more, that comes out quicker.
Well, and I think it's proven that Max is a good NBA rookie. Like, we're watching something that's really cool and unique, right? For a big man to come into the league and actually get this type of minutes and have this type of production. Now, again, it hasn't been perfect. And I think him on the court with Domas, he is going to learn so much.
Mm-hmm.
We always talk about veterans and, how much they can impact and how much they can influence a player.
Mm-hmm.
Look, Domas has always been a willing and he's a good teammate. He's a guy who talks to the young guys, who embraces the fact that, he's got young players around him. He's also probably the only player on this team that legitimately makes other people better. There's very few people on this team that go out there and actively try to make other people better. He's probably the best passer on this team. I don't care how many assists career-wise Russell Westbrook has. Domas knows where to put a pass.
Sure.
And it's perfect. It's on time. What does Mark Jones say? On time, whatever, on rhythm. He finds players and puts them in a position to succeed. So look,
on time, on target.
Yes, on time, on target. Yeah, and so I want to see the way that these young big guys adjusted Domas and how they learn how to play, because at the end of the day, you can learn a lot just by playing, and you can learn a lot, but you have to understand that just playing does not equate to wins all the time.
No doubt.
A lot of times it's about hey, we're having a good time. Dylan Cardwell's a good time, and we're doing good things and all this stuff. But at the same time, we're not winning games because they make these little tiny mistakes all the time that cost you. Having Domas there is going to, I think, will help them grow and learn their roles better and all that. So
potentially, I think it's also important to remember that the last time we saw Domas, we were going, what are they doing on offense?
Yeah.
And Domantas Sabonis is mad about the offense and he doesn't like what they're doing. I think that's important to remember, because while I would love to go, yeah, hey, this is all going to be great, and I hope it is, I think there's the other side of that coin where he is not involved at all, not involved enough. Now he's getting upset, and now all of a sudden we have more turmoil. But we'll see how that goes. You and I were having a conversation last night about what square one looks like for the Kings.
Yeah.
Because this may be semantics, but I view it a little bit differently than you do, and I want to jump into that. Plus, we have another day of
Kaminga Watch.
We got some notes on Keon Ellis. We've got some notes on Malik Monk. We have an entire 49ers Seahawks game to get to. Evan Cohen, who hosts Unsportsmanlike, you can listen to that right here on ESPN 1320, 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. every single day. He's going to join us at 11 o'clock. He said, I've got Keon Ellis takes, and I've got a trade machine. We love a fake trade.
Oh.
Can't wait to talk to Evan at 11 o'clock. Tons of Kings coming up, 49ers Seahawks. All of that in the next couple hours here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Leader. Clear.
Scout, you notice that Max and Precious taking more threes. Maybe that's because Domas is coming back. It's about both of those players getting comfortable and letting more and more of their game show. So you're right. It could be a little bit about Domas, and I think for Max specifically, he needs to say, hey, look, I can play with him. I can play with Domas. And in order to do that, he's going to have to sit in the corner and stretch the floor. And so, yeah, maybe. But I also think, it's just sort of the progression. You got a guy who joined the team late and a guy who's a rookie. And, as they continuously grow and get comfortable with who they are with this team, you're going to see more of, the other things that they can do outside of just scoring in the post or rebounding. I'd also point out Precious Achiuwa, because I was looking at this the other day, how many threes is the most Precious has ever hit in a season? He shot 59%, and 35.9% on 2.1 attempts per game for Toronto in his second season. So there has been times where he actually shoots the three quite a bit. It's just the last few years he's shot around 28% from three. It hasn't been good. And as he started to hit fewer threes, he started to take fewer threes, and that's just kind of a process that happened. You don't want to get pulled from the floor because you can't hit a three. I think he's also been really good defensively. Brandon, are you asking if Levine to the Bucks? It might make sense. They want a big pick and roll partner with Giannis, like a bigger guard. I wouldn't be a very good radio person if I told you all the latest rumors while we're on the break.
Yeah.
Just saying.
2 minutes.
Brandon, this is it would be a really complicated trade. It would be like, Levine and Bobby Portis and Kyle Kuzma, and then like one other player coming back. The Bucks are pretty high on salary, and they have some complications there. So the Kings would have to take something close to value back for him. I don't think that Levine doesn't like the pick and roll. Levine wasn't comfortable in the DHO game. And it's something that like him and Domas worked on a little bit during the offseason, but when he got to Sacramento, he was not comfortable in the DHO game. He played pick and roll with Vucevic in Chicago a ton. We'll talk about this in a minute. Yeah, it would probably take a 3-team trade. And I think the Warriors should get involved in that. But this noise is really quieted down, John Poles. Like the John Collins stuff was like, there's a deal ready. And then that's died. But I think it was because the Kings were in a different spot then. Now the reality set in.
Here we go.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
Heck yeah, it is. I'm Kyle. That's James. Got an underdog lineup for you as well. Made a new one. Another one I feel great about. Before we do that, though, we got Kings notes.
The Kings,
bro. Yeah, man. There's a lot. I'm trying to figure out. We'll start here.
Kuminga Watch.
You have Jonathan Kuminga notes.
I do.
Great. I can't wait.
Okay, so everything that I'm hearing is like, look, the Warriors have completely overplayed their hand with the Kuminga situation. And, during the offseason, the Kings had an offer, Malik Monk, and a first-round pick to them. They had also had a different offer earlier that was Dario Saric and Devin Carter. But there are some things that I think are slightly misunderstood about this. So, first of all, this summer, he was a base year compensation player. So if you signed him and traded him, his contract going out and his contract coming in counted differently. And so the Kings had plans of offering like a contract around 14-15 million a year for Kuminga, which he was like his group was willing to take with the idea that there would be a bigger deal down the road for him. But that was the deal that the Kings could offer because of sort of the contract situation. So again, that's why you heard the Dario Saric, Devin Carter trade rumors.
Right.
That got shut down. Then the Kings offered Malik Monk and a first-round pick. That got shut down because there's a lot of sort of info coming out of Golden State that coaching staff and maybe a few of the players weren't super comfortable with Malik Monk. And after playing against him and because of their affiliation to Mike Brown, who was, one of their assistants for like 3 of their championships. So there was some question marks there. And so they're out on Malik Monk. They don't want to take his contract on. Now the Warriors are looking for something totally different. And,
Right.
And it's like a never ending saga. And if I'm the Kings, I'm really frustrated. And I'm regretting the fact that I ever got into some sort of conversation with the Warriors.
Yeah.
Because they just keep moving the goalposts. And so at this point, the Warriors are asking for an expiring contract for Jonathan Kuminga. And so here's the problem. Number one, the Kings don't have $22.5 million worth of expiring contracts.
Right.
Number two, they're up against the luxury tax. So, and you're a bad team. Why would you possibly pay the luxury tax?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So what they can't do is send out an $18 million player and take back a $22.5 million player. That puts them in the luxury tax.
Mm-hmm.
Not only do they have to pay dollar for dollar for like $3.5 million or something there, but on top of that, they're going to lose the rebate money for being a non-tax paying team.
Mm-hmm.
So we're talking about like a $16-17 million decision there. So there's that.
A $16-17 million decision there to get, if Jonathan Kuminga was the player Jonathan Kuminga thinks Jonathan Kuminga is,
then you do it.
Great.
Yep. But
when this is a massive question mark and you're incurring some risk by, even if it's minimal, by taking this player on, you're not doing that.
Yep.
Anyways.
Yeah. So it's really complicated because again, the Kings now have to find a third team if they're going to go get in the Jonathan Kuminga sweepstakes. Now, there are third teams out there that are ready to do deals, but they all come with like, what's the cost? Like business isn't free in the NBA. Everything costs something. So the Kings are no longer willing to give up a first-round pick. They're like, hey, look, you gambled and you straight up lost. Like,
what happened?
Yeah, the dude doesn't want to play for you anymore. He demanded a trade. You stopped playing him for stretches. You blamed him again. He doesn't want to be there. You don't want him. So, like, why would we possibly give you a first-round pick, especially since there's no one else in the league who's offering up a first-round pick for him?
Right.
So, like, it's not even shrewd business as much as it is just like the game. It is what it is. Like, you overplayed your hand, and now you're kind of stuck. So
you can do what Golden State is doing. It is within the rules. Not cheating, not doing anything wrong. The problem is, from a team building perspective, you have a player who's giving you nothing.
Yeah.
Who is now Draymond Green, Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler. That said it's not a distraction. It's not, but I mean, it is.
It is.
It is.
Yeah, they all said it wasn't a distraction either when Jordan Poole got punched in the face.
Right. It is. Like it is. So how much that affects the team, I don't know. But the risk you run is, okay, you gambled. You said, hey, we're not going to take that offer from the Kings. We think we'll get something more. Or we think he'll fit in with the team and help in the way that a player like him can conceivably help.
Yeah.
Didn't work out. Played great the first couple weeks. Wheels started to fall off, out of the rotation entirely. Now he wants out. That's part of the risk you run. The other part of the risk you run here by saying, like, hey, we don't want Malik Monk. We want an expiring. We don't want this. We don't want that. Okay. The risk you run is this just plays itself out all the way through late March, early April.
Yep.
And then you're into the offseason and you've got your team option. You can decline it and he's a free agent. You can pick it up and kick this can down the road. You run the risk of A, having this impact your team, the toxicity of it impacting your team, and then B, losing him for nothing. Whether it's in 6 months or 18 months.
Yeah, the idea should have always been for them to get, if you are doing this whole, like, let Steph go out in a blaze of glory, you should have taken on good players for him.
Like, and said, F them picks. here's all the post-Steph picks to get good players in.
Yeah, let's go ahead and run this thing out. And like,
Mm-hmm.
why are they sitting on this player? And like, I get it. You might have some personality conflicts
Mhm.
with Malik Monk. Why don't you like have a conversation with him? Why don't you see if maybe some things were misrepresented?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you see if there's a way to mend fences?
Mm-hmm.
Because heaven forbid the Warriors get a guy like Malik Monk, who is a very good basketball player
Mm-hmm.
and could help them win more games, because
Mhm.
that's their goal.
Mhm.
That's not the Kings' goal right now.
Mhm.
It is the Warriors' goal. So is Malik Monk a perfect player for their system? I don't know. But I do know that he's better than half of the people that they're running out there every night.
Sure. I don't want to get into a Warriors discussion. I think
of
Malik
course.
Monk would very quickly come out of the rotation the same way Jonathan Kuminga did.
Maybe.
But anyways, that matters less. I said it yesterday. I still stand here. If I'm the Kings, I'm washing my hands of this. And if Jonathan Kuminga becomes a free agent at some point, cool, we can revisit it then. If
Yeah.
the Warriors want to call and say, hey, here, name a deal, he's yours, we'll take whatever. Heavily protected second round pick. Great. Here you go. Fine. But trying to do this deal and trying to put together the money or trying to make a 3-team deal, like, you know what? The hell with that. Jonathan Kuminga is just not the player I'm doing all that for.
Yeah.
When there are so many other things the Kings can do to improve either this year or improve their chances to be better in 2027 and beyond.
Yeah, it's like the old,
that's where I'm at.
Is the juice worth the squeeze?
It's just not.
And it sure doesn't appear that it is. And like, look, it may work out down the road, and the Kings may at the last second find some deal that makes perfect sense for everybody, and they find Jonathan Kuminga on their roster. But I think everybody in Sacramento has atrophy towards this. It's like you're ambivalent. You're like, I don't really care at this point if they get Jonathan Kuminga or not. And again, keep in mind in the back of your head, this was supposed to be a $14 to $15 million gamble for the Kings.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's a $22.5 million with another $23.5 million due next year. Like, it's a different gamble than it was before, and the Kings have to make the decision on whether they want to make that gamble or not.
Yeah.
And to be honest, it just feels like a lot of complexity for a player that you probably, like, who knows what he's going to be, but like the chance of him being what he thinks he's going to be is very slim at this point.
Mm-hmm. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. That is Sacramento Sports Leader. So we're talking about Jonathan Kuminga potentially coming in. There's another player whose name has been bandied about, who is currently on the Kings, who's apparently just in every trade rumor. It's Keon Ellis. Yeah. You had a note or two on Keon Ellis.
Yeah, I talked to some league sources, and like, look, I think teams have been asking the Kings to throw Keon Ellison as sweetener for a bigger deal, like to move off of the contract of Malik Monk, or as part of a larger deal to move off of the contract of Zach LaVine. And I'm going to say, like, that's a possibility if the right deal comes along and the Kings don't want to give up assets to move off of, but they don't want to give up draft capital to move off of somebody. There's always a possibility that you could go ahead and move Keon Ellis. But I think the way that Keon is going to be moved, it's like getting more and more towards this. First of all, I'm almost positive he's going to get moved. Like, there's a very, very little pathway forward here for Keon.
It feels a little bit like the Jonathan Kuminga thing. And we're like, yeah, you can let this play out, but then you run the risk of losing him for nothing.
Yeah, and the Kings are going to lose him for nothing if they don't trade him. I'm going to keep telling everyone that. Like there was some damage that was done, like, during when they picked up his his team option, and he was under the understanding there's a good chance he was going to make like $10 to $12 million a year, whatever it might have been, and he went from that to making $2 million. Then you get into the season. And to be honest, the Kings just kept adding guards. So when you're Keon Ellis and you're looking, you're like, I already have to deal with Zach LaVine and Malik Monk. And now you're going to add Dennis Schroeder. And now you're going to add Neat Clifford in the draft, who can play the guard position. Now you're going to go out and add Russell Westbrook. Like, he just kept getting like pushed down in sort of the pecking order. And now we've got to a spot where he's had a really difficult time getting on the court, and he's had a really difficult time making an impact when he is on the court because he's out of rhythm the whole time, and it's like spotty and it's weird. But first of all, that is not mandated by the front office from everything that I've heard. Whatever is happening on the court is a coaching decision, and it's a coach looking at the numbers, looking at the tape, looking at the player, and going, he's not playing well enough to play over this guy.
That's great news, honestly.
Yeah. And
like
so
great news that it's Doug making those decisions.
Yeah. And then the other thing is, I would say there's a better chance that Keon Ellis is traded for just a pick, maybe a young player, but likely not because he's such a low contract player. He's a league minimum player. So if he can be traded to any team, even teams that are over the tax because he's a league minimum player, there might be a couple of teams that are hard capped or that are over the second apron and can't do something. But most teams in the league can take on Keon Ellis and not have to give anything back but a pick. And I think if you're kind of reading the tea leaves here, the Kings front office would prefer to have a pick that they can go out and try to find another Max Reynaud or go out and find another Neat Clifford than they would throwing Keon Ellis in a trade for, to sweeten a deal to move off of Malik Monk's contract.
Right.
So as opposed to using him as like a late first round pick in a trade, they would prefer to just go get the late first round pick from somebody else. And
that makes sense.
Yeah, that's kind of the way that I think this will play out. I don't think that there's a way that Keon's going to accept an extension on February 9th. Maybe, but the bridge is kind of burned. But then on top of that, if you're the Kings and you're looking at Keon Ellis and going, man, you can't find your way into the rotation. We still have Zach LaVine under contract next year as well. We still have Malik under contract next year as well. We might not be able to move these players. Like, when is it that Keon Ellis is going to play enough minutes that he would warrant a $10 to $15 million contract per year by the Kings? And that's not good business either.
If they're in a place where Doug Christie is going, I don't know if he's a regular rotation player or not, then you can't. If this season, given what it is, the Kings have not been able to figure out whether Keon Ellis is a dude or not, like, all right, moving on. And if he's great elsewhere, oh well.
Yeah.
But if we're going to be doing this for, let's say he signs a 3-year extension, if we're going to be doing this for 3 more years, nah, that's not worth $10 to $12 million.
No. And so people are asking, yes, if he is traded, a team can go ahead and start negotiating a contract on February 9th and extend him. So yes, Keon does still have that value. And there are plenty of teams around the league that absolutely love Keon Ellis and love what he does, and they're confused by what the Kings are doing. But I'm also going to add this. Keon Ellis is one of those players that he's a true role player. And when the players around him are better and the system around him is better and things are flowing right, he becomes extremely valuable because of his ability to defend and his ability to shoot the three. When your system is predicated on a bunch of ISO basketball and nothing's really flowing and nothing's really working, the team themselves are devaluing their teammate by not being good passers, by not doing offense the right way, by not hitting him for the kick out three. They're hurting his value as well. Keon Ellis goes to a better team, he's going to be very good. And the Kings right now aren't that better team. They're a team that is not, they're an 11-win team. And so I think he does still have a tremendous amount of value, and I do not think he will be with the Sacramento Kings after the trade deadline.
What about Malik Monk?
See,
he's playing more?
Yeah.
Been effective? Is this a showcase? Is this he's worked his way back into the team's good graces?
Well, I think a little bit of that. I'm hearing a little bit of that he's worked himself back into good graces within the team. That does not mean that he won't be traded between now and February 5th. It does not.
Two things can be true.
Two things can be true, straight up. Like, he has worked his way back, but I'm just going to point out, like, the 3 games that he's having right now, they've been excellent. And I love watching him play. I think he's been electric. We had the 8 assist game. He's been a scoring threat. He's hit a bunch of threes. All this stuff is really good. The problem is that Dennis Schroeder just served a 3-game suspension. And the reason why Malik Monk was given that playing time and that sort of not only the playing time, but the ball in his hands and that sort of leash was very specific, is because Dennis was gone. So what does it look like when Dennis is back again? Because he's back tonight. And so the Kings still have to, Malik has figured some things out, it sounds like, and he's maybe had his mea culpa moment with the coaching staff, with whoever he needed to, and he's kind of found himself back into good graces. But at the same time, he's still under contract into 2027, and the Kings would still be willing to move his contract. So I'm not buying anything that he's off the table or anything like that. Every single player is on the table except for Keegan Murray, Nate Clifford, Dylan Cardwell, and Max Reno. Every player is gettable in Sacramento. That's just the way it is. You're a bad team. You're a bad team that's old, and you're a bad team that's old with no salary cap space.
That's like the 3 worst things you could be.
Of course. Well, it could be worse.
Okay.
All of these contracts could be for 3 years or 4 years.
Okay, good point.
It could be worse.
It could be really untradeable.
Yeah.
Sure.
Untradeable or, just albatross. Yeah.
We've got more Kings coming up for you. I had a Scott Perry thought last night. I did Scott Perry thought and an NBA kind of league-wide thought. I want to talk about that square one thing, but we gotta get to 49ers Seahawks. Huge divisional playoff game at Lumen Field this weekend. Let's put a pin in the Kings for a moment to get to this 49ers Seahawks matchup. Fred Warner not playing. What does that mean for San Francisco? We'll dive into it next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. I cannot believe the Dodgers signed Kyle Tucker.
And the money is ridiculous.
Like I can believe it, but
like
I feel like at some point
they're not going to.
A handful of teams will step in and be like, "Hey, you know what? We'll be the team that overpays for this guy."
$60 million a year? That's crazy talk. I mean,
I get is MLB is stupid on the run today. No, the thing is like I don't know what you do. People go salary cap. Well, players are never going for that. Kyle fucking Tucker just got $250 million. They're not doing the salary cap thing.
no.
So the solution is other teams stop playing broke and start paying up. That's the solution here. The other thing, and I say this all the time, I've probably said this a million times, but the other thing with the Dodgers that goes under the radar is that they invest in their player development. And that is why they have the prospects every single year to go out and make these trades and to restock their roster and to restock their farm system and to bring in new players. Like that player development angle matters so much.
It's the Yankees way. You remember back to how many times not only did the Yankees bring up their own prospect, but also have the prospects to go get the player that they needed. It's like they always had one of the top 3 prospects in the league to go trade. You're like, how is it that you always have those? They're just really good at what they do.
The Dodgers will trade like 2 of their top 4 prospects and then look at the next year and they have one of the 3 best farm systems in baseball. It's like, whoop. And then they just have boatloads of money to throw at people. But I think there's a more immediate, realistic solution, and that is where some owners go, hey, we'll pay for players instead. Like our profit might be a little bit less this year than it was last year, but at least we're going to win some. Maybe that's also not realistic. Yeah, it's happening for sure. And believe me, I would like, and keep in mind too, despite the Dodgers' epic spending spree and all the money they spend, they were an insane catch at the wall from losing the World Series.
Mm-hmm.
Like they they didn't go 12-0 in the playoffs.
No.
Or
Yeah.
what I guess it would be 12-0.
Yeah. Okay, this is an interesting question, Zach.
10-0. Sorry, go ahead.
No. The organization is not concerned about the Kings winning a couple of games in January. They're not, because what they don't want is, I'll answer later.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. James is over there. If you want to join us on YouTube, you can. YouTube.com/ESPN 1320. While you're there, subscribe to the channel. That'd be awesome. Our show is live every single day. D-Lo and KC is live every single day. And we also post clips. Jesse does a great job of posting various clips. So if you don't want to catch a whole show or can't catch a whole show, there will be a ton of content there for you at youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Very briefly, before we get to Niners Seahawks, one of the other things about watching on YouTube is we yap with you guys during the break. There's no commercials on. We just talk to the people who are in the chat. We don't have a text line, so we use the YouTube chat as a text line. And you were answering a question about whether the Kings front office, this is before we get to 49ers Seahawks, whether the Kings front office is worried about the fact that they've won 3 in a row. Now they're getting Domantas Sabonis back. Now they're getting Dennis Schroeder back. Are they worried about, they play the Wizards tonight. Are they worried about winning 7, 8, 9, 10 in a row and getting to, I know that's a lot, but are they worried about winning a bunch and all of a sudden not being among the bottom teams?
No, they're not, because look, at the end of the day, the ship has sailed. They're 31 and they're 11 and 31 or 11 and 30, whatever it is. 11 and 30, that's what they are. You're going to run against this problem that in the final 41 games, they have the easiest schedule remaining, a 46.6% or a 4.66 win percentage against.
Mm-hmm.
They played all their hard games up front, and they dealt with injuries, and they got clubbed, and they didn't play well, and they lost a bunch of games. I think everyone understands right now that the pathway forward with the Kings is very specific. It's to go get a top tier player in this year's draft,
Mm-hmm.
and to help build around that player, but also not to throw everybody out the door and say, hey, we're just scrapping this whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is when you lose and you lose and you lose and you lose and you lose, it breaks players, and it breaks young players.
Mm-hmm.
It makes veteran players complacent, and the young players see the veteran players become complacent, and they think that that's okay. You do not want the stench of intentional losing in your building. And you also don't want years and years and years of losing, because it becomes what your culture is. And that's what they're trying to avoid. That's why they're trying to make moves. They don't care if there's a couple of wins. Wins are good. Wins make everybody want to come to work the next day. It resets everything. It's like, oh, we got one. So now we don't feel down in the dumps that I got to show up to work because we just we've lost the last 7. The Kings have lost 7 in a row. How many times this season? 3?
Multiple.
It's not fun to lose that many games in a row. And so that's why, look, the Kings would be a little leery of a 12-game win streak for sure, because that's not what this season's going to be about. But if you're 4th or 5th worst team in the lottery, that's actually the stats, for whatever reason, prove out that you're going to move up ahead of the worst team in the league has never won the lottery since they switched to the new system. So you just want to be in that range.
Right.
And losing every game can cause a lot more damage that then you have to figure out how to get that out of the door.
I agree.
And so it's tough, but you don't want your young players seeing that.
If they win, now I will say, if they win 20 of 22 or something like that, okay, now we can talk about that aspect of this. But they've won 3 in a row. I think they're going to get to 4 in a row. In fact, I have a prediction they're going to win 3 out of the next 4, which would make it 7 out of 8.
Yeah.
That's not... the benefits of that, I think, outweigh the consequences at this point of the calendar.
Yeah. And it makes you so you're not roadkill that's getting picked apart on the side of the road.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
So it's one thing if a team's coming to you and saying, hey, you want to make a trade, you guys are horrible.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a whole other thing. It's like, hey, you guys can kind of turn things around a little bit. Are you going to break that up, or are you going to try to figure it out? You got an easy schedule in the second half, and it only gets easier. It does. The schedule just continuously gets easier. You watch the second half of the season, you're like, how in the world is this saying? How did they unbalance the schedule so much?
Yeah.
And we talked about it before the season. Like I wasn't going to be surprised if they went 4-15 to start the season. I think they went 4-15. Like, it was a tough schedule. So
that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. We got more Kings coming up. But we've got a 49ers Seahawks showdown in Seattle tomorrow, 5 o'clock kickoff. I'm trying to decide. I'm throwing week 1 out the window. So we have 2 49ers Seahawks matchups from this year. I'm throwing week 1 out the window. I've heard the sentiment a lot this week on podcasts and talking to people, talking to my buddies who are not. Well, we won up there in week 1. Niners went up there in week 1, took care of business against Seattle. Throw it out the window, man. Nick Bosa was the guy who made the 2 plays to win that game because Seattle was driving at the end of the game and was going to win. And then Nick Bosa took over, forced a fumble, and that was it. That version of the 49ers defense is not there anymore.
it doesn't exist.
Seattle is dramatically better now than they were in week 1. So I'm throwing that out the window. But we have week 18. And this is interesting because that was 2 weeks ago. That was at Levi Stadium, and the Seahawks stuffed the 49ers in a locker for 4 quarters. And somehow the Niners still had a chance to score and make it a one-score game early in the 4th quarter. Do the previous matchups matter at all? Like, does week 18 matter in any way as you look at the 49ers' chances to win on Saturday?
No, I don't think so. When I look at it, yeah, you've lost a couple of players since then, but you also you might get Ricky Pearsall back this weekend, and you will have Trent Williams back.
Yep.
The 49ers are a different team with Trent Williams on the field.
100%.
And it's not just the saving Brock Purdy from a crazy good pass rush. It's that you can run behind Trent Williams as well. So I think that they get better. Again, you lost Kittle. That's tough. But I also, Tonjes is a reasonable replacement and is not going to be game planned for at all. And so he is going to be open and available to get a 60-yard game or a 55-yard game and help your team. So I think that they've got I'm not going to look at those other games and overthink them. And look, they were all close. They were. And the 49ers win one. If McCaffrey doesn't hand the ball to a linebacker on it for an interception, we don't know how that game would have finished. It's very possible that they would have cut
it to 3 early in the 4th quarter if they score a touchdown there.
Well, that and I'll say this too, Kyle. First of all, we're looking at a quarterback that is now Sam Darnold's dealing with an oblique injury that popped up yesterday. But the other thing is, Sam Darnold didn't win either of those games. He still hasn't proven fully that he can go win a game. A big game in a big moment. He's proven he can be there when a big win happens in a big moment, but he hasn't thrown a touchdown against the 49ers this season at all. He's got 180 yards and 150 yards passing. This is not a pass rush. There's no pass rush. There's you can, their linebackers are gone and you still haven't thrown a touchdown against them.
Sure.
So look, I think that there's a lot that goes into, who Sam Darnold still is. There's still question marks. It's still one of the biggest question marks of the playoffs going into a game like this.
I'll say this on the Sam Darnold point. I have been me, our guy Jesse. We have been talking all year about the Seahawks are good, but hey, do you trust Sam Darnold in the playoffs? Do you trust Sam Darnold in a big spot? Sam Darnold drove Seattle down and scored that late touchdown at home against the Rams, converted the 2 points, converted on the 2-point try to win that game in overtime. That was huge. That was a big moment. But to your point, he was fine in that Week 18 game. He didn't blow the doors off anyone. He made some nice throws. He always does.
Mm-hmm.
But he almost handed the ball to the 49ers, tripping and falling on a handoff and fumbling. He nearly threw an interception later in the game. Like it just, there were a couple of shaky moments. I have been willing, though, to look at Vikings-Lions Week 18 last year.
Mm-hmm.
Same scenario that the Seahawks are in this year. Vikings win, they win the division, they're the 1 seed. Sam Darnold did not play well, and they lose. So they drop to the 5 seed. They got to go on the road. They got to face the Rams in the first round. Darnold doesn't play well, and they lose. The Vikings offensive line got housed in both of those games. Sam Darnold had no shot.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that a proven quarterback would have been better in those games. If he can't figure it out this week, if Sam Darnold cannot face this 49ers pass rush or lack thereof,
mm-hmm.
if he cannot see that Eric Kendricks and Garrett Wallow are likely that D. Winters might play, but Eric Kendricks, who's washed, is playing middle linebacker for the 49ers, and potentially Garrett Wallow is the weak side linebacker. If he sees that it's rookie Marquise Siegel and Malik Mustafa, who's not great in coverage, if he can't overcome this defense, I don't need him to throw 5 touchdowns. I don't need him to. He can go 18 of 22 for 180 yards.
Mm-hmm.
But man, if he's turning it over, if he's airmailing a key third down throw, if he's bailing out of the pocket early, if he's doing those things against this defense, this is the worst defense he's ever going to face in the playoffs. If you can't get it done against the 49ers this week, Sam Darnold will never get it done.
Yeah, there's a good chance of that. I mean, because your team is dominant. Like you really,
they are very good.
Yeah, they're like just being a game manager should be enough.
Mm-hmm.
And the one thing I'll say, like, I think that if you stop the run and force Sam Darnold to beat you,
mm-hmm.
he's got one wide receiver that he keys on the whole time. So if you can stop the run and take away Smith and Jigba,
mm-hmm.
now I think you're cooking. The problem is, I don't think that the 49ers aren't getting anyone back that would make me think that they could stop the run better than they could 2 weeks ago.
I am with you.
Like the linebacker play maybe will be a little bit better, but it doesn't matter. They don't have the horses up front right now in the trenches against a great offensive line and a great defensive line in Seattle. And so that's where I'm like, again, if you can limit them to, X amount of yards, that's one thing, but you have to make Sam Darnold be the reason why Seattle won or lost.
Yeah.
And that's how you're going to win this game.
Just to your point, the Seahawks leader in targets was Jackson Smith and Jigba. He had 163 targets. He caught 119 of them for a league high 1,793 yards. He also had 10 touchdowns. Do you know who the Seahawks' second leading receiver was? This is not a trick question.
It's a tight end.
Right? No. In terms of targets.
Oh, I don't know.
Cooper Kupp.
Oh, yeah.
Take a stab at how many targets Cooper Kupp had.
65?
70.
Okay.
70 target. 70. And then AJ Barner, who you're talking about, at 68. Then Kenneth Walker at 36. It is all JSN.
Yeah.
The problem is, do the 49ers have Diamador Lenore follow him? Do they bracket him and say that's something that Robert Saleh has been very good at? That the 49ers upset over the Packers in the 2021 playoffs.
Yeah.
Was a lot of, all right, bracketing Devontae Adams. That 49ers secondary was not good. Going to bracket Devontae Adams, and okay, cool. If anybody else wants to beat us, great. I'm interested to see how Robert Saleh can put his fingerprints on this game and how the 49ers secondary can hold up if that pass rush is not there, which I don't think it's going to be.
Oh, I don't think it's going to be there either. And it's all going to be, to me, it's about, can they stop the run? They can stop the run. Makes this a really, really interesting game.
Yep. Can't wait. Going to be a ton of fun. We'll dive more into that during the. Oh wait, hang on. What is this? What is this? Hey, Kenny, we got a break, man.
I was trying to catch you before the break, man, because I was listening on YouTube and I disagree with your baseball take.
Oh.
Okay, great. Let's save it for the handoff. It's a good tease.
Well, I'm not going to be here for the handoff. That's
Oh,
why I'm
that's
calling you
right.
now.
Okay.
So it's okay. It's okay.
All right. We'll line something up. We'll line this up. All right, hang on.
It's all good. It's all good.
All right. Kenny Caraway, everybody. He's not going to be here today. All right, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Evan Cohen, host of Unsportsmanlike with Canty and Michelle. He's going to join us next. Unsportsmanlike is the ESPN morning show. It airs 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. right here on ESPN 1320. Evan Cohen's going to join us next. He said he's got Keon Ellis takes. He said he's got a trade machine ready. And we'll talk to him about the 49ers chances in Seattle as well. I always love getting outside perspectives on Sacramento. I'm always fascinated by people outside of Sacramento, what they think of the Kings. We'll talk to him next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
I did ask around yesterday about what does this mean with Domas coming back? And it was very clear, Max has earned the right to play. He'll get first dibs on minutes, and then if they can work in, they can work in Cardwell and all that stuff. But Max has earned the right, as a starter for the last month and just the way that he's played. So I think he'll get the first shot to be the backup center / the first player that's going to play with Domas. But then you've got to deal how are you going to work in Precious? How are you going to work in Dylan Cardwell? How many games has Max started? Max Reno, 19 games. Dang. I need to look at his splits. Splits. As a starter, he's averaging 29.4 minutes, 12.6 points, 8.4 rebounds. %61 true shooting. Yeah.
I'm excited for that Miami-Indiana game.
Yeah. Man, the kid from Cal went to Indiana. Just so good. The kid from Cal that went to Indiana.
Oh, Fernando Mendoza.
Yeah, he is so good.
Really good player.
Yeah.
Hey, there he is. Let's get him in there real quick. How do I do this again? Here we go. Evan, what's going on, man?
What's up? How are you guys?
Good. What's going on?
Hanging in there. Just so you know, we're at a break on the radio side, but we are still live on YouTube.
Awesome.
So everybody on YouTube can see you. How we doing, man? Thanks for joining us.
How are you guys? I saw the news about Sabonis, so that's big, right?
Yeah, it's big time.
Yeah. Yeah, he's going to play.
For how long, though?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, how long is he
You
here?
gotta stop winning games.
Yeah. Yeah, let's see.
We got a tank to ride, guys. Come on.
I think it's such a brilliant tank. I'm very into this tank. The way in which they're doing it.
Oh, I can't wait. All right. This is great. This is gonna be great.
I'm like a real NBA loser, so this should be fun. Hopefully, I know there's other stuff to talk about, but I'm
gonna fit in great here then. No, this is awesome. About 30 seconds on the radio side. Jesse is not doing the board, so I don't have to do anything there.
Oh, you didn't switch over?
Not yet.
All right.
He is grinding.
Yeah, I've covered the Kings for 16 years.
Wow.
There my first 12 years, I was 250 games under 500 as a beat writer.
Wow.
10 seconds. Here we go.
Your favorite season was what? Light the Beam a few years ago?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Here we go, guys. Coming back. Hour number 2, I'm Kyle Madsen. That's James Ham. Jesse Tapia will be with us shortly. Hanging out with you till noon. Then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and KC. Jesse's going to join us shortly. Joining us right now from Unsportsmanlike here on ESPN 1320. It's the ESPN morning show, airs 3 to 7 a.m. right here on this very radio station. Evan Cohen joining us. Evan, thank you so much for making time, man. How are you?
Great, Kyle, James. Thank you guys for having me. Appreciate it.
You said one of my very favorite things. On this program, we love a fake trade.
Kyle's a huge fake
Love
trade.
a fake trade guy. As long as it's reasonable, as long as it's not like Devin Carter for Cooper Flagg, the money works. Like, no. Not that kind of fake trade. But you give me a real fake trade that I can like sink my teeth into and think about. Yes, I'm all in. You said you have Keon Ellis takes and you had the trade machine ready.
Oh, no, I'm always ready. So, okay, let's talk about a couple of things here. First of all, thank you for having me, and thank you to everybody on ESPN 1320 for carrying on Sportsmanlike and believing in it, and we appreciate it. So that's awesome. Second of all, I am so fascinated by the way in which the Kings are tanking because of the fact that they're tanking with names. And what I mean by that is there has never been a team that has actually shown proof of concept previously for a tank. Think about this. Think about what I'm saying for a second. Every team that has ever tanked has just put together players that aren't as good, like our borderline NBA players, G League guys, etc. Or they'll have a bad contract here, bad contract there. I'm not saying the Kings don't have that, but they really don't have that many horrific contracts on their roster, I don't think. What they've done is let everybody know, what do you mean we're tanking? You can't fine us. We have borderline Hall of Famer DeMar DeRozan, maybe Hall of Famer. We have guaranteed Hall of Famer Russell Westbrook. We have all-stars in Zach LaVine and Sabonis. And we have this grimy defense-first guy in Keon Ellis who everybody loves around the league. Hey, we brought in Malik Monk, and look at the three-point percentage in years past and the dollar figure he has. Like, there's all these names that on the surface we think they're just not winning games. And in reality, the proof of concept is this same crew played for the Bulls years ago and stunk. So they actually know that they're not going to be good. It is actually brilliant. The best way to tank is not to get no names because the NBA is sensitive to it. Mm-hmm. It's to get names because the NBA you can't come in and say, what are you doing there? There's no way, Scott Perry, Doug Christie, everybody. You can't. What are you doing? What do you mean what are we doing? We have DeMar DeRozan on our team. What do you think? He takes nights off? Which he doesn't. He plays his butt off. Russell Westbrook, I did shows on NBA radio on Sirius for years. Tim Legler would always say, Russell Westbrook, whether you like him or not, leaves skin on the floor. So, I mean, and by the way, the latest rumor fake trade, I'm sure you guys saw, the John Collins one, right, with the Clippers, where it was a combination of Keon Ellis and DeMar DeRozan for John Collins. And so, again, it would be the same thing that I've heard of John Collins. He was a first-round pick. He was pretty good in Atlanta. Well, no, what they're actually doing is they're getting off of a future year of DeRozan to get an expiring of John Collins. It's actually really smart what they've done here. Dare I say.
The sneaky
Shout
tank.
out to Scott Perry.
And I'll even say, like, look, I think the other element of this is that all the players that you're talking about, DeMar DeRozan, Russell Westbrook, they're playing 35 minutes a night. It's not like they're doing the, John Collins has a hip injury that doesn't really exist, and he's going to miss the next 6 weeks, which the Jazz did. Or, like, I don't know if he gets migraines or what, but Lauri Markkanen hasn't been able to play like 70% of the games over the last 3 years. So the Kings aren't even doing that. They have legitimate injuries. We all watch Zach LaVine roll his ankle. We watch Keegan Murray roll his ankle. Like, all of these things are things that happen, but they're, for the most part, they're losing with DeMar DeRozan playing every night. And
it's the graceful tank.
It is a graceful tank. It's yeah.
It's really smart in many ways. Now, you want some ideas?
Yeah.
Please, love
Let's
ideas.
hear it.
I'm an ideas guy.
Get worse contracts.
Oh.
Don't get better contracts. Get worse contracts. So, who do you guys
Is there a worse contract than Zach LaVine? I'm just going to ask.
Yeah. Oh, God, yeah. Yeah. Who do you deem to be some of the worst contracts in the NBA? Just throw a name or two at me.
Trae Young.
Well, it's short though.
That's a good point.
No, yeah, and that wouldn't look at
Jeremy
that as a
Grant.
bad contract.
Jeremy Grant's a bad one.
Yeah, Jeremy Grant's contract is
Okay.
horrible.
Jeremy Grant. Let's look at that for a second. So Jeremy Grant is 3 years, $32 million a year. And if you think about it, and you could give them, I'm doing this off the top of my head, what DeMar DeRozan is probably $10 million away from that, right? He's right around $10 million.
Like Dario, throwing Devin Carter, and you're there. Yep.
And give me a pick. Pay me off. Keep it going. Keep it going. Like let's just. I want some of the worst contracts in the NBA. Keegan Murray staying. I want some of the worst contracts in the NBA if I'm the Kings on my team. But I want the guys who have actually been good. And Jeremy Grant's, by the way, been pretty good this year for Portland. But if you're going to play that game, if we're going to do the fake trade game, guys, Kyle and James, like the reality is Sacramento should keep this going until they're flooded with picks. Do you remember some of the salary dumps that Oklahoma City took on?
Yeah.
Al Horford, Kemba Walker. These are name guys. They didn't do the Sixers years ago, which produced nothing. Even Chris Paul was technically a salary dump. So if you bring in guys that are willing to compete and then could be around the young guys in a positive way, when you have more of the young guys in there, it's going to amount to be pretty good. So I think they may be – DeMar DeRozan is going to have value somewhere, but I'm telling you, if it were me, I'd ask for – I'd make a list. Who are the guys with the worst contracts in the league, and who's going to pay me off to take on these contracts?
Talking with Evan Cohen here, host of Unsportsmanlike. You can listen to that on ESPN 1320 every day from 3 to 7 a.m. It feels like
we got to do one thing, Kyle. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah,
So far, are you guys ready to hang up on me? Or is this not at all what I'm just fascinated. Did you think that I was going to come on here and be so excited to break down the Kings bench? Is this the worst interview of all time, or are we on the right track? Let's go. Live air check me. Come on.
We're touch and go. We're touch and go right now.
I think he's doing great. I'm here for the bad tank.
No, this is
the
all great.
This
is great. No, this is fantastic. Because usually if we have somebody on and from who's from outside of Sacramento, they're just like, yeah, the Kings stink. Anyways, moving on. I appreciate that you have thoughts and opinions about how they stink and how they can continue to do so in order to get better. That's greatly appreciated. That's 2 thumbs up.
Okay. All right. So then let me, before you ask the next question.
Okay.
What about Paul George? 51.6 over the next 3 years, each of the next 3 years.
What are you giving up to what are you sending out to get him? What are the Sixers taking back?
Okay. So, in this scenario, I mean, you could make the argument that Sabonis could actually make some sense for them because they do not have a power forward, and they are a team that obviously has small guards, but they play a lot of guards. And Embiid is 1 game in, 1 game out. So could he play with Embiid? Maybe. Could he play instead of Embiid? Maybe. Right. So all of a sudden, could you come up with the scenario where it's I'm again making this up as we go, but DeRozan and Sabonis is going to be a little bit too much, but for Paul George and let's just say Malik Monk and see what happens here. I think this probably works. No, it doesn't. But you get so we're close on that, right? That's the kind of thing where can I get a first rounder or 2, but can I still trick you because wait a minute, I have Paul George. I have a guy that's an all-star. You can't tell me I'm tanking, but I'm tanking. Yeah. Anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm super into the Paul George idea. I'm gonna
that is the player with the bad contract. That is
one of the worst contracts in the sport. Same with Joel Embiid. Evan Cohen, Unsportsmanlike, joining us now. It feels like teams, when you start talking about bad contracts, we've talked about this a little bit as the season has gone on, but like with the Trae Young thing and with the Ja Morant thing, it feels like teams are valuing those players differently than they might have 4 or 5 years ago. Do you think that's just the league adjusting how they evaluate players? Or do you think that's the league still trying to maneuver and figure out how to live inside of this apron space where player values are going to be different?
Yeah, there's a few ways of looking at it. I think the apron definitely makes a lot of sense, obviously, in terms of that, in terms of the limitations, because people have to understand when we talk about the apron, it's not financial limitations because every team can afford this. It's the basketball limitations that it provides because James knows from being around the teams as much as you have, like it's not that these teams, the Warriors, you guys play the Warriors a ton. It's not that the Lacobs can't afford additional players. It's because you hit this apron, you're then not allowed, like on a buyout market, to bring a player in that makes more than $12 million, which for us, that's insane money. For the NBA, you're homeless, right? And you can't even get those guys. That's number one. Number two, the Trays, Ja Morant's, LaMelo is taking a little turn positively because Charlotte's been playing while they beat the Lakers last night. But a lot of those guys that are offense, first, second, third, no defense, are not as exciting anymore when the whole league really is like between 6'4" and 6'11", multi-position guys. So if you're a shoot first point guard that is not a defender and under 6'3", that's not the league. You're not switching. You're going to be attacked on defense. Teams don't really play zone that much. Some do in spurts, but not for the entirety of the game. So you need, like, I'm a Miami Heat fan. The Kings had a guy and drafted a guy that has actually been excellent for the Heat, Davion Mitchell, because he can play defense and hit a three and switch on to other guys. So if you're going to be a point guard, you better be able to either be big and strong and switch or play a little bit of defense. Like, people say Steph doesn't play defense. I think that's ridiculous. I think Steph does play defense. He just may not be able to man up on Shea and stop him in that spot. But think about the guys at the lead guard, at the point guard position, that you would think are really good in the league right now. Two-way players, which is a term I hate. I can get to that in a second. And guys that are efficient and move the ball. The reason I hate two-way players is it's basketball. It's not football. You're supposed to play two ways. Why am I acknowledging that you're playing defense?
Or acknowledging that you're not playing that you're not playing defense at all.
Correct. Correct. Better way of saying it.
All right, before we get you out of here, because we're up against a break here.
I'm leaving already. We have only done like 2 fake trades. I'll stay here all day with fake trades.
We'll get you back in next week.
Yeah, we've got
a deadline. Come on, in a few weeks.
We've got a huge 49ers game this weekend against Seattle. Do you think there's any chance that they go up there and beat the Seahawks?
I picked them today.
Oh,
my man. Come on.
Yeah.
Here's why I picked them. Let's start with the most important position in the sport. They have a better quarterback.
Sure.
Brock Purdy is better than Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold will tell you that Brock Purdy is better than him because Sam Darnold will tell you his career changed when he sat behind Brock Purdy for the year in San Francisco and took in all of what he does, which ironically, as we're just talking about point guards, is playing point guard. That's what Purdy does. I love Brock Purdy. I think that he's the most underrated winner in the sport right now. Do you realize if he gets back to the NFC Championship game, that's 3 already? I mean, you guys realize it. It's insane.
Yeah.
And they have the better coach, right? Kyle Shanahan, yes, he has blown leads left and right. And 28-3, oddly enough, sticks to him more than anyone else. And, oh, by the way, he was not the head coach of the team. Dan Quinn was the head coach, and Kyle Shanahan gets the label, but Dan Quinn in Washington, now Atlanta previously, somehow does not. I don't get that. So this Niners team has found ways to win. I don't trust Darnold in a big spot. I think the fact they played him a few weeks ago helps in a weird way. And also, my favorite player that doesn't play quarterback in the entire NFL, and I think the single most important non-quarterback in the NFL, is back for this game, and that is Trent Williams.
Yep. Between the 28-3 take not being Kyle Shanahan's fault and liking how the Kings are tanking, you can come back anytime, Evan. This has been really, really great.
I appreciate it. You have to help me. On the team or not on the team after the deadline. I'll give you the name. Quick yes or no. Sabonis.
Yes.
Yes.
Levine.
No.
Yes.
DeRozan.
No.
No.
Okay. All right. Good job.
I'm going to regret my answer on Levine. I'm being too optimistic. That's Evan Cohen, unsportsmanlike. You can hear him every day from 3 to 7 a.m. right here on ESPN 1320 and ESPN stations nationwide. Evan, thank you so much for dropping in, man. We really appreciate the time.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
There he goes. Evan Cohen with Canty and Michelle. It's a great show.
Nice.
Tap in. Before we head out, I've got a new underdog lineup. I've been giving you an underdog lineup every day this week, and it's been the same one because I feel so confident. It's the Josh Allen touchdown and the Christian McCaffrey lower on rushing yards and Brock Purdy throwing an interception. I got a new lineup. It's Underdog Daily Fantasy. Super easy. You jump in, you find players, you pick higher or lower on their stats. You can win up to 5,000 times their cash, and you can do so right here in California. Okay, download the app right now and then follow this lineup. They're doing a gimme pick at quarterback for the divisional round. Their number is set at 0. You pick that quarterback. If they throw and or rush for 1 yard, that's a win for you. I'm going Jake Tunges higher than 37.5 receiving yards. I think it's going to be a lot of Tunges. I think it's going to be. We got mad props coming up later, and I will discuss why I'm giving Jake Tunges mad props this weekend. So Jake Tunges higher on 37.5 receiving yards. Thomas Morstead higher than 3.5 punts. I think the Niners offense is going to be better. I still think they're going to punt quite a bit against the Seattle defense. And then Cooper Kupp, his number is sitting at 30.5 receiving yards. I'm going higher. I think the Niners are going to do everything they can to try and limit Jackson Smith and Jigba. And I think the response is going to be Cooper Kupp having an in case you forgot game. I'm going higher than 30.5 receiving yards for Cooper Kupp in my lineup on Underdog. I hope you like that lineup. I hope you follow it. So what are you waiting for? Download the Underdog app today and use promo code KYLEM. That's KYLEM to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code KYLEM, KYLEM. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Nailed it. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. Is Scott Perry being patient or is the NBA just changing? What does square one look like for the Kings? We've got mad props. Tons to get to in the final segment here on the Insiders. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. We're clear.
I'm going to grab a cup of coffee.
Yeah. I think so. That's going to hang up on Mitch again, and now he's going to tweet at me. He's going to be mad. I'm sorry, Mitch. Mitch, call back. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Hey, Jesse.
What's up, Kyle? What's up, Chatty House? Happy Friday.
I'm told in the copy, in the Underdog copy, I am told to read that link verbatim, including saying /. I can't say /. I have to say /. I think the 49ers have a good. I think the Niners have a good chance to win if Purdy doesn't turn it over.
Michigan. Fields and McNasty. I'm debating throwing Niners losing by 2 scores on the board today.
I love this.
I think they're losing by 10 at least.
Yeah.
I think the Seahawks are going to be able to take advantage of the 49ers' flaws in the way the Eagles weren't able to.
My confidence meter was at a 5 yesterday. I woke up today at a 2.
Oh, no. Zebra, what's up? Rest Dog. Michael. Scooter, I'm just being honest, man.
Yeah, I think it
gets to a point where it's like, yes, you're able to play well with all these backups and things like that, but you're also going to eventually run into a team that's able to take advantage of that as well. Philly was not that.
I tend to agree. I think the only way San Francisco wins is if Seattle gets complacent, and I don't think they will because this is a division game.
Wheezy, Germs, John Poles, Kyle Renata, shout out Sharks, TC.
Do I agree with this?
Friday, Soren.
Seattle.
Zabel, what's up?
I think I guess. Oh, what's up, TC? What's up, Kyle R?
It's Mac 10. Spencer, how you guys doing?
James and I were prepping for the show today, and then we started yapping with our boss, and then we looked down, and it was 9:54.
Oh, nice.
We usually start at 9:57, so we didn't get to say good morning to everybody. Hey, this is facts.
Just try to do my job.
This is just facts. Bro.
Lock in, everybody.
Dude, get dialed.
Me and
Big win
Kyle
for
will be
the
at the
Tap-
tank at some point this year too.
Hey, after we'll find a day
Yeah.
after football season's over, or once the Niners lose this weekend, we'll go. Station is not off Monday. We will be here.
Oh, is
I
there
will be here.
Norm? Go to
10 seconds.
El Tapatio.
Yeah, it sounds like a good spot.
Yeah, it's the old Chevys.
Hell yeah. I miss Tex-Mex. Can't wait.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. He's James. Jesse Tapia is helping us out on the ones and twos. We got Mitch on the line at 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. We'll get to Mitch in a second. We'll get into my Scott Perry patience question here in a second. I'm doing a giveaway at 106.5 The End. I have talked about this before, but if you're new to the program, I host I love K-pop, and I host a K-pop show on 106.5 The End on Saturdays at 9 a.m. Well, we have BTS tickets to give away. BTS is the biggest K-pop group of all time. And they have been out. They've been doing solo stuff, but they had their mandatory military service and they took it at different times. So they have not. I think their last tour was 2021. Last time they performed, 2021. I think maybe 2020. So this is a big deal that they're coming. That they're back, and these tickets are a big deal. So Kevin has a show on 106. Kevin from the Wake Up Call has a show on 106.5 The End after the Wake Up Call. And they were going to give those tickets away during his show. Well, he is not here. So they said, hey, Kyle, do you want to give away these tickets? And I said, yes. So I run over there and I've got some stuff to do after the show and I'll go knock it out. So I've been doing posts on, it doesn't matter. People are insane when it comes to giveaways, just in general.
Yeah.
You give away tickets, people want those tickets. BTS in particular, when you start looping in K-pop fans who are a special group, it gets wild. So I did a post asking people just what song are you hoping to hear at the BTS show. A few people, sending a song, been entering every day, trying to win these tickets, that kind of thing. There's one person who has commented 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 times with different songs.
Oh.
That's not the game. Also, it's very clear in the post, this is not the giveaway. You're not entering by naming songs. Just give me one.
It's like the Survivor thing we talked about the other day.
Holy smokes, man. Golly.
It's like the guy on Survivor that could name every Taylor Swift song ever.
Yes. It's like this person is either like that or they're just going through their most played and they're like, oh, yeah, there's a beat.
Oh, just trying to enter to win?
Yeah.
Oh.
No, you got to hit the keyword, 12 o'clock. It says that in the post. Lock in.
Boy, you're going to be really popular.
I am. I am very popular right now.
Do you have to do a live show?
No. Well, yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of. But that's after this. And yeah, I've gotten a bunch of people reaching out and I can't wait to see my popularity plummet as soon as I'm done giving away these things. Anyways, speaking of popularity, let's get out to our guy Mitch in New Jersey. Mitch, if you don't bring your typical energy to this call, Lord help me. Mitch, go ahead.
I'm in trouble. How you doing, Kyle? James.
What's up?
Well, happy Friday.
Come on. Go ahead.
Happy Friday.
There's some weekend. There's gonna be some weekend, right? Football. We could have the USC guys mean the following weekend, but it seems like 49ers are just playing with house money. Festivus miracle when you think about the 49ers. Same thing with the Rams. So it could be for third time. I might repeat myself. And we're over with my Dodgers. I really wanted Cody Bellinger, and I hope, and I can't believe that Bo Machek got picked up by the Mets. The Dodgers could put Bo right at second base or shortstop, put Mookie back in the outfield. I'm ticked off with the Dodgers. You guys have a nice weekend.
Wow. Whoo! Angry Dodger fan was not a thing I expected to get today.
I did not expect Mitch to be a Dodgers fan.
I thought for sure we were getting a Sam Darnold take because he's a big USC guy.
Oh, yeah.
I thought for sure we were getting a Darnold take.
I'm very confused what Mitch in New Jersey has all of these affiliations to either Sacramento or LA teams.
I think Mitch is from East LA. I think he's mentioned or something like that. He's got an LA connection. There's something there.
Okay.
And then he went out to New Jersey. I'm not sure. I don't know what the Kings thing is. It's kind of the Kings thing.
Was he in? Was he in? They were in Rochester.
Oh, yeah.
And I believe he was in Rochester when they were in Rochester or something.
I mean, that's a long time ago. They haven't been in Rochester since the 60s.
Well,
at least.
I don't think Mitch is a spring chicken.
That's true.
I think it's that. Anyways, doesn't matter. That's James Ham and Kyle Madsen. We're the insiders. I had this question because I've been not hard on Scott Perry, but I've been like, dude, the patience thing doesn't work here. You can't sit here and spout, well, we're being patient. We're maintaining flexibility. We don't want to be rash. We don't want to do anything crazy. We're just taking our time. Like you can't, okay, to an extent.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really hard to tell this particular fan base, hey, everybody relax. Like, buddy, waited 16 years, got 1 year in the playoffs, and now we're here again.
Yeah.
We're back where we were 10 years ago.
And maybe 20 even worse. Like, this is a bad spot to be in right
Yes.
now. Yeah.
So I've been very anti, like, dude, you can't sit here, and if players are going to come available, you can't keep going pass because we're maintaining flexibility. So Monty McNair did.
Yeah.
So anyways, I want to pull back on that a little bit. And I want to give Scott Perry some grace in this way. A, because it's year one. I understand that. B, we're not to the trade deadline yet. I understand that. C, did I say A or 1? C/3. I think this is a NBA, I'm going to say issue. Like this is an NBA driven situation because I was reading today about how the Miami Heat and Memphis Grizzlies have not had substantial talks about John Morant because the Heat are going, we don't want salary on our books in 2028.
Mm-hmm.
You've heard a bunch of teams positioning themselves for 2027, including the Sacramento Kings.
Yes.
With the fact that the 2027 and 2028 free agency classes could be very strong, with the fact that teams are dealing with second aprons, with the fact that you've got teams like Phoenix who are dealing with apron stuff and not very good. Like Phoenix is good. I'm not trying to drag the Suns. That's a good team. But like they shouldn't be an apron team, right?
Yeah.
Like you've got teams navigating because it wasn't like, okay, you get this grace period before the apron start. It was like, nope, they start now. And so it's teams reconfiguring their spending habits and their rosters and how they evaluate players and how they value players to try and work within this apron system. I think this is a league-wide problem. I don't, again, problem not like in a bat, like this is a league-wide thing. Every team is dealing with this, where even if Scott Perry didn't want to be patient, even if Scott Perry went, hey, I want to make moves today. I'm going to make moves today. Let's go. Let's get it go.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of teams that are like, you know what, man? Hey, we just don't want that Zach LaVine contract. Like we just don't. Forget it. We don't.
It doesn't matter how good he is or how bad he is. Or
we don't. It's not about today. We're looking at 2027.
Yeah. Well, if they're looking at 2027, Zach LaVine is the perfect person to trade for.
Sure.
Because he's a $49 million
maybe they're dealing,
contract.
Maybe they're dealing with aprons right now, whatever it is.
That's what it comes down to.
Yes.
I believe it really does come down to like
it's
the
the combination of the things is what I mean.
Yeah. And I like what what Evan said.
Mm-hmm.
Like there is this thing with when it comes to the league that it's not that teams, don't want to spend, that they don't want to be the Dodgers.
Mm-hmm.
It's that the league has changed the rules so much that they can't.
Right.
And that's really, really limiting what's going on. And I'm hearing that, like when I'm having discussions within the walls of Golden One Center, I'm having those discussions about literally like there is no way to work this thing out in some of these with some of these players because the league has like gone to a complete halt. Like it's like bumper to bumper traffic out there. Everyone's looking around like we're all stuck.
Yeah.
And it's really tough. And I actually put on the rundown that I think his Perry's biggest misstep is getting into this weird situation with Kuminga and the Warriors. And it feels like, you try to date somebody, but they still hang out with their ex. And like sometimes it's good and sometimes it's bad. And sometimes you're wondering what exactly just happened. And like, where did you whatever. But I'm now thinking about as we're going through this and wondering, is this not the perfect scenario where it sure does seem like Scott Perry's been really busy. He's been working that phone trying to get that Jonathan Kuminga deal done for 6 months. And at the same time, he probably knew the whole time it was not going to get done, and that it's a really good distraction for everybody out there that's been wondering, like, can you get something? Come on, we got to move. And it's like, well, we got to wait on this Kuminga thing to make sure it doesn't like pan out because we might be able to get this underappreciated 23-year-old that could be part of our future. And so I do think that there's a little bit of that, but I also just the dynamics of the NBA right now are so brutal. Like everyone is looking around going, okay, like we want to get better. Just think if you're Giannis Antetokounmpo and you're looking around, you're like, can you guys just go get me some players? And they're like, we can't.
Right.
Number one, we don't have any cap space. Number two, in order to get you players, we got to give up half of our rotation because in order to get a Zach LaVine, you're going to have to give a minimum is Bobby Portis and Kyle Kuzma. And for those of you out there with a calculator, that's about $36 million in salary. You need another $11 million. Like, so what does that mean to the rest of your rotation? Like, you're just going to have to start giving players away. And so there is like, it's very complicated and completing 3-team deals. The problem with 3-team deals, there's 2 teams in the league that have any flexibility at all. So every team in the league is already going to them about a 3-team deal. And so it's whether or not you can be the team that wins out, and they're going to want something in order to be part of that because they're the only, it's supply and demand. They're the only one with the supply and everybody else is like trying to get to them. And like, it's tough.
And this is the other, this is, I maybe only semi-related, but I also think that the era of, just get stars in the building and we'll figure it out, I think it's kind of over. Where teams are no longer saying, Ja Morant, let's get Ja Morant. Trae Young, whatever you can do to get Trae Young in the building, you have to get him. I think that's gone. I think there are so many teams 10 years ago, if Giannis's agent asked for a trade, Giannis would have been out of there.
Oh, yeah.
Because every team would have been like, it's the big 3 era. Giannis is going to be part of a big 3. Let's go. That's not happening anymore. And I think teams are looking around and going, hey, okay, before we start trading for these contracts or trading for point, we're just going to settle. We need to sit and figure out where our team is, where the league is, who of our players are we going to pay? And then is Zach LaVine at $40 million? Are we still competitive there? Or do we wait until he's a free agent and see if we can get Zach LaVine for $20 million? And I think the entire league is just in a holding pattern.
Yeah.
Because I've never Trae Young going for next to nothing. Ja Morant makes it. Ja Morant's available, and it's like crickets. It's a very, very strange. Giannis is available, and the Rockets are like pass. Spurs pass. OKC pass. Knicks are like, in this very specific deal.
Yeah.
It is. So I'm going to, on some level, and again, this is not a blanket statement. This is going to be situation dependent. But I'm going to give Scott Perry some grace here because I think Scott Perry wants nothing else than to get rid of the contracts the Kings have and to bring in potentially some younger players and to compile and to pile up draft picks. I think he wants nothing more than that.
Yeah.
And I think I do believe that they are trying to do stuff. But
I know they're trying to do stuff.
I would not be shocked if, and this isn't just the Kings. I wouldn't be shocked if Jonathan Kuminga's on the Warriors after the deadline. I wouldn't be shocked if John Moran is on the Grizzlies after the deadline. I wouldn't be shocked if Anthony Davis is still with Dallas after the deadline. Michael Porter Jr. still in
Brooklyn. Yep.
I wouldn't be shocked at all if just no big names get moved because teams are like, you know what? We don't want to touch it right now because we're waiting to see what 2026, 2027 and beyond look like.
Well, and that's why I believe that a player like Keon Ellis, who is extremely affordable to get and will just cost you a pick, is actually a brilliant player to have on your roster right now. Like it's a perfect player that like
Who's that?
Keon.
No, sure.
It's not that you want to trade Keon
Mhm.
and that you don't want Keon,
Mhm.
but you have to understand the value of Keon and starting over with a younger player. And you already have Neat Clifford, and maybe he can develop into and have some of the tendencies that Keon has. And so it's a perpetual cycle of, moving forward in the NBA. But at the same time, the Kings have to figure out ways to bring in assets. And one way is exactly like this. Like, again, I'll bring up the 2016 trade of DeMarcus Cousins. When the Kings made that trade, the pick that they were getting back from New Orleans was supposed to be like a very everyone thought New Orleans was going to be good and they would make the playoffs. And so that pick was supposed to be like 17, 18, 19. That's not what happened. They collapsed. They collapsed. And then I think AD got hurt and they ended up being out. They didn't make the playoffs. And that pick ended up being the 10th pick in the draft. That's why, like right now, hey man, it's possible. It's sort of like a high, it's a gamble. If you're going to trade Keon, I'm going to choose a team that if I got 3 teams to say, hey, I'll give you a first round pick for Keon. And all of them look like they're going to be in the 20s. I'm looking and going, which one of these teams has the biggest chance of blowing up? Because that pick can be anywhere. And so that's where, again, I think that the Kings are in a pretty good spot when it comes to some of the moves they can make. There are other times where they're not in a good spot at all. And you're like, oh boy.
Yeah, for sure. Damien's going to join us next for the handoff. We'll continue talking Kings. We'll continue talking Niners, Seahawks. That's all next on the Insiders, ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader. I have to go.
He's leaving.
I just need to get out the break.
Hello. What's going on?
Not much, man. How are you? It's my fault.
Somebody asked me this question earlier. I just wanted to get to it real quick. I also like pop music. It's not the nationality that matters. It is that the Korean entertainment industry is very, very different. What?
It's not the same.
Yeah, it's
very
a different
different type
music.
of
Yeah,
music,
it's a little bit different sound. So, yeah, that's it.
I love the beats that you throw in for our rejoiners and stuff.
Yeah, it's just it's a different sound. They also do a great job of marketing their artists. So you start to get you start to follow groups and get into groups because of the way the artists are.
Mhm.
And
Well,
that's
and you have a really, really broad, like eclectic taste when it comes to music, anyways.
yeah, I'll listen to.
Yeah, or I don't.
Anyways,
That's fine.
coming back.
Kenny doesn't either.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. That's James. Damian Barling's here for the handoff. Jesse Tapia is also here.
Yes, sir.
Hell yeah.
It's been a fun show, man. It's been I missed your guest, but I caught a lot of the open and then the first hour about the Kings stuff, man. There's some really good stuff in there from our Kings insider.
Dude, I said it last night. I was trying to figure out, gosh, what? I know I'm looking Kings Wizards. Like, there's nothing there. And then James goes, I've got some King stuff. Yes.
Yeah.
Great.
Well, I mean,
Let's talk about it.
Yeah, like all of the stuff, James talked about. Like you guys, I mean, in Domas being back tonight, it sounds like that's a go. I think the different. Yeah. One thing I didn't even think of until you guys were talking. I think James, you brought it up. Not just Domas is back, but so is Dennis.
Mm-hmm.
So now, like, all right. So what does tonight specifically look like for Malik?
Mm-hmm.
What does it look like for Dylan? What does it look like for Max? What's it look like for Doug? Like how do things change tonight? Does Domas start? Does he come off the bench? Are we watching minutes? A game that really had no interesting storyline other than can the Kings win a fourth in a row? Are they going to beat 3 playoff teams and then lose to a team, with a similar record to them? Like, what does that look like? Suddenly has a bunch of different storylines that have me kind of tuned into a Friday night game.
Yeah, man. I
locked into a Friday night game.
Yeah, there's interest. And that's what we were talking about earlier. I'm not having you can't have with where the Kings are, you can't have the tanking conversation in January. Like, you just can't. You can internally or among your friends, or we'll talk about it on the Insiders and D'Lo and KC and here on the handoff. But when they lose in January, you can go, that's fine. Losses are good. But the Kings internally aren't like, hey guys, how do we lose as many games as possible?
Yeah.
That's a March problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a when you see, okay, let's see. All right, we're playing the Hornets tonight. All right, hey guys, if DeMar's on the team or whoever, you guys got to sit. We got to like, that's when that becomes a thing. So this is just such a more entertaining conversation to have of, okay, Domas is back.
Mm-hmm.
How many minutes does he play? Does he start? What does it look like for Dylan? Mm-hmm. Like, this is such a better, like, this is as far as the Kings can have a good problem. This is a good problem to have.
Well, and you brought up something really interesting there.
Yes.
You've got Westbrook and you've got DeMar, and you're going to go down the stretch of the season here where it's like, hey, we're probably going to ask you guys to play fewer minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Those guys don't want to play fewer minutes. Yeah. And I don't mean in general.
Mm-hmm.
They're both looking at their careers coming to a close. They both know that they're within a year, maybe 2 of retiring, both of them.
Mm-hmm.
And they also are watching themselves move up every single scoring list, every single assist list, the steals list, all of it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that they're going to be willing participants in a full-fledged tank in the second half of the season?
So I was thinking about that, and here's a conversation I'm willing to have. And I know I am significantly more biased on this, but there might be some Kings fans who have gotten on board with this idea. Is I'd ask Russ, do you want to play next year? Because we'd love to have you. You've been an incredible like our fan base loves you. You've been great for these young men here. We would love to have you back.
Yep.
With that in mind, how would you like to approach the second part of this season?
Yep.
We are out of the playoffs. We have no shot at the playoffs. Our goal is, to make some moves, for these more expensive contracts that we have, kind of get off those. And we know the lottery system is very much a lottery system right now. We're going to continue to go out there. We're going to play a lot of Max. We're going to play a lot of Nick. We're going to play a lot of those guys. What would you like your role to be in that? Because we would like you back here. If they don't want him back, you don't have to ask that question, because if Russ is upset, if he doesn't want to, sorry, man.
You just ask if you want to be waived after the deadline.
Yeah,
Right.
like that's what you do. But if you see Russell Westbrook as someone that you do want around to work with these young guys, I'd ask him, like, how do you want to approach this? Like, if you just want to run as normal, let's run as normal. If you want to play full minutes when you play, maybe we pull back on the number of games that you play over the final 30 or whatever. Let's do that. But if any vet that you like, and I understand there aren't very many, it's really Russ and no one else, that you'd like to be a part of this team next year, you ask that question too. I'm not asking DeMar. That was a really long-winded way. Like, they want to move DeMar. Like, we know that. I'm probably not asking DeMar that question. It's like, hey, here's what we're doing, man. Sorry.
Well, that, and I think when you go and sign Dennis Schroeder, you're like, okay, Dennis, we're signing you because we're trying to win 40, 45 games. We're trying to balance it, keep this thing rolling. It's the death by mid-level, right?
Right.
They now realize that that's off the table. Yeah. And there's no reason to have Dennis Schroeder finish this season, and there is no reason for Dennis Schroeder to be here next season.
Facts.
Unless you personally feel like he's going to be the guy who mentors a young point guard that you may or may not be able to acquire. Well, if that's the case, okay, but that's probably not. And you probably have Russ that you could have for cheaper,
right,
who could do the same exact thing. And so I would look for Dennis to be potentially, available right now. DeMar, like, there are players on this roster that you almost have to clear out so you can full tank. Like, what Evan was talking about earlier was hilarious. It's like, the Kings are the only team I've ever seen that brings in a bunch of, like, future Hall of Famers. They've got, 2 Hall of Famers, 2 All-Stars outside of that, and they're bad. But you can't say, hey, you're tanking. It's like, no, we're not tanking. We're playing DeMar DeRozan 35 minutes a night. We're playing Russell Westbrook 35 minutes a night. We're not tanking.
We just stink.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but still, it's a tank.
Yeah, you get good players that don't work together.
Yeah.
And you go, great. Look, we're trying. Well, we're trying to win.
Bad chemistry experience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I asked this question a while back, and I don't know if we ever got to it, but I can't believe I've gotten here with the Russell Westbrook thing, where if a team calls and says, hey, we would like to have Russell Westbrook on our team, a team's not going to give you a first-round pick for Russell Westbrook at this point. They're not going to give you anything substantial for him. I almost think, to what you were saying, Damian, if you have that conversation with Russ and go, hey, look, you want to talk extension? We think you're great for this team, and you embody kind of what we would like our team to be. What do you think about a 2-3 year extension after the season? If he's like, yeah, let's do it. I don't think you can trade him. I think he's become too important.
I think there's another reason you don't trade him. One, the main reason is,
you would be upset.
Obviously, respect where he's at. Like, he signed here for James, I think it was essentially a league minimum or an actual league minimum.
It's a league
deal.
minimum.
Right.
Yeah, California was a part of the equation. It's like, hey, New York is desperate to find Minnesota is desperate to find a point guard. They called us. How do you feel about that for the final stretch of the season? Because because everyone says, a contender's going to call. To the best of my knowledge, and I feel like my knowledge is strong on this one, there were conversations with the Knicks before the season started. He didn't want to do it.
Sure.
That's signing as a free agent to choose your destination. He chose to come to Sacramento. Whether it was lack of options or this, that, you guys can, it could be whatever it is. But I'd ask, Minnesota is in desperate need of a point guard. They called and asked about you. It's not a deal that like it's a second round pick. It's going to be a late second round pick. We have no interest in doing it unless
you want to go compete.
Yeah.
Because you see where we're at 41 games through the season, assuming that call took place right now. You see where we're at 41 games into the season. If you have aspirations to go compete for a championship or be on a contending team, yeah, it's going to be pretty easy to make that happen. Everybody has watched what you've done this year. But if you want to ride this out with us, we want to ride it out with you.
Yeah, and I'm looking. DeMar DeRozan has every opportunity here to move into the top 20 all time in scoring this season. Like him and Steph are 21 and 22, but John Havlicek is 319 points ahead of him, and Paul Pierce is 2 points ahead of that. Like both of those guys will probably be in the top 20 by the end of the season, and that's something that DeMar is going to want to do. If you can't support that here. If you can't say, hey, look, we're going to give you the opportunity to go out there and score 20 a night the last 25 games or the last 41 games of the season, do you want to go somewhere else? He's going to say yes, because a lot of this is about the legacy stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, with Russ, it feels like every day he sets a new all-time record for something or he moves up some list, but it feels so intentional for him.
I feel like DeMar and Russ are in different spaces.
I do too.
Okay.
Yep.
How so? Because I feel like on the surface, they're in very similar spaces.
Yes, on the surface. I think Russ recognizes I think Russ loves to play basketball. Yep. I think he loves to play basketball. He loves to compete. I absolutely believe Russell Westbrook wants to play basketball next year, potentially the year after that. I don't believe basketball is more important than his family. And I think Russ also has a lot of other things, the Honor the Gifts clothing line, the Why Not Foundation, everything that he's got going on in Southern California. I feel like that stuff is just as important to him at this point in his life and his career as well. Not saying that, DeMar doesn't have those things also, but DeMar, I think DeMar's, I don't mean this to sound bad. I think DeMar's identity right now is still professional basketball.
I know. I get what you're saying.
I don't think Russell Westbrook is.
He's not looking beyond his NBA career
right.
at the moment.
The man loves his family. He loves, whether he's got foundation, all of that stuff.
When it comes to basketball decisions, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, that, and I'm going to say, like, I don't buy the aw shucks, I didn't know I passed so-and-so tonight from Russ. I don't buy it. He's been a guy who's literally walked over to the scorer's table and checked his stat line all game, every game, his entire career. He knows exactly where he is on all these things. And he's sitting here checking boxes and like, how high can I get on all of these lists? I think DeMar, again, they pan a camera down to DeMar last night when he surpassed somebody. What did he passed Kevin Garnett last game. And DeMar's embarrassed to be on camera like that. Like, it's like they're panning down and he's got a smile, but it's kind of like, oh boy, like this, I didn't know. And, I think DeMar still thinks of himself as a 30-year-old dude who can score 20 points every single time he goes out on the court. I think Russ looks at Sacramento as a very, very good vehicle to get a ton of stats on the way out the door. And that's not a bad thing. It's just like, where else is he going to get to play 30 plus minutes and just go do whatever he does? Like, not many places are going to give him that opportunity, and be in California, closer to family. I think it's one of those things where he's like, okay, yeah, like Sacramento makes sense because I can still go be me there. Where DeMar's like, hey, I still consider myself a 20 point per game scorer. And
I think he could be Russ in Minnesota.
Yeah,
I absolutely think he could be Russell Westbrook in Minnesota, the Russell Westbrook that we know. I don't know that he has I don't know that he has a desire to do it.
Yeah. And I also
I didn't mean there. I don't know that he has a desire to do it in Minnesota.
If I'm the Kings and Minnesota's calling, I'm like, okay, so I have a luxury item here. It's called Dennis Schroeder. And I also over here, I have a Malik Monk. I got a $3.5 million. I've got a $14 million. I got a 8. Which model would you like? Yeah. Like I think the Kings they might have cornered the market on like point guards and backup point guards in this trade cycle that are obtainable. And that's a good thing because, I mean, we know Houston is going to need somebody.
Yeah.
Like, and maybe they're not on the Malik Monk train, but maybe they're looking at Dennis Schroeder and saying, well, Schroeder does at least try on defense.
Dennis is a guy who feels like he fits Houston.
Yeah, because
well.
Shepard is a perfectly fine scorer,
and he will clearly slap a bitch.
But that dude,
allegedly,
I think Houston loves that.
Yeah, well, that and let's be honest, Reed Shepard does not play any type of defense at all. I mean, like I have seen like maybe 2 or 3 players in the history of the Sacramento Kings, which is a bad history, that play defense as poorly as him. So, I mean, maybe they are looking. Maybe again, the Knicks called on Dennis Schroeder. They wanted Dennis Schroeder before the season started. They lost out because of the money situation. I would not be surprised if the Knicks come calling again, because they already have earlier in the season, it sounded like. But I would not be surprised if the Knicks are calling on Schroeder. And if you're the Kings, you're just sitting here like, okay. Like,
I'm sure last night adds to the fuel to that too.
Yeah.
Way they played last night.
Yeah.
This is completely unrelated to what we're talking about, but we're looking at the list of all-time scorers and where DeMar DeRozan is, and James was talking about that. Kevin Durant's going to pass Michael Jordan this year?
Yeah, that checks out.
All-time points? That's
sure.
I did not realize Kevin Durant was up at 7th.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, it sounds weird when you say he's going to pass Michael Jordan. Jordan's obviously very high on the list, but he wasn't like 2.
Yeah, he's 5.
You know what I mean? Like he was. You said he was 5.
Yeah.
Well, he retired for a year and a half in the middle of his prime, and then for another 2 years later, right?
This is right. I just did not realize that Kevin Durant was.
He's one of the game's great scorers.
Yeah,
I mean,
of course,
obviously,
of course.
obviously, but he's a guy who I feel like
he wins 2 titles with anyone other than Golden State, and he's one of the 10 greatest players to ever play basketball.
He's a guy we've kind of not given the credit he deserves.
I agree.
Because he kind of lives in this weird era of LeBron and Steph, where it's like, no, KD is absolutely like very much a part of that era, like a pillar of that LeBron into Steph era.
Yeah. Not to mention all the Olympic stuff he did.
Sure.
You're listening to KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader, always free on the Odyssey app. I feel like LeBron got I don't know, I don't want to say underrated, but I feel like a lot of the vitriol towards LeBron was around the decision, right? And I feel like the same thing happened to Kevin Durant.
Listen to these accolades real quick. 15-time All-Star, 2-time NBA champ, 2-time Finals MVP, 2-time All-Star MVP, All-Rookie, 4-time scoring champ, 11-time All-NBA, Rookie of the Year, MVP, top 75 anniversary team.
He's about to be top 5 in scoring all time.
Those are LeBron-like accolades.
He's one of the 10 greatest ever.
That's pretty insane. I mean, it's a bummer. LeBron's All-NBA, insane All-NBA streak is going to end.
Yeah,
maybe. I mean,
he can only miss one more game, right?
Oh,
right.
yeah. That's right.
He can only miss one more.
Yeah,
he's gonna miss more than one.
It seems like it.
It's so funny. You could list all that. There's a group. I don't know how big the group of people is anymore, but you could say everything Jesse just said. You could be like, yeah, he's top 5 in scoring. People would be like, yeah, but burner accounts.
All right, man.
Great, cool.
Okay.
Well, I'm not saying you have to hang out with the guy.
I think it plays.
And by the way, he dumped those burner accounts a long time ago and just tells you to F off with his actual handle now.
Which is great.
Which is amazing.
It's authentic.
Yeah, like it's amazing.
I also think when you look at the way he came into the league, first of all, Scott Perry was there in Seattle. He's part of the Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook, James Harden. He's there for all of that. And it shows you, number one, that's one build that Scott was part of that really found success, right? But it was also Kevin Durant is a one of one. Like, I don't know if that player exists in this year's draft. And that's why, like we talk about, there are different ways that Scott Perry can build this. And I don't think he's going to go all young players. He's not going to strip it down like the 2017 Sacramento Kings, where they had 3 first-round picks, an early second, and they brought Bogdan over. They had 5 rookies in 1 year. They added to 4 rookies from the year before. I don't think we're going to see that. We're going to see a couple of young players high end in the draft, and then we're going to see them try to build a roster that's 27 and below, that's 25 25, 26, 27 that are around Keegan's age. So that's going to be sort of your veterans bringing along this young group. You might have one or two guys that are over 30 that are there to help out and be part of it. But I think, like, when we talk about tearing this thing down, I don't think it means the same thing that it meant like when the Kings purged everything and in the DeMarcus Cousins trade and brought in all these other players and then traded to get more first round picks in that 2017 draft. I think it's going to look a little different.
Yeah, we were talking about the idea of square one last night. And I still think you're ostensibly tearing everything down. That doesn't mean you're going to have a bunch of 19-year-olds. Doesn't mean you're turning into the Wizards. But you have to tear this down.
What our rookies are 23.
Yeah, right. You have to. You have to tear this down.
Yeah.
And so square one. I when I say you got to get to square one, I mean resetting where we're not looking at their contracts going, God, can they get off of that contract? Like that's all that means to me. It's
Casey and I talked about this in a very different way the other day, in that where the true setback in the De'Aaron Fox trade was not only like, did you not strip it down with the De'Aaron Fox trade, you put yourself in a position where you actually couldn't strip it down.
Right.
Like you just kind of handcuffed yourself. And it's like, well, shoot, this didn't work. We'll try to fix it.
Yeah.
I don't know if we can, but we'll try.
Yeah.
And that's the state we're in right now, is the we'll try stage.
Yeah.
Well, that, and, you know, like we always talk about, like I relate these things to other things. It's almost like not only did you get a really expensive house, but you got a really expensive house in like a depreciating neighborhood. And so it just like all of a sudden the NBA landscape changed, and the Kings would have been so much better off just taking Zach Collins and holding out for maybe Stephon Castle, but maybe another first round pick or something in the Fox deal. That's where they should have gone. The fact that they added Kevin Huerter into the deal and they brought back Zach LaVine, and this isn't even a knock on Zach. It's just like the ship had already sailed. You know, I've said this so many times. Like when we were watching the great teams, the Sacramento Kings teams in the early 2000s, nobody knew that when Chris Webber took that bad step in Dallas, that the attempted dynasty was over. It was May 8th, 2003. He takes a bad step. We had no idea. And it took 2 years, 3 years to figure out that it was over. But it was over right there. When you traded De'Aaron Fox, when you fired Mike Brown and then traded De'Aaron Fox, Beam Team was over. We just didn't really, it was like we're reeling, like trying to keep up with the cycle of it, and not realizing that was the moment it all ended. And it probably ended
We
before
decided
that.
it was when Harrison's shot missed.
Yeah.
It's like that's when it ended.
Yeah.
They won one more game after that, but it felt like it ended right there. Given the way the next season started.
Yeah, when to that point, and I know that Monty McNair and the front office weren't and Vivek weren't looking at it this way, but when you traded De'Aaron, you just needed to go great. Everything's got to go.
Yeah, it's what they did when they traded DeMarcus. It was like you traded DeMarcus, you threw in Omri Caspi, you waived Matt Barnes, and you kept going. It was like more and more. You're like, oh wow,
yeah,
that was a cleanse.
Yeah,
like what just happened?
But there was this like weird, get Zach LaVine and now you'd be competitive. Like, no, you can't.
Well, I was going
to
bring up this other thing that, you know, one of the frustrating things for me with the Kuminga deal is that teams have done this before with what like the Warriors did.
Contract or potential
his
trade?
contract thing. The Kings did this with Harrison Barnes. They signed Harrison Barnes to a 3-year deal. First, they had a deal worked out. Then they walked away from the table, spent 2 weeks trying to sign Kyle Kuzma and a couple other guys, then came back and said, all right, Harrison, we're going to do it. But we're going to tell you right now, we're giving you 17, 18, and 19 million over the next 3 years. There's a very, very, very good chance you will not see year 2 of that. You will see it. You'll see it somewhere else. And we're going to use you as a placeholder. But then they played him, and he was still part of everything. It's just that he might get traded. That's how you're supposed to do this. What you're not supposed to do is make it so everyone in the league knows that you don't want the player, You don't have any interest in him as a person or anything else. You just want him as a contract. And so that's where I think that's what always makes it feel icky to me, what's happened here with Kuminga. And I don't know if he's going to be a good player or not. I have no idea, but just the handling of it has been weird.
So that was the OG pause, right? Didn't it? Weren't they? They were talking to Harrison. All of a sudden, they stopped, and I think they were pursuing OG and Anunoby. Maybe Kyle Kuzma was a part of that.
Yeah, they offered Kuzma the same money that he took with Washington. That
Got
summer.
it.
4-year 100 or whatever it was.
I think you say something. You've said it before. You said it today, Kyle, that I don't think is fair. You said it's something along the lines of if Jonathan Kuminga is the player that Jonathan Kuminga thinks Jonathan Kuminga is, or something like that, but he's not. It always ends with "but he's not."
Correct.
And that's fine. I think one of the frustrating things about this current situation with Kuminga in the Warriors is, to me, he's almost like a draft pick who's just milling around in the league. Like, I don't know who Jonathan Kuminga is as a player. Like, we were talking about Kuminga yesterday, the four of us, and I saw the chat there were some people in the chat asking, well, what if Steve Kerr is right? What if Jonathan Kuminga is this and Jonathan Kuminga is that? Well, great. Now I know. Now you know. Now the league knows. Now everybody knows. Steve was right. Well done. But I feel like right now he's stuck in a bad situation. And maybe based on some remarks from Draymond Green, Steph Curry, I think even Jimmy Butler last night after their win, he hasn't created a toxic situation for the Golden State Warriors, but he himself is in a toxic situation in which he can't get out of. Some of that is his own fault. He made the decision. His agent made the decision. They made the decision to sign that contract and ensure they got, a guaranteed 20-something million with the potential of a guaranteed 40-something million, when he could have signed the 8, and he'd either be on a new team right now or would be free to be on a new team in 5 months or whatever. Point being, I don't think we know who he is as a player. I don't think he's gotten a fair opportunity to show who he is as a player. And that's why, has he gotten opportunities to show? Sure. Maybe in limited quantities, maybe in specific situations. Maybe he hasn't turned into exactly what Golden State wanted, but it also felt like Golden State wanted or perhaps needed him to be something immediately. And he was still a young player in the league who was like, okay, well, wait, what is that? And then you've got, Draymond Green. You've got the pressure of playing with Steph Curry. You've got the pressure of the Warriors dynasty sitting on you, which had just, they've got that 2022 championship. Like, you have him and Moses Moody, I think, entered the league with a pressure that most rookies don't experience.
Sure.
Just because you're usually drafted by Sacramento. Or, of course, Sacramento when it drafted at the top of the draft. Of course not. They don't draft till 13. But you know what I mean? You're drafted to a bad Detroit team. You're drafted to a bad Orlando team. You're drafted to a bad ABCDEF team. You're not drafted to a team that won a title, hit really, really tough lot, got a ton of injuries. Steph wound up not playing. Draymond quit. Clay is coming off like his 9th surgery in 4 months, and oh, by the way, they're all back. And they might be title contenders again. So find a way to fit in. Then you've got this 2 timeline thing where they get married to this idea of, we are going to maximize Steph in our group right here while bringing along, and we're going to create, and I thought it was going to happen too, we're going to create the next Warriors dynasty before this one even ends.
Right.
Those
Which
are
is not how it works.
Insane expectations.
Sure.
That is an insane level of pressure. And I wonder, I'm not saying it has or it hasn't. I'm saying I wonder if that factors into some of the shortcomings that you point out about him as a player on the court.
Maybe. Like, it's definitely, like I said, I don't think Golden State's handled this perfectly, but I also think that they are devoid of talent. That is not a talented basketball team. Jonathan Kuminga could help them immensely. And every time he starts to get some tick, he makes some mistake or some series of mistakes. It's like, all right, still not figuring this
You
out.
have to have the leeway to make a mistake, though.
Yeah, but right, and he has,
And you
he's
have
made
to
the
be able
same-
to play
and it's
through
been
it.
the same mistakes over and over and over, and now okay, you're gonna get pulled off.
But
pulled off
that's
the
what I
court
mean.
because you
He
can't figure
didn't
it
get
out.
an opportunity to develop as a young player.
I'm going to add this. I look at
Hold on 1 second. Do you
Yeah.
disagree with that?
a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, but here's the rub. It's that I keep saying, like, realistically, it's the same conversation that we're having about Kuminga. It's the same battle that me and Kenny have about Keegan Murray. I don't think Keegan's ever had the opportunity to become the offensive player that he should have been. And I think the Kings hamstrung him by bringing in DeMar DeRozan and taking away an opportunity for him to elevate and be a second or third scorer on that team.
Mhm.
But Keegan Murray made himself into the best defensive player on the team and one of the better defensive, 3-and-D wings. Well, not three, but wings in the NBA. I mean, he is a remarkable defender. And that's where it's like Kuminga had an opportunity. And remember, Kuminga's 23. He's been in the league a year longer than Keegan.
And he's 2 years younger.
Yeah, and he's 2 years younger. So at some point as a player, you got to look at yourself and go, okay, like they want me to be Aaron Gordon. Why did they want me to be Aaron Gordon? I'm so much better than that. It's like, okay, well, did you just see Denver win the championship a couple of years ago with Aaron Gordon as like a star for them? Not as a star that he scored all the points, but a star as in he helped them win a title. And that's where I think like sometimes the young player has to figure out that there's a reason why they want me to be this.
Mhm.
And I probably should listen. And I might be able to be better than that, but let me show them I can do what they're asking first and go be that player. I can go be an Aaron Gordon type player because that's sure as heck what Keegan Murray just did.
Mhm.
He became an Aaron Gordon type player. Now he's not the slam dunk champion or anything like that,
Sure.
but there are things that Keegan does that remind you of Aaron Gordon. And it's like, you still want to see if he has that offensive capability, but I don't think that's the problem I have with Kuminga. It's that he just never wants to take that step to like test their theory. He just wants to say, that's not who I am. It's like, okay, well, who you might be is out of the league in 3 years.
Mhm.
Because if you don't want to listen and you don't want to learn, then you're going to just be gone.
Mhm.
Like people don't care.
Sure.
Omri Caspi told me, he said, I was on the Kings and I thought I could be this and this and this. I go to the Cavs and I still think I can be that. I go to the Rockets because that's not working out either with the Cavs. Kevin McHale set me down and said, this is what you're going to do for me. And if you don't want to do that, you can go ahead and leave now. But if you're going to do this for me, this is how you stay in the league. And he said it changed my entire career trajectory. I became a really nice 3-and-D player. It ends up with me staying in the league for 8 to 10 years. That's how I stayed in the league. It was Kevin McHale being really, really honest with me. And I think it's tough because Kuminga, people have tried to be honest with him, but he has other people chirping in his ear saying, no, you can be so much better than that. It's like, hey, man, Keegan Murray just got paid $28 million a year or whatever
Mhm.
because he earned that, because he went out and became the other player that, is really highly functional and sought after in the NBA. And that's the difference between the two.
The other
So, okay, go ahead. Sorry.
The other thing, this is something that I talked a little bit about yesterday in regards to Kuminga. I also think so much of his so many of his hurdles with Golden State and his inability to stay on the court has actually not been related to what he does offensively, does or doesn't do offensively.
Mhm.
I think it's related to the other side of the court where he is conceivably, like we've seen it. We've seen stretches where, hey, he guards Jason Tatum one-on-one effectively. There are very few players in the league who can do that. It's like, great, do that every time out. And then he just doesn't because for whatever reason, whether it's because I don't know. I don't even want to say.
Sounds like he's an NBA player.
So
Except like 5.
Yeah. So, I mean, maybe he just tuned out Steve Kerr, what you're talking about. Maybe he just tuned out Steve Kerr after a year or two and he's like, to hell with this. I can't do anything right for this guy. So I'm done listening. It doesn't matter what he says. I'm out. But I don't believe after watching Jonathan Kuminga play basketball that he's going to come to a place like Sacramento and be this perennial all NBA guy. because he jumps high. I'm sorry.
I think
can't
that's
get there.
extra. Like, he could be a good basketball player.
Okay, and he thinks he's an all-NBA guy.
Well, good. I'm the best radio show host you know.
Okay, and right.
But but that's how I'm going to feel.
Yeah.
Okay, but right, and if he was the player that he thinks he is, I would make the trades we're talking about.
Well,
which is what I'm saying.
But give him what I would like is for him to have the opportunity to prove that he's in fact not.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Is if you feel like he's had a fair opportunity to show he can't be that player, fair enough. I don't. You certainly are more versed in this than I am because of the amount of Golden State Warrior basketball you've watched over Kuminga's career. I don't feel like he's gotten that opportunity. And as I've done, as we've talked about with, picking, football games and talking about the 49ers and their injuries and those different things, I try so desperately to take the human element into sports, the human element of sports into account. And like, it can be tough being in a situation where you don't feel like you're maximized, where you don't feel like you're the best, where you don't feel like you can be the absolute best. And you're going to be criticized for what you do. You're going to be looked down at for this not working. With the Warriors, it feels like in that situation, there's a ceiling because you at the time you had Draymond, you had Clay, you had Steph, like that was impenetrable. You had rings and rings. That's where the Golden State Warriors universe centered around. And after enough time of 2-time, like, we're gonna move you along. We got this championship. It just becomes like, is this ever gonna happen? Like, I was. Here's you could relate to this. I couldn't get any further at 1140. That station was Dave and it was Grant. It was me in the middays and I had Jason and I had Chris and I could not get any further because the advertising universe centered around those two guys. I did my best every day. I worked as hard as I could every day, but I couldn't get the ABC Plumbing and Sky River Casino and Mad Props, Underdog. I couldn't get none of that stuff because it was filtered out to these other places. So I just looked like I was, I don't know what else to do. Like I'm all right. I guess I'll just keep trying. And that's why I wonder if Jonathan, I've hit my head on this Golden State Warriors ceiling over and over and over again. I don't know what you guys want me to do. And then, and the problem is, and I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about like a couple of years ago. It's like, I don't know what to do now. And it's like, well, again, he can't be absolved of this. He signed the contract. You mentioned this earlier. We could be in a very literal situation where we get to February 7th. He's still here, or he's still there. He's still in Golden State. All right.
Yep.
Golden State Warriors are still in firm control. They have shown no inkling that they're going to blink on this.
Nope.
So they pick up his option and run this stupid ass game back. And we do this again until the trade deadline. And now you've just lost 2 years of your career. You got paid for it. You got your $40-something million to barely play basketball. But now you're what, 25
at the end of the two.
And now you're, how many years into your career where it's like
6
right now? I'm like, okay, look, let's see what he looks like.
That's
but
what it would
you
be.
start getting to years 7 and 8. It's like,
Yeah.
Let's just go to the lottery.
Yeah.
Or let's just try this. Let's just try that. And he doesn't get to be absolved of it because he signed his name to the dotted line. But I still like I feel bad for him. Like,
sure.
At this point, part of me hopes Steve is right. Because if he's not, man, that's tough.
But the point that I'll make is that he had every opportunity to figure out a way to get on the court all the time. And it was by doing everything else. Like, you can say, I want to be that. I want to be the number one guy. I want to be the scorer. But when they've got two other guys that are way far ahead of you and are legacy players that are going to get those shots. And that's, again, Keegan in a similar situation, like got all of a sudden knocked down a peg when they brought in DeMar. What am I going to do? How am I going to react? I'm going to react by being a better rebounder, a better defensive player. I'm going to do all of the other things, and I'll get my shot eventually, hopefully. But in the meantime, one of them got a 5-year deal for $140 million, and one of them got a 2-year deal that second year is a team option for $40 million. And it's because one of them did all the other work and said, I'm going to be what you want me to be right now. And it might not be who I think and who I want to be as a player, but I'm going to do that because that's what's going to, number one, make the team better. And number two, that's what's going to get me on the floor. And number three, that's what's going to get me the big long-term deal.
You know far better than I do, James. You were talking about, both of you were having a conversation as it pertains to, and I think you actually just said this, I think, before we started talking. Scott getting himself wrapped up in this Jonathan Kuminga conversation. Mm-hmm. You asking if the juice is worth the squeeze. Again, James, you know far more about this situation than I do, but are we sure that they are? Meaning, we devote a lot of time to talking about Jonathan Kuminga. We might devote significantly more time to talking about Jonathan Kuminga than Scott Perry and his front office do. Because it could be something like, man, I really like this Kuminga kid. It's a pretty low risk, and I love that you outlined the numbers and all of that stuff. If you missed that, go back and listen to the 10 o'clock hour of the Insiders. It was fantastic. But you outlined okay, yeah, a scenario like, hey, I really like this kid. What if we go make this move for Jonathan Kuminga? He could be a part of what we're building. And I thought the perfect term was, it feels like the Warriors keep moving the goalpost.
Oh yeah.
Well, first they wanted this, then they wanted this. Now they want his expiring contracts. Well, the Kings don't really have that. And hey, Scott, here's what the Warriors, want in exchange. Oh. All right. Well, I don't know. I guess ask Minnesota and Brooklyn. They had called about Malik. See how they feel about getting involved with Golden State. Get back to me. Mm-hmm. 10 minutes later, 2 hours later, 48 hours later, BJ gets back to him. Well, here's what Minnesota and Brooklyn said. Oh, all right. Let's just leave it alone. We'll see if Golden State blinks. And that could be it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That could be it. Meanwhile, the Insiders, D'Lo and KC, and all the podcasts are, well, Jonathan Kuminga, and boy, what do you got to do to get this done? And this pick, and draft capital, and expiring contracts, and we're in it. We're on the outside. Just what are our storylines? What's good to talk about? They might be like, what are these idiots talking about? We ain't devoted more than 10 minutes of conversation to Jonathan Kuminga. Mm-hmm. Oh, another Jonathan Kuminga story comes up. Sacramento gets mentioned. We mentioned this with
Slater.
Man, no, it was Shams. I can't remember the player, but the two teams were it was Ja. It was
John,
the Kings
Miami?
getting involved. Yes. He said Miami and Sacramento. That did not come from Sacramento. I know that for a fact that didn't come from Sacramento. I don't know who it came from. I know it didn't come from Sacramento. And I know even he didn't believe that. Mm-hmm. But he was told it.
Right.
So we went with it. Mm-hmm. And every time Golden State is mentioned, Sacramento is mentioned. And Sacramento may be like, Scott, BJ, those guys, we haven't talked to them in 6 weeks.
Mm-hmm. I got a really interesting comment from somebody. I reached out to somebody because the Kuminga stuff started to cook the other night. It's like, they could be cooking, right?
Yep.
I reached out to somebody, and it was the next morning, and they said, hey, if it was really cooking, like people are starting to say, why would his team go out and make a trade demand? Like, no, you shut up. If you know something's cooking, you shut up and you get out of the way and you let the deal happen. And I'd say the same thing. All of a sudden we're starting to see, Dallas is interested and LA is interested. 2 weeks ago, nobody in the NBA outside of the Sacramento Kings are interested in Jonathan Kuminga. Mm-hmm. He's a complete pariah. He asks for he demands a trade. Mm-hmm. All of a sudden, the Lakers and the Mavs are interested. Mm-hmm. Phooey. Whatever.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and try to build some value back up in a potential
also,
trade for him.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Golden State's fine hanging on to him. Like,
okay.
Sure.
Well, here's the
you got it.
Do you believe?
No.
What? God, was it Draymond said last night. I think it was Draymond. It could have been Jimmy.
They all said
one
stuff
of the big,
along the same lines.
Yeah, one of those three said, yeah, it's not a distraction because he's not a distraction.
Right. They all said that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And do you believe that?
Yes.
I do too.
I think the Warriors players are trying to get out there like, hey, this is not a Jonathan Kuminga doesn't kick the door in every day and make a scene. Like he comes in here and he works because I think he does.
Yeah.
He puts his head down and he works and he goes, I don't want to play for this guy
We've
anymore.
seen scenes be made.
Yeah.
Jimmy is very aware of what those look like.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, Jimmy is
I think they're being genuine on that.
Pull the grenade pin.
Oh, yeah.
Throw it out the door and walk out like this out of every place he's left.
But the
for
problem
last
is
5 years.
He's Jimmy Butler.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's not, those are, you can't pull that grenade if you're Jonathan Kuminga.
Right.
You've got to become Jimmy Butler before you can do that.
Right.
And they won't allow Kuminga to become
That's right, James.
Jimmy Butler.
That's right.
To blow everything up on the way
Thank
out the
you.
door.
Finally, someone gets it.
He's going to throw firecrackers when he leaves. And it's like, pop, pop, pop. That's it. No building blowing up, nothing else.
No.
The Warriors are going to
Someone
grab
sweep that up.
The Warriors are going to go. No, the Warriors are going to grab him. They're going to be like, "Oh, we got something for him."
Oh my God!
Got our fight
Tuesday.
back. Look what we
That's
got.
terrible.
It's all quiet around the arena.
That's
Kuminga
terrible.
walks out. Oh,
Grab those.
that was me. That was
All right.
me.
Should have fired his agent, man.
Damian Barling next for James Ham and Kyle Madsen. Insiders back on Monday. We'll be here Monday at 10.
We
Be
will.
nice people.
Yep.
See you, adios. Appreciate you.
What's up, guys? I'm sorry. I didn't realize I had the mic on. Let's see if I can fix this a little bit. There we go. Check 1, check 2. Here we go. What's up, man? Y'all good? Y'all good? Jesse, what's happening?
What's up, man? What's up, Dr. David?
Dr. David. One shot is always weird. It's like an insane asylum behind me.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, yo. What's good? Let's get in here. Let's run the Mayor Horns one more time. Yes, we welcome you in here to the Friday, January 16th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
KC, I believe, is going to join us for the second half of the show. We are live. Yes, indeed. My EP is with me. Always. Marcus D. Wiley, he's performing at the Punchline Comedy Club this weekend. He's got a great special over on YouTube called Marriage is a Major Surgery. It's awesome. I got a chance to watch it this morning. Mark is going to join us coming up here right around 1 o'clock. Eddie Gonzalez going to be with us at 2:15. And our man Devon Henderson of The Athletic going to join us live here in studio for the final hour-ish of the show. As we've got Kings basketball tonight. And as we were noting there with the insiders, a lot more intrigue into this game than I initially thought. As James reported yesterday, Domantas Sabonis will be listed as questionable for today's game. As Anthony Slater reported this morning, it looks like Domantas Sabonis will in fact be back for today's game against the Washington Wizards. Dennis Schroeder's 3-game suspension for slapping Luka Doncic in the face when none of us got to see it. I think the rule should be if you don't see the person get slapped, you shouldn't get suspended. I feel like we were all cheated. Dennis Schroeder had to serve a suspension for something we didn't see.
Being in the public, yes, I'd like to know whether or not the NBA is being truthful about this or not. I didn't see it happen.
I demand video.
Exactly. They got it too, but they have it. It's in Adam Silver's safe. He has it.
They have to have it. They absolutely have to have it, and I demand that they release it so Sacramento Kings fans know that their beloved point guard, Dennis Schroeder, backup point guard, but still, their beloved backup point guard, so they know that he wasn't unjustly suspended. Release the video. How, Cast Media says TMZ's biggest fumble. How did TMZ have Hulk Hogan's death within seconds of it happening? How did TMZ have Michael Jackson's death with the ambulance photograph 25 minutes before CNN was able to report it? But they don't have the video of Luka Doncic getting slapped. How is that possible?
I'm not trying to make a joke, but I mean, kind of comes off that way. Like maybe they're like, hey, remember Jordan Poole? Maybe you don't want Luka to have the world see Luka get slapped.
Okay. Could be onto something. We would like to see it, though.
Yeah, I would love to watch it. No,
it's fine.
This is Michael Scott falling into the koi pond.
I never wanted to see Jordan Poole get punched. I never had a single desire to see Jordan Poole get punched.
That was just kind of out there. I was scrolling Twitter, and there it was.
Like, why is Jordan Poole getting punched? What'd he do? Luka Doncic. Now, I'm not even saying I want to see Luka Doncic get punched. However, if it came across my timeline, would I watch it repeatedly and retweet it? Yes, I would. Would we air it on the stream over and over again? Absolutely.
For news purposes, yes.
We would. Because we're broadcast journalists. That's what we are. We're broadcast journalists. That's what we do. Marcus is here already. It's what I love about the punchline, man.
You want to talk to him now?
Ain't late. Yeah, go get Marcus. Yeah, we don't need to keep the man waiting. He got a Texans jacket on too. He ready to. Oh yeah, he ready to go. Our man Marcus D. Wiley. He's going to be at the punchline coming up this weekend. So we'll talk to him. So I feel like in a game that maybe didn't have a ton of intrigue to it, just kind of can the Sacramento Kings win their 4th in a row? Suddenly has a ton of intrigue. What's up, boy? You sit down right there. So we'll lock into that. I also think the Wizards situation is pretty interesting as well. Trae Young isn't going to play anytime soon, but they'll be an interesting team to follow. So welcome in our man Marcus D. Wiley's performing at the punchline this weekend. I see you, boy. You got that Texans gear on. I see you, boy. You ready?
Come on, we don't always have a team like this, so.
So hey, there's a lot of now we'll get to the special and the book, and I got a lot of things I want to talk to you about.
Okay.
But there's a lot of people talking about that defense that y'all got there in Houston.
Come on. Number one.
Ooh.
Number one ranked.
Them boys is bad. Them boys is bad. To me, it's CJ versus Drake. That's what this comes down to. It's CJ versus Drake. Who can get the job done in this divisional round in the cold in New England?
Yeah,
but I love that you a Houston native.
All things Houston, yes sir.
Okay,
yes sir.
All right, I love that. I love that you come in here rocking the Texans, man. That's cool. And your son didn't take a lot of research to see your son he's a hooper.
He nice.
Like when I say a hooper, like I mean one you gonna hear about.
Yeah, he nice. He nice. Yeah, for sure.
That's good stuff, man. Well, welcome. We appreciate you being in here.
Thank you.
Going to be at the Punchline Comedy Club beginning this weekend. I had an opportunity to watch Marriage's Major Surgery this morning. That's terrific. It's a brilliant piece of business. It's over there on YouTube.
Yeah.
Anybody could watch it. But that's really well done. You open with the jokes, and then you've been married for 27 years.
28.
28.
Yeah, give me mine.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
You get credit. You get credit for all of them.
Yeah, 20.
Yeah, you get credit for all of them. How does that, man? Is your wife good with that?
Good with what?
How long you been a comedian?
Since 2002.
Okay, so the marriage
started in 97.
And so she had to know, okay, I'm gonna be a part of the
jokes.
I'm gonna be a part of the specials and the jokes and the stage. And she ride with it.
She ride with it because it pay the bills.
Sure.
I think when you're talking about somebody and they not benefiting in any capacity, then probably it's a problem. Yeah. But you know, she able to go shopping, she able to eat, able to take trips, and it's all because of the stories or jokes that I tell, that she's not in all of them. She was just
no, for sure.
She was just in, this particular thing when I'm talking about marriage. I can't talk about another woman, and I'm talking about marriage. So but she cool, she good.
Marriage is it's such a terrific source of comedy or stories,
sure, because
everybody can relate to it.
Yeah.
And if they can't relate to marriage, they can. I think the opening line of the. Don't get married if you. I can't remember what. If you want to be right.
If you can't forgive.
If you got
people,
a strike system.
If you got a strike system.
What it was.
Yeah. You got deal breakers. All that type of stuff. Yeah. Marriage not for you.
It's not for you.
And I'm cool with that. That's not like shade on anybody. That's just people should understand. Like if I have a problem forgiving people, probably don't want to get married until I can get better with that.
How much of comedy, because you say you started in 2002, we in 26.
Yep.
That's you've gone through multiple different worlds of comedy in that stretch and how it's consumed. We just talked about the latest special being on YouTube. I think I saw like 4 million views or something like that.
Yeah, we right at 5 million.
Man. And that wasn't a thing in 2002.
Nah, not at all. It wasn't a thing for me until 2 years ago.
Wow.
I wasn't even really on social media, anything.
Okay.
My guy Ali Sadiq, who I kind of started doing comedy with. We all from Houston.
He's a Houston guy too.
Yeah. And so he was like, "Yo, bro, we gotta put you out there." And because I had been doing all these churches across the country because I'm clean, so churches booked me a lot, corporations, stuff like that. And he was like, "Nah, you need to get out." And so he executive produced my special, and he called it though. He said this gonna do about 4-5 million.
Wow.
And I was like, good luck, because I had never been, I hadn't been out there.
Sure.
But yeah, so we getting ready to hit the 5 million mark, and it's at a good time because part 2 is coming out February 1st.
Oh wow. Okay, yeah, that's right around the corner.
Yeah.
Were you resistant to social media? Did you just not want to do it?
In the beginning, I was
Sure.
very, very resistant. Even so, I used to work for a radio station, and believe it or not, they did not allow us at the time to even put our handles out over the air. At that time,
we get in trouble if we don't.
And now you get in trouble if you don't. It's
Yeah.
crazy. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So I never really received it. I didn't understand the trolling at the time, because where I'm from, you got something to say, say it. And it's all good. That don't mean we finna fight and all this gangster stuff. I'm just saying. But if you got a problem, you holler at me. And they was doing it on, on social media, and it was weird to me in the beginning. And somebody had to let me know, now this is called trolling or gaslight. They trying to get a rise out of you. I'm like, oh, who does this type of stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was new to me.
You talk about being in radio. You have a degree in radio and television, one of 3.
Yeah.
Hey, salute.
Look at you doing your homework.
Of course, man. Of course.
Come on. Yeah. I got radio, TV.
I don't even have one in radio and TV. I've been doing this for 20 years. I ain't got one in radio and TV.
But you didn't need one. See,
you got go a step further. You got one. You got a master's in communications.
Yes.
That's what I got.
Yes. Okay. Well, boom. There
Blanket.
Yeah.
What I love though, and this is you doing some research. I think this was on the special too. You went to an HBCU.
Texas Southern University.
Yeah, in Texas.
Yeah.
And I always talk about I didn't go away to college. I started in radio. I did the junior college thing. Started in radio relatively quickly. Okay.
Yeah, I went to junior college first.
Okay. And I've thought a million times, and things worked out for your boy but I've thought a million times about, man, should I have gone away to college? Because I had people in my family that was trying to push me to an HBCU. They was trying to push me to an Atlanta. She was like, my brother would tell me, you think you look different. You think you look different out here in California. Take your ass out to Georgia. You a dime a dozen out there. Take your ass to one of them HBCUs, and your light skinned ass is nothing special.
Yeah.
So get out there. And I didn't do it.
Yeah,
I didn't do it. And I always like every time someone comes in and talks about going to an HBCU, I just want to sit here like, tell me about it.
Tell me about it. Well, I tell you, it's the greatest. It's the greatest thing ever. 16 females, every one male when I landed at Texas Southern University in 1993. Yeah, 16-1. Come on, the odds has never been greater than 16-1. Man, it was beautiful.
And that's where you found your wife.
That's where I found my wife. Yeah, we always say you're a failure if you went to Texas Southern University where it was 16-1 and didn't get you one out of there. You know what I'm saying? That was kind of like a running joke. Like, bro, you got to get you one of them. I mean, got to get one. So yeah.
Hey, you did that, man. Salute.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Salute. You mentioned this a minute ago. You're clean. You do the churches. Son of a preacher.
Yeah, son of a pastor.
Yeah,
grandfather pastor and great grandfather. Come from a lineage of them. I mean, my lineage. My uncles, a couple of my college roommates pastor. I mean, it's all around me, but not me. But
what was that conversation like? That's it. Like that's a for real lineage.
Oh, no doubt.
You're like, okay, Pastor Pops, like, hey, I'm gonna go in a different direction in my life.
My father definitely wanted me to pastor. He wanted me to take over the church, all that good stuff. But it wasn't me, and I was doing all the things in church though. I tell everybody, what church did for me prepared me, because my dad would just put me up. Hey, I need you to talk about faith. I'd be like, bro, you the pastor. Why? I mean, why you want me to do it? No, I need you to get up there. Give me about 10 minutes, So, Mark, come up here and
Give
pray.
Me 10 minutes on the Lord?
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, to do like a little short talk or whatever.
Yeah.
Hey, come pray. Come, Marcus, come pray over the offering. Come pray over this, all that. So it really prepared me. Like, it's no room, because once I started doing comedy, You know, I wasn't doing it just in churches. I mean, I was doing them in strip clubs. I was doing them at happy hours at clubs. And so church prepared me how to get up there, read the room. You know what I'm saying? Just not jump into jokes. Let me get up here and, you know, if I'm at a strip club and tonight is ass night, right? And they got comics in between strippers. Now, who want to listen to comedy after
ass night?
On ass night. Who really? But I like I say, it was good training. So I get up there and I have to, you know, address the elephant in the room. All right. Now I know, you know, my dairy ass not quite like Shantae's.
Like cinnamon and
you know, and it just kind of helped me. That I was never been really afraid or, you know, nervous to get up in front of people.
How long was you doing comedy before? Because read the room, that's not something young comics, in my experience, that's not something young comics can do. Not many young comics can do naturally.
And that's what I'm saying. But I think the church showed me how to do that.
I see.
That's what I think my training in church helped me to be able to read the room.
Okay.
You know, just don't come up here all cold. And, you know, first let me come up here and you know, address, if it was an elephant in the room, let me address that. Let me, you know, come up with a story. Hey, you know, I was thinking on my ride over here, you know, before I even get into my material, just something to welcome everybody, but in my own way type of thing.
And that's like so much of comedy. I mean, I feel like all the great comedians are storytellers. Like Chappelle has, you know, these special. Chappelle doesn't tell jokes. Like I feel like great comedians don't tell jokes. They tell you stories that make you think, they make you laugh, and they do all of these, you know, they draw these different emotions from you. When you tell a good story, it doesn't need to have bad words in it. Like I always measured a good comedian where if you took the bad words out of the joke is still funny. And I've seen some of the, you know, the Mount Rushmore, some of the top comedians, their use of that language has gotten a little stronger in later specials, and it's like, they like, you know, it's like relying on the cheap pop, so to speak. It's like, that's why, you know, as I got into the special this morning, I was like, all right, you know, I had been reading it, like I had been reading up, but you know, look, the preacher, the background and all of that stuff. Then I started to like look at the Instagram, realizing, oh no, like this is for real. Like this is what he does. Like this is how he lives. These are his stories. It's like, okay, now I have a greater appreciation of the jokes because you don't ever lean on that, or the stories because you don't ever lean on that.
Not at all. I wish I did.
Because Pops wouldn't have it.
I wish I did. I wish I could, because sometimes you want to tell a story exactly the way
a well-placed F-bomb.
You know, and not that I just want to cuss, but the way that I heard it had cussing in it. And so I would like to, you know, but I just try to find a clever, creative way.
Has that been difficult?
It ain't been difficult.
No?
Nah, it's not difficult, you know. Just, you know, just thinking. You know, you just gotta use your brain. That's all.
That could be difficult sometimes, man. It's Marcus D. Wiley hanging out with us here on Dealing with KC. He's at the Punchline Comedy Club starting tonight. You love touring? You love being on the road?
I do. I always felt like I would be doing this. And so I don't get tired. I don't complain. I might get tired from it, but I don't get tired of it.
Okay.
And so, I don't complain about it, man. You know, it's afforded me and my family a fantastic life. And so, it's all good.
Houston's an amazing city to live in, too. Absolutely amazing city. Only had a chance to visit a couple of times. Traffic is crazy. Humidity can be wild.
Oh, for sure.
But Houston is fire. Houston
good restaurants, good people. You know, a lot of land, spaced out. We're not on top of each other. So
you got your Texans gear. Are you a Rockets guy too?
All things Houston. My dad taught me a long time ago. I was in the house and we was watching the Lakers play the Rockets, and I was a Lakers fan. You know, this is when I was a kid.
Okay.
And the Lakers was winning. I was like, yeah. And my dad just cut the TV off, looked at me and said, hey, man, look here. A poor dog have sense enough to wag his own tail. At the time, I didn't understand what it meant, but he was saying, you know, we from Houston. When they do well, our city do well. You know, you up here repping the city that you ain't never been to. You know, and so he was like, and we Rocket fans in this house, all the fans at the time in this house, Astros in this house. And so from then on, he was like, it's okay to like others, you know, but now you got to root for your own.
Is your dad still with us?
No, he gone. He checked out here in 09.
That's too bad because I feel
Yeah.
like I know your dad after watching the special. Between what you just said and what was the other one? I went to see a man about a dog.
Yeah, went to see a man about a dog. Yeah, that's what he said. That's what he told my mom. I went to see a man about a dog.
Oh man,
And that was the end of that conversation. Not mine though. My wife. That's never the end.
Well, yeah. My immediate thought was like, if I said that, like, I go with. Whoa. Why don't you go back and see that man again about a place to stay? How about you do that? Yeah,
exactly.
You go do that.
Exactly. Yeah, that don't work with the new woman. Yeah,
And that's all right.
Yeah, and which is fine. Yeah, it's cool.
That's all right. How many? I know of the son who's a hooper. We might hear about in the years to come. You have any other kids?
Yes, I have a daughter, Charlie.
Okay.
Charlie should be 8 Sunday.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, she is the she the one, man. She the one that run the house.
Okay.
Top to bottom. Yeah, and I would see guys how soft they be about their daughters, and I'd be like, I wouldn't be like that. And I've been fighting it, but yeah, she got me though. Yeah, I don't like to see her sad. I don't like when she cry. I don't none of that type of stuff. But my son, I could care less. I could care less.
Yeah,
but it's different with her.
I got you. I'm marrying in the 4 late in life. Marrying in the 4. 3 of them live with us. One's 22. She's out of the house. 3 of them living with us.
Yeah.
They own. I'm in a house with nothing but women.
Oh yeah,
They all control. I was getting texts before the show about prom dress shopping.
Yeah.
I swear to you, the text it's a group thread with me, her, and mom, and I just I got an idea. Why don't you two tell me what I have to do?
That's it.
And I'll just refer back to the text and do it.
Smart man.
Yeah, I picked that up quick.
Yeah, smart
All these
man.
women in the house, you just tell me what y'all want me to do, and it'll get done.
Yep.
I also tell my wife to be, if you had 4 boys, this wouldn't work.
Yeah.
This just would not work. I don't know what I just know deep in my gut, if you have 4 boys, this won't work. Like I adore these babies we have in the house.
Yeah.
A 70-year-old boy that could wind up in a fist fight.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, that could wind up in a fist fight.
Yeah. But he'll respect you later.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, for sure. But sometimes you just we had to get it out of our system. It's fine. Yeah, we put we can even do it with the gloves on in the garage. It'd be just fine. Man, you mentioned great timing for the special. You said part 2 comes out
February
the 1st.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we dropped Marriage Major Surgery last year, 2025, February 12th, in between the Super Bowl and Valentine's.
Okay.
Went well, obviously.
Yeah.
So this year we pushed it up to February 1st. It's called rehab because after surgery,
okay,
you gotta go to rehab.
Okay,
and so it'll be out February 1st, man. We're looking forward to it.
When was that one filmed?
I shot it in September.
Okay,
yeah, September. October,
okay,
2025. Yeah.
Okay. Man, that's
Yeah.
Hey, you got a fan. I got the
appreciate it. Thank you.
alerts on over on the YouTube channel, and
appreciate it.
I'll make sure the follow button is hit on Instagram. Make sure you do the same, man. Marcus D. Wiley. We can give out the handles now, man. We don't get in trouble for any of that stuff. we gotta push social media. Go see this man this weekend at the Punchline. It starts tonight. 2 shows tonight, I'm assuming, and 2 tomorrow.
Yes, sir. And 1 Sunday.
Yeah, man. Go check my man out. Just tremendous. It's just great storytelling. Very funny. Bring your special person with you, man. Y'all will enjoy this.
Yes,
Marcus D. Wiley, Punchline Comedy Club this weekend. Appreciate you, my friend.
Man,
Thank you so
for
much
having me. I appreciate you.
Go Texans.
Yes, sir.
Go Texans. We'll be back. It's D-Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah, it depends. That was really early. And I don't want them out there like that was a full segment. Like that's fine. Yeah. So if it's like 50, hey, hang on, we'll be with you in just a second. But it was so early, like I figured we just get the whole segment in. Because I know he probably tired. He been doing media all morning. He probably want to go relax. Oh man, I gotta get this off the screen. Here we go. Yes. But in his defense, that was a joint decision we had to make pretty quickly. I had to speak for everybody, but also give them the option to take the day out. I was just afraid, like, if the 49ers beat Seattle, we would have a game on Sunday. Like, we can't be dark. You know what I mean? All right, man. A big thanks to our friends over at the Punchline Comedy Club. We're going to be doing a lot with them here in 2026, and big thanks to Marcus D. Wiley. I was maybe 10, 15 minutes into his special marriage, his major surgery, when I realized, oh, he doesn't cuss. Like he's that comedian who tells stories like and then I started doing research and seeing his dad is a preacher and so on. It's like, oh, okay, I like this. And as I told Marcus, I always appreciate comedians who do that. Not that I don't appreciate the ones who don't. Like, comedy is such a difficult art form, but I really appreciate guys like Marcus. Mikey Winfield's good at this too. Like, he's really good at running clean comedy shows, and it's just I have a greater appreciation for that type of storytelling, because you don't rely on the crutches that you hear so frequently when you go to comedy clubs or watch comedy specials. And I spent so much time in the early part of my career during that first run at KSFM in comedy clubs. And so I've heard them cook. I've heard them die. Like, I've heard all of that different stuff. So big thanks to Marcus for pulling up. And man, Marcus, hearing Marcus on Casey's microphone is hilarious, because Marcus has a big voice where he does not, I don't have to tell him to speak up, while Casey's processing has to be, through the roof because he talks so softly. I have Marcus's mic damn near all the way down during that entire conversation. That was a fun time. And again, you're going to be hearing and seeing, depending on how you're consuming this show, a lot of comedians pulling up here to dealing with KC through 2026. So thanks to Marcus, and thanks to the Punchline Comedy Club. As we got started here, also a quick rundown. I believe, I don't want to put a time frame on my man. Kenny's going to be with us today. He didn't want to miss the entire show because obviously it's a big day headed into the 49ers game coming up tomorrow against Seattle. I think he said he's going to be here around 2:00. Might be here a little earlier, might be here a little later. But at some point, KC will be with us, and then Eddie Gonzalez. He's with us for his weekly visit at about 2:15, and then a man, Devon Henderson from The Athletic, who we told you you're going to be hearing a lot from him in this upcoming year. He's going to be with us in the final hour of the show. So that's all ahead. As we were setting the table here to get things underway before we started talking to Marcus, we talked about how this game tonight at the Golden One Center felt like it had little intrigue going into it. And really the thing that I was watching with the Sacramento Kings and the Washington Wizards was the Sacramento Kings beat 3 straight playoff teams. Are they going to be able to beat a bad basketball team tonight? Are the Sacramento Kings truly figuring some things out, or did they run into a disinterested Houston Rockets team? Did they run into a stalled Los Angeles Lakers team? And did they run into a team in the New York Knicks that are, I they're not crumbling, but are arguably or inarguably playing their worst basketball of the year right now. Now, everything I just said about those teams, that could absolutely be true. Knicks lost again last night to the Golden State Warriors. I mean, all of this could be true. But are the Kings also playing good basketball? I mean, I think after the Knicks game, I asked the question, like, are they playing like how? Why? Like, how all of a sudden is this team that we have seen on several different occasions lose by 30 plus, 40 plus? We've seen them be competitive at the beginning of fourth quarters and wind up losing by 17. We've seen them be competitive with 5 minutes left and wind up losing by 17. How all of a sudden are they able to close out teams like the Houston Rockets? How all of a sudden are they able to close out teams like the Los Angeles Lakers or the New York Knicks? And I thought, all right, well, this will be interesting because I know every Kings fan is going to have a feeling about them going into a game against the Washington Wizards team that's 10-29 right now. Trae Young isn't going to play. We said this when the trade happened. Like, I mean, and a lot of people did it. I don't think Trae's going to play a lot this year. There are people who are speculating Trae Young may not play at all for the Washington Wizards this year. I'd be a little bit surprised if that happened because I think you might face some league consequences because I don't think Trae Young has any sort of season-ending injury. However, I do wonder how frequently we're going to see Trae Young play over the course of the final, what are they at, 42 games of the season, 43 games of the season for the Washington Wizards. So he's not here. I guess he'll be on the bench. He was in L.A. a couple of nights ago, Jim Jackson was getting his jokes off about. So my biggest thought prior to yesterday was it would be the biggest Sacramento Kings thing for them to beat 3 straight playoff teams or win games against 3 straight games against playoff teams and then wind up losing to the 10-29 Washington Wizards. Now you got a whole different level of intrigue because the situation, the setting has changed a little bit. Dennis Schroeder's 3-game suspension is over. During Dennis's 3-game suspension, we saw the theoretical return of Malik Monk. We saw Malik play really, really well versus the Rockets. We saw Malik play really, really well versus the Los Angeles Lakers. Not much from Malik against New York, but he was visible, like he was out there. And you know that was a weird game where Malik played quite a bit. Keon Ellis didn't play very much. You have seen Keon Ellis even in the stretches where Malik has played well. Like his minutes have kind of dropped despite Dennis's absence. So now is Malik firmly back in the rotation and Keon out? Is it Keon's minutes that fall back? Are we going to continue to do this back and forth with Keon's going to play and Malik isn't, or Malik is going to play and Keon isn't? And how much does what James Ham said earlier weigh into this? Our Kings insider on the Insiders noted he's using information that he's been gathering, over the course of the last few days, few weeks, whatever it may be, and just kind of casually stated Keon Ellis is probably going to be traded. And I know that's been how does this work out if you're able to slim down the backcourt, all of these different things, if you're able to create more space for him it sounds like, regardless of any of this, Keon Ellis is going to probably wind up being traded. We noted this after Malik's game against the Lakers. He had 2 really good games in a row. I'm going to say the same thing for Keon. Malik's trade value has not gone up or down based on the last 3 games. Keon Ellis's trade value will not go up or down based on what happens in terms of his playing time for the next 3 weeks. There's teams in the league, probably, I believe, well more than one. I don't think it's in the entire league as some articles like to frame it, but I do believe there's more than a handful of teams that are interested in Keon Ellis. And if the Sacramento Kings decide they want to move him individually, I don't think they're going to have any problem doing that. What is perhaps the realist question, and which may stall out any Keon Ellis trade, is, and James talked about this earlier on the Insiders as well, is if the Kings are in talks to trade, we'll say Zach LaVine, because we'll go with Zach LaVine because that's the biggest contract. The Kings are able to trade Zach LaVine only if they give up Keon Ellis as well. That's the other thing. Is Keon traded individually, or, to use the term that Hammer was using earlier, is he a sweetener in a conversation with Milwaukee? Or perhaps Minnesota. I don't know. And then I guess that's another question. Where do you draw the line about throwing Keon Ellis in on a trade? Is it one of those big boy contracts? Is it the Zach LaVine contract? Is it the Domantas Sabonis contract? Like, Minnesota seems to have a desire to acquire Malik Monk. Do you have to use Keon Ellis as a sweetener to acquire, or excuse me, to trade Malik Monk? Do you only use Keon Ellis in that regard if it's for one of the big contracts, if it's for the Zach LaVine contract, if it's for the Domantas Sabonis contract? I say all that to say, with Dennis Schroeder returning tonight, what happens to the rest of the minutes? Has Malik slid into that backup point guard spot? Do we see Dennis play less? I think that is the least likely of the situation. I think that is the least likely of the scenarios, I should say, that I just threw out there. That Dennis plays the reduced minutes or Dennis gets a DNP. I think that's not happening. I think it really boils down to Keon and Malik, and given the proximity to the trade deadline and what may be an inability to, I don't know if repair a relationship is the right term, maybe build a relationship is better, between Keon Ellis and the Sacramento Kings. Maybe that's just not a thing anymore. They either trade him now or they lose him for nothing in the offseason. I think we might wind up seeing Malik back in some way, shape, or form, even though Dennis Schroeder is back. I think we might see Malik back in the rotation, despite the fact that Dennis Schroeder might be back. Now, what does that look like? I have no idea, because Keon played 4 or 5 minutes the other day against New York. He played, I think, 6 minutes against either the Lakers or the Rockets. I can't remember which one, but he played like 6 minutes against them. I think it was the Rockets, because that was the game Malik was cooking. He was very loud. I think he wound up playing 30 minutes in that one. Then you have the scenario that we discussed pretty in depth yesterday before any of this news regarding Domantas Sabonis broke. It had appeared earlier in the week that Domantas Sabonis was at the very least close to returning for the Sacramento Kings. And as we have learned since then from James Ham's reporting yesterday and Anthony Slater's reporting today, Domantas Sabonis is back tonight, which goes back to the question that we posed on multiple occasions throughout the week. When Domantas Sabonis returns, what happens with Dylan Cardwell? What happens with Maxime Reynaud? We'll try to lay out some of these situations when we come back. It's Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play with 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky is the limit at Sky River Casino. Good stuff. All right. Mm-hmm. I thought about that last night. Yeah, I thought about because I was cleaning out. Yeah, I thought about that. Yeah, I believe the answer to your question is no. I don't believe that ever happened. If that happened, it was never communicated. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Oh, man, y'all get in on these phone lines, man. I'm going to have to close the chat. I don't know what y'all doing in here today. What happens to Nick? Well, that's actually a good question, Carlton. I'm gonna hit that. What is going on with Stephen Brown? Will y'all leave Stephen Brown alone? I don't even want to know the context behind this. Oh, man. Commercial. I'll be honest, Will. He probably won't even mention it tonight. I'd advise you don't miss Tuesday at 3:20, though. What are y'all doing, man? There is no way you have a 23-year-old son. I don't believe it. Shout out to our girl Katrina, aka Tasha, aka part of the Chatty House after party, and shout out to her oldest Cam. Cam turns 23 today. One more time for our man Cam. Katrina having a 23-year-old is just something that I don't believe. I don't think that's true. It's not possible. Not possible, Katrina. But happy birthday to Cam. We appreciate you, my man. We appreciate you as always, and we appreciate Dusty Baker as well. They're going to be out watching the games at Baker Family Wines coming up this weekend. Baker Family Wines is a terrific place to hang out. It's a terrific place to sip wine. I encourage you, go to bakerfamilywines.com and join Dusty's Clubhouse. You can subscribe to the newsletter there for exclusive releases and tasting room specials, and they have a lot of really great specials. They're doing a thing right now where they're opening up the vault and selling some of their some of the classic bottles that they have, both by the glass and by the bottle. And it is just a tremendous wine club to be a part of. If you want to try a bottle, head over to the Nugget in Elk Grove. If you're in the Roseville, Rockland, Granite Bay area, go to any one of those. If Rayleigh's, Bel Air, select Rayleigh's and Bel Air, they got them as well. Look for the wine bottle with the baseball stitch on it. You'll see Baker Family Wines right there. I recommend the dark rosé, the 755, if you could get it. The Cabernet that they have, both big winners. Go to bakerfamilywines.com right now. And
hello, this is Dusty Baker. Welcome to the family.
Let's get to our man TC here at 909-1320. TC, what's up, baby?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers, Jesse in the back, bro? I know you listening, Kenny. It's all love, man. We all family.
Yes, sir. No doubt.
So, D-Lo, check it out. So, hey, we just going to make it real short. Domas is back, right? I think that's all trade purposes. Isn't it funny how all the guys that was injured is coming back? Zach with the Bucks, Domas with the Wizards. So we'll see how that plays. I don't want to read too much into it, but hey. But I do got a trade, though. I know we didn't want Malik to go nowhere, right? But listen to this one, though. I got Malik Monk and Keon Ellis. I know, I hear you, Perry. You don't want them as a sweetener, but in this one, this is what you're looking for. Monk and Ellis going to the Bucks for Bobby Portis, Kevin Porter Jr., Tayshaun Prince, and their 2026 first-round pick.
Okay. Why would they do that, though? TC, I appreciate you. Like, that's not going to work. Milwaukee's desperate. They are clinging. Milwaukee is searching for like a 6-carat diamond bracelet. Their relationship is with their partner is ending, and they know it, and they're going to try to throw really nice jewelry at it. They don't want something from Claire's. They don't want something from the mall. They want something that a jeweler used some tweezers to put together. That's what they want. And I don't think your proposal there is going to work. They're going to take a swing. I don't know. I know Zach LaVine is a name that keeps coming up. I don't know if that's the guy or not. But they're searching for something. And outside of the likes of Zach LaVine, I don't know what they're they just got to accept it's over. And they won't. And it's kind of sad. And I get it. I think there's also a level for Milwaukee right now, you know, as they're sitting at 17-24. They've lost 3 in a row. There's videos of Giannis with allegedly tears running down his eyes and all that different stuff. And it's neither entity, the Milwaukee Bucks nor Giannis Antetokounmpo, the person. They don't want to be the bad guy. They don't want to be the one to do it. Giannis wants to save face. And the Bucks, maybe they're afraid of a crowd reaction. I don't know.
Just get it over with.
Like Milwaukee Bucks fans in Milwaukee, the paying season ticket holder, they know what time it is, right?
They have to, I think. Like I don't know. It's always weird.
They
with the
have
fans
to.
And stuff.
They have to know what time it is. They was booing them the other day.
They was booing them back.
They have to know what time it is.
Feels like we're kind of dragging it along right now.
Kinda.
More than kinda.
Yeah, it's like, hey man, look, I get it, but come on, man, like this isn't gonna go well. And if it really does go all the way to the point where, you know, and I don't even know how you navigate this if you're the Bucks or if you're Giannis, because, you know, it's kind of like, yeah, hey, the Bucks will know what's up if they offer Giannis that contract extension and he doesn't sign it. It's like 4 years, 275 or whatever it is, but I don't think they're eligible to offer it to him until October. So that means you have to go through this charade the entire offseason. But at the same time, there can't be a report that says, you know, Giannis Antetokounmpo turn down an extension or will turn down an extension because it hasn't been offered. You're not even by the rules. Again, none of us are stupid. But by the rules, you can't offer it nor have a conversation about it until that date. And so anything that comes out before then could make the other entity look bad, could make whichever entity leaked it look bad. Or maybe more from a Bucks perspective, it could get them in trouble. And so y'all really, this is almost like the Jonathan Kuminga thing. Y'all are really just going to continue to drag this out? But right now, getting back to TC's trade proposal, right now, they're looking for a diamond bracelet to give to their girl in hopes that she won't leave.
You better hope she doesn't realize that it's fake when you give it to her, because that doesn't exist.
It's not our problem. Well, the appraisal doesn't happen until after the deal is done. You can't. That's the
no
condition.
returns.
Yeah, that's the condition. No returns, man. Sorry, all sales are final. You thought you was getting 3 carats of nature's finest diamonds. Sweetie, them joints was lab created, and some of them are glass. Not my problem. But that's what the Bucks are doing. But what if the Bucks just sit still? Like, how do you, like, is that a way?
That's more likely.
Oh, I
than
just
anything
thought of
else.
that. Is that a way to kind of pull Giannis's card a little bit? Because Giannis has said, he emphatically told Sam Amick, I'm not requesting a trade. Like, I'm not going to. I never will. You will never hear those words come out of my mouth. If Milwaukee does nothing for the next 3 weeks and they continue, what I say, they've lost three in a row right now, 17-24 on the season. Does Giannis go, yo, man, what the hell? For real? Nothing? And then get a little bit louder as maybe the boos get louder in Milwaukee. Maybe they have a few more games, where they lose by 20 plus, 30 plus, something along those lines. And all of a sudden, Giannis's card is pulled and he has to say something. I don't know.
I'm just trying to think what's out there for them besides like a Zach LaVine.
Yeah. I was trying to think. I no clue.
Like, there's no way you're not landing a Jimmy Butler unless it's for Giannis.
No.
Like, there's just that doesn't exist.
Nope.
I don't know.
No, I mean, it doesn't. Yeah, yeah. You can't go get Ja. Like, you can't do that.
You already did it with Dame.
Yeah,
it's not the same player, but like you already tried the break in case of emergency deal and it failed.
It failed bad. Like, you're paying like Dame. It failed for everybody except Dame.
Oh yeah, he's great. He's
Dame
back where he belongs.
Good. Dame is good. So TC, there is a very long way to answer your question that I don't think that proposal you gave us is going to work. The Sacramento Kings play the Washington Wizards tonight. Longest homestand of the season going on right now. They've won 3 straight, all against playoff teams. The Washington Wizards, they're 10-29 on the season. Dennis Schroeder is back after serving a 3-game suspension. We asked what it would look like for the Kings backcourt with Keon Ellis and maybe most interestingly Malik Monk, given it feels like he's played himself back into the rotation, or was what we've seen over the course of the last 3 games just necessity, out of necessity in his absence. I think it's the latter. I think has played his, or the former, I should say. I think it is that he has played himself into the rotation. And now comes the question that we talked pretty extensively about over the course of the last couple of days, myself, KC, James, and Kyle. Domantas Sabonis appears to be back. So now what with Maxime Reynaud, who I don't want to overpraise him, but I have enjoyed watching him play quite a bit. I think to be clear, I really like Max and I really like Dylan Cardwell. I think they're 2 very different players at that position, and I have really enjoyed watching both of them for various different reasons. For those who have been listening this week, KC's really high on Dylan Cardwell, and I see why. He has so many different intangibles, so many things that I love for the Sacramento Kings to have. Max, watching him play over the course of the last, I think we're at 27 games now where he's played a major role in the last 27 games since Domas absence. I think mid-November is the timeline. While he has, some things I'd like to see him get better at, I think he has the potential for a bit of a bag. There's a lot of he's a Maxime Reynaud's a multi-dimensional player who can score, kind of different levels. We've seen him hit the three. You certainly want him to be able to take and hit that shot at a consistent level. But I believe he's capable. He's capable of scoring from the elbows in the mid-range. He maybe his weakest point is back to the basket, but like he does a lot of things that I'm like, man, I really like him. I understand he's like 23 or 24 years old, but he's still a first-year player, and I think there's a lot of development left in Maxime Reynaud. But with all of that said, I have no desire to lose Dylan Cardwell minutes. And so we've asked the question, and maybe this is the perfect time for Domas to come back because Keegan is gone, and you have a situation where we could see what I have been curious about since Summer League. You could see Max and Domas on the floor together. Now, I think they've had time on the floor together. I don't exactly know how much, but you have Maxime Reynaud's a little bit more of a comfortable player, and I wonder, just based off the things that we've seen this year, specifically with Zach LaVine. Zach LaVine missed, I think it was 2 weeks, and when he came back his first game, he came off the bench. Domas has missed 2 months. His wind will probably be a question. Do you start Domantas Sabonis? Do you put him out there? See, I never understood, like I understand if you're solely trying to monitor a player's wind and capacity and endurance. I understand bringing them off the bench in that regard. I think in that game that I'm referencing with Zach LaVine, he wound up playing like 30-something minutes. So it wasn't like a minutes restriction thing. In that case, to me, especially with an injury, don't you just want to start him? Because if you're a starter, you're far, far closer to your warm-up in your warm-up routine if you're in the starting lineup than you are if you go through that entire routine, go through the starting lineups, go through the national anthem, and then sit. My feeling is start Domantas Sabonis tonight. You're going to have to figure out this rotation at some point, and maybe he's the first substitute with Maxime Reynaud. Maybe when Domas comes back, Max slides over for Precious. And maybe you start, maybe that's how you could start working Dylan Cardwell in there. I'm not really sure. But as I said, I don't have any desire to lose my ability to watch minutes from either one of those guys.
Well, that's the thing. You start Domas, I think, 10 times out of 10, but now it's how are you going to prioritize his minutes and the young guys now that play that spot?
And it goes back to,
are you trying to win? You play Domas 30 plus, or we're going to evaluate the young guys? That's the ethical way of saying it.
Well, and here's
instead of tanking,
Doug has to win, doesn't he?
Doug has to form an identity. I think that's what Doug needs to do this season.
Win or lose, Doug needs to, that's all he needs to do is form an identity. If they play a more competitive form of basketball over the course of the next 41 games, they're not big winners. They're nothing like that. You think Doug is good going into next year?
That's a different question.
Okay.
Because
to me, forming an identity,
he should be. I'll say that he should be. If it was me and I was making decisions, yes. Because I can't what are wins going to amount to this season for the Kings? Just 25 total. You're not going to make a plan. You're going to end up with 25 wins or whatever. You go on some little run, fine, whatever you win. But the wins aren't really going to amount to anything. So if I see this team is forming an identity and it's like, okay, something we can carry over to next season. We know what kind of players we need here, there, and all that stuff. And they're kind of forming what Doug wants. It's a good thing.
Should Domas's minutes be reduced? Given he's missed 27 of the 41 games, the state that the team is in, we're not talking playoffs. We're not even talking playing at this point. Should Domas just play basketball, but we work in Maxine Renault and Dylan Cardwell a lot more?
If Domas isn't part of this team's future, then yes, they should be reduced. But if it's like, yeah, Domas is going to be the 5 of this team going forward the next few seasons, we want Domas to be a part of this. No, Domas, go ahead and play. But if not, then let's kind of like, all right, let's be real with ourselves here.
So that's the other interesting thing is there's a little bit of chatter, and this has been the case for probably close 3 weeks to a month, that teams who might be a little apprehensive about Anthony Davis, this was even prior to the injury that's going to take him out for a few months. Any team who was desiring the likes of Anthony Davis, that was apprehensive about his availability, may turn to Domantas Sabonis instead. And right now, this injury that Domantas Sabonis just dealt with, this 27-game absence, that's an anomaly. That's not part of his every year routine. He plays basketball. He plays hurt. He's from that standpoint, we've outlined this a million times, and I believe it to be true. From that standpoint, he's as tough as they come. Never questioned Domantas Sabonis' toughness in that regard.
Real quick.
Yep.
Anthony Davis is making 54, 58, and 62 million the next 3 seasons.
That's including this year, right?
Yes, that's
Okay.
including this year.
Yep.
Including this year for Domas, he's making 42, 45, and then 48. It's a little bit better.
Teams are starting to take a look at, like, hey, maybe if Domantas Sabonis isn't the guy, or excuse me, maybe if Anthony Davis isn't the guy for us, Domantas Sabonis might be. We've seen repeatedly over the course of the last 2-3 weeks, even through Domas's injury, Toronto having an interest in Domantas Sabonis. ESPN had him listed as a pretty strong trade target that's been amplified a little bit by this Anthony Davis injury. And as Jesse just pointed out right there, he's also a little bit cheaper. I guess in the era of first apron, second apron, he's probably substantially cheaper at 45 and 48. Not counting this year, going into the next 2 years at 45 and 48. And Anthony Davis is ending at, what'd you say, 62?
62.7. That's a player option for him.
Man.
At 34 years old. Almost will be 31 by the time they reach the end of their deal.
And their amount of missed games is very, very different.
Yeah, Domas plays, like you said. This year's been a little bit different, but he plays.
Yeah, he's tough. 916-909-1320. Our man Mitch is on the line. Mitch, I heard you earlier. I know you ain't calling me to talk baseball. Mitch, are you in a wind tunnel?
What's that?
Are you in a wind tunnel?
Oh, don't tell me. I'm in my car thing. No, I buy a new phone, and it's the same old business. You know, it's a piece of... I hear you fine. You don't hear me fine?
I hear you just fine. Mitch, I hear you just fine, baby. You good.
My Jeremiah Mitchell's 22 days old already. Time is flying.
Yes, it is.
You remember... I'm sorry. Let me let you talk. I do a little talking. I'm sorry.
Mitch, it's all right, man. Mitch, it's your world right now. What do you want to talk about? You want to talk about Sam Darnold?
I'll get to them. How's that?
That's great.
I wish the Kings would trade anybody but the two young players that he drafted this year and not Keegan. See if he can get a first-round pick. You know, that show Quantum Leap, if you go back in time, you're going to ask, Woody, I know you need spots, but Russell Westbrook, Hall of Famer, I wish he announced his retirement. Dennis Schroeder, what are we needing for? And Devin Carter, why'd you draft him? Another short guy. You got Davian Mitchell doing quite well. And you don't even play Carter, always hurt. It's a man. Quantum Leap, you go back in time, you fix right. And with football, chance for my USC quarterbacks playing championship, but the 49ers, somehow will win they're playing with something special, and they have all these injuries. And it could have been a Bosa against Bosa, but I know Nick is on vacation right now. He's not coming back.
I don't know that I'd call it vacation. Mitch, we appreciate you. Can you translate that?
He doesn't want to trade Keegan, Neek, or Maxime.
Okay.
I think he wants a first-round pick back, or he's not
For
trading.
who?
Or I'm saying he doesn't. He wants in a trade, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Hypothetically,
Okay.
or
Got
he
it,
doesn't
got
want
it.
to trade a first-round pick.
Yep.
I'm taking that from when I screened his call. USC quarterbacks battling this weekend, not against each other, but Caleb Williams playing, Sam Darnold as well.
There it is. I heard USC quarterbacks battling. I missed everything else. I just assumed he was talking about Sam.
We missed out on the battle of the Bosas.
No, that's
But
okay. Well,
wait, where's Joey playing? He's with the Bills, isn't he?
yeah, just let him have it. It's fine. Just let him have it. Maybe he meant in the Super Bowl. It's fine. Just let him.
Shout out Mitch.
Come to think of
Hey,
it,
he was hot when you brought up his signal or phone the way it sounded.
he
at
was
first.
not.
He was gonna curse.
He was not pleased with me at all. Like,
I don't think it was at you. It's the fact that maybe his phone, whatever, he got a new phone. He said, and he was just had it.
did he say something is 22 days old?
Yeah, his grandkid, his new grandkid.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Oh, congratulations, Mitch. I'm really glad that you're here for that. I'm glad you're here for a variety of reasons. I'm really glad that you're here when Mitch calls. The funny thing was when I was driving in and I listened to Mitch with the insiders, I understood him. He was clear. He was concise. I think he was excited to talk about baseball, and he's not going to call me to talk about baseball. If Kenny's here, he would have brought up, what about my Dodgers?
I think
And
you
he
make
would've
him
done all that.
nervous.
Oh, maybe that's it.
Yeah, he's got to be on his
I don't know
his
why.
best behavior. I
I'm
think,
I'm
when he's
warm.
around
Like,
you.
I don't know why. Out here making people nervous.
Shout out Mitch.
Shout out Mitch always. Shout out Mitch.
New
always.
Jersey and maybe East LA's finest.
And that's kind of the beauty of this. No one really knows. No one really knows. Well, he told us who he didn't. He wanted. I know. I caught him. Russell Westbrook needs to retire. All right. What?
Called him Hall of Famer.
He did call him a Hall of Famer. Yes, indeed.
Is Russ a king for the next 2 years? For this year, next year?
I don't know.
What is Russ doing next year?
I don't know. Like, I can't.
He feels like
I feel like if he wants to play, this is a great spot for him. And I do think he wants to play.
Not that DeMar DeRozan isn't, but we kind of talked about it earlier this offseason. Like Scott Perry potentially wants to keep DeMar around, culture stuff and all that. It feels like that's what Russell Westbrook has been this season.
Yeah.
Not that DeMar isn't, but just
he's
talk about
also
Russ.
he seems to be really great with Max. Like those two, I don't know what type of chemistry they have off the floor, but they seem to have really, really good chemistry on the floor. And I could be. I mean, I know the competitor that guys like DeMar DeRozan and Russell Westbrook. I mean, really everyone in a Kings uniform. They're all competitors. They're not happy being 11-30, but I do think Russell Westbrook is enjoying playing basketball. I'll phrase it like this: I think I think Russell Westbrook is enjoying playing basketball right now for the Sacramento Kings. Far better team, far better situation. I don't think Russell Westbrook was enjoying playing basketball in Denver last year. Could be wrong. Not going to pretend that I talked to Russell Westbrook about this stuff, but I listen to him. I watch him. I don't know. But I know he's a competitor. I know he wants to win. And I think the scenario that the insiders brought up earlier is kind of interesting. Like, do you just, if Minnesota calls, if a contending team calls, do you just trade him? Do you talk to him? Do you ask, like, hey, what do you want to do? Because, again, it's not like you're missing out. It's not like you're missing out on a big trade if Russell Westbrook isn't a part of it. Like, Russell Westbrook's a league minimum deal. There's no.
You talk to him and do right by him, I guess.
Yeah, I feel like you do.
Career.
Yeah, like I feel like you do.
If you're the
like,
Sacramento Kings, what are you doing holding on to Russell Westbrook?
Not only did you sign him, you waited. Like you let him operate on his own timeline, which also leads me to believe Russell Westbrook is finishing the year with the Sacramento Kings. Like maybe there's a few teams calling. I don't think it winds up going anywhere. There's another aspect to tonight's game that could be interesting to talk about. But it's not the Sacramento Kings side. It's the Washington Wizards side. We've talked about it a few times this year. we'll get into that and what they might look like tonight versus what they might look like, say, over the course of the next few weeks. Plus, the New York Knicks lost again. That wasn't the takeaway from last night's game. And we've got to dive into the divisional round tomorrow night with the San Francisco 49ers and the Seattle Seahawks. Casey should be joining us here sometime soon. Eddie Gonzalez is going to be with us in about 30 minutes. It's Steelo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Yeah, listen to Kyle Madsen 8770, please. Hit the like button. Yes, they need their defense to play like the Broncos and Peyton Manning's last year. They're cooked. They're not cooked, but they need the defense to win that game. Whenever he wants rest. Now there's no date.
Let's see. All right. Warriors beat the Knicks last night. There's a couple of stories coming out of that. One, the Knicks lost again. And, you know, when the Knicks lose, when the Knicks lose too many times, it can get a little loud. And I'll be interested to hear, because there was some rumblings earlier in the losing streak. It's not even a streak. I think they've lost. It's not a streak in the sense that it's like a stretch of basketball here.
3-7 in their last 10.
Yeah, and 7-9, 7-10 since the play-in game, or since the play-in tournament. Excuse me. or not the play-in tournament, the in-season tournament.
I have to imagine hiring Mike Brown, and I mean, you wouldn't expect to be a half game behind the Boston Celtics without Jason Tatum this year. Like, you probably want to be where the Pistons are.
We talked about the pressure that Mike was going to face taking that New York Knicks job, and yeah, it absolutely felt like they were going to be the number 1 seed. It did not feel like the Boston Celtics were going to be a half a game better than them. That the Celtics, maybe it's because of the Pistons, maybe it's because of the Giannis stuff, maybe it's because of how bad Cleveland is. I'm not sure. I don't know what. The Pistons being 25-15 should be a way bigger story.
The Celtics, you mean?
Yeah, I'm sorry. The Pistons are 29-10. The Celtics being 25-15 should be a way bigger story.
Flying under the radar, I guess.
I guess. I don't know how the Boston Celtics fly under the radar, but I guess that's happening right now. I'm looking at the stand. I feel like this is an interesting question. Of the top 6 teams in each conference, which one is the least whatever, man? Like you look at the East. You have Detroit, Boston, you have the Knicks, the Raptors, the 76ers. The 76ers is amazing. And the Magic. You go to the West, top 6 only. You have the Thunder, the Spurs, the Nuggets, Timberwolves, Lakers, and the Rockets. There's 2 that really stand out for me, and there's one that's kind of glaring.
Is it Philly and Toronto?
Nah, it's Toronto and Orlando. I don't buy Orlando. I never have.
Orlando was a dark horse candidate for me in the offseason.
Yeah, but
I thought Desmond Bain.
But isn't this where they were last year?
Yeah, I thought they'd be better. So it's like, I'm not giving up on them yet.
Philly's done a hell of a job of turning, that ugly start they had to the season around. But Toronto at 25-17 and in a position
just a Domantas Sabonis away.
Away from what?
I don't know. Whatever they want to be. I don't know. Just make the deal.
They're 25-17, and to Jesse's point, they are in a position to make a pretty aggressive move. Now, the problem is their contracts. That's where making an aggressive move could be difficult for them because they have players that are owed a pretty good chunk of money for more than a year. Like they got Emmanuel quickly here for 3 more years at 30 plus. That's tough. Like RG Barrett isn't a difficult move, but they have some contracts that are going to be tough to move. But right now, as they're currently constructed, they're 25-17. I don't know. Now that Jesse brings up Philadelphia, I don't know. I don't know how to feel about Philadelphia right now.
Philly's going to be nice in a couple of years. You got to get rid of the old guard still.
Yeah, like they're here's a term we haven't used. Does VJ hit the rookie wall?
A little bit.
And
I saw Jared McCain's been getting garbage time minutes, kind of falling behind everyone. I wonder if the Kings can take a swing at that.
Oh, that'd be terrific. That would be absolutely terrific. I just had the standings open, and I was just looking at like, man, there's Toronto. Toronto with the identical, near identical, 24-15 versus 25-17. Near the same record as the Los Angeles Lakers. Nearly identical record as the Phoenix Suns, who are 24-17. I think Phoenix is more dangerous than the Toronto Raptors are.
I think those top 6 teams out west are all capable of making it out the West this season. Give them a move at the deadline. Like the Lakers, if they make a move at the deadline, kind of short things up. Same with Minnesota. I like Houston, but it feels like they got to solve some things within.
Yeah, Minnesota.
Not that there's like big problems, but I don't know if Ime's messages are getting through.
Watching what Anthony Edwards did against the Spurs a couple of nights, it's probably a week or so ago, that was kind of the first moment where it was like, yeah, I might need to reevaluate my stance on Minnesota.
They might be a Malik Monk away.
It seems that they're desperate for a point guard. They want to move, Mike Conley seems like a really, really important guy in that locker room, but it seems like they're trying to figure some things out on the court. Maybe he's not a part of that anymore. And I don't know if Malik Monk is the move you want to make, but hey, if it is, like, let's go on and get that done. I don't know what a deal looks like, but go on and get that done. That one has been floated out there for, what are we at, like 2 or 3 weeks right now?
James Ham has mentioned Conley, Dillingham, hypothetical type stuff.
And going back to the Warriors beating the Knicks last night, where all of this started, we mentioned that there's 2 stories. One is the Knicks lost again. 2, believe it or not, the Warriors won again. And that's, so I knew the Warriors had they had played pretty well over the course of the last handful of games. That handful of games is starting to stretch. They're 10-4 in their last 14. And in the midst of Jonathan Kuminga being available to be traded,
Kuminga watch,
being that 15th has passed, and in a trade not a trade deadline, a trade request has been made. It's like we talk so much about the toxic nature of that situation involving Jonathan Kuminga and the Golden State Warriors. And while that subject line is perfectly fair, it seems to be a toxic situation for Jonathan Kuminga, maybe the Golden State Warriors coaching staff, definitely the Golden State Warriors front office, but not necessarily the other guys in the uniform. Steph, Draymond, Jimmy, the guys that you want to hear from the most in Golden State Warrior uniforms, they've all continued to sing the praises of Jonathan Kuminga. I think it was Draymond Green who said last night, it's the Jonathan Kuminga situation isn't a distraction because Jonathan Kuminga isn't a distraction. He comes in, he does his work, he does all of his stuff during practice, does all of that. He just doesn't play during games. He sits at the end of the bench. He doesn't cause any sort of issue.
Yeah, if you're Draymond Green, Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, and I'm like, oh, why isn't Jonathan playing? Put him in, coach. Like, no, you're just gonna play your game and move on.
No, you're right. Like, you're probably not gonna do that, but it feels like all 3 of those guys could say nothing. They could be like, man, look, if he plays minutes tonight, I'll talk about him, but he's not. So there's nothing for me to talk about him with. It seems like they're all making a conscious effort to point out, like, he's not a problem. And it goes to the point that I brought up to James and Kyle earlier, because James had said, he felt maybe Scott Perry had made a misstep at getting involved in this Jonathan Kuminga stuff. And I asked Hammer, like he's involved, but are we sure that he's like overly involved? Are we sure that he's devoting a ton of time to the Jonathan Kuminga situation? Is it as simple as calling the Golden State Warriors every few weeks? Like, hey, where are we at with Jonathan Kuminga? Hey, what are you looking for in a return? Hey, how do you feel about this? How do you feel about that? Hammer pointed out, it feels like in Kyle co-signed this. He knows that team very well. It feels like they kept moving the goalposts. Well, first it was this, then it was this. We got, okay, we want a pick. Okay, not just a pick. We want an unprotected pick. Okay, you know what? Never mind. We want expiring contracts. That's what we want in return for Jonathan Kuminga. We want expiring contracts. Remember, the contract was signed this offseason for them to make a splash. That contract was signed, I guarantee you, at $24 million with sights on Giannis Antetokounmpo right now. That's why that deal was done. That deal was done this offseason at that dollar figure with hopes of landing someone that they could package with another big contract and acquire, be it Giannis Antetokounmpo or someone else that we're not talking about. Probably more than likely Giannis than anything else. That's what that deal was signed for. Now, maybe perhaps for the first time since this summer, they're recognizing none of this is happening. That player that we were looking, be it Giannis or someone else, to help get Steph to 5, it's not coming. That player that we were looking for who could maybe, play, heading into Steph's final years, maybe even post-Steph years and be our star, it's not happening. So now Now we're at the point where just send us an expiring contract or expiring contracts. And the trouble with that is the Kings don't have it. Kings don't have them. Kings don't have those. They don't have expiring contracts. Malik has multiple years. We know that Golden State doesn't want to take back multiple years of Malik Monk. Sounds like Golden State doesn't want to take multiple years back of anyone. And then this is where, I asked James, are we sure, like, oh, he doesn't call? Oh, here's what we're looking for. Oh, we don't have that. Hey, let me see if we can get Brooklyn or Minnesota. Or let's see if we can get one of these other teams that we've been talking to involved in this conversation. You give him a call. Mike Dunleavy calls again. Hey, man, we weren't able to do anything with a third team, but we'll check in with you. Let us know if anything starts to percolate. We'll check in with you later. And then all of this stuff about, Dallas is interested in, like, all right, cool. Like, Dallas got expiring contracts? I know Toronto doesn't. At least when you talk about expiring, you got to get to a certain number. James also talked about if you can't move on from someone of a bigger contract in Sacramento, you're over the luxury tax with Jonathan Kuminga, and you are absolutely not going over the luck. This team is 11 and 31? You are not going into the luxury tax, or 11 and 30, excuse me. You're not going into the luxury tax for a team that is 11 and 30? So you have it in the tough part for everybody involved, namely Jonathan Kuminga, and to a certain degree, I guess Steph, Draymond, Steve Kerr, Jimmy. Ask again tonight. Questions. Let someone get injured. Golden State versus Charlotte tomorrow. Let someone get. Oh man, did you think about turning to Jonathan Kuminga? Think about going there? No? Okay. Are you thinking about going to Jonathan Kuminga? No? Oh, okay. Yes? Oh, good. All right, great. And now the onus, now it falls on, Jonathan Kuminga, where you have a situation where Steve Kerr said that Kuminga was going to play, and then Kuminga wound up on the injury report, and the Warriors seem to have very strongly and very publicly insinuated that he wasn't actually injured. Great. You know what's good for everybody is just to keep this relationship alive. Just keep this relationship alive. Continue to let it percolate.
Are the Warriors dysfunctional?
No. No, they're not dysfunctional. Draymond is problematic.
Steve Kerr is on the last year of a contract, right?
I think you can trace it back. You can't trace the Draymond Green stuff back to one person except for Draymond Green. That's the one person. I think the Steve Kerr stuff, the Jonathan Kuminga stuff, I think the problem is Mike Dunleavy is a jackass. That's what I think this is. I think Mike Dunleavy is an absolute jackass. And that's what they're dealing with. That I don't know that dysfunction is the right term.
Joe Lacob was a Kuminga guy, right?
Yep. You want
it's dysfunctional-ish.
Yeah.
You got the meddling owner, the coach on the weird contract last year of his deal. You got the problematic player.
Well, Jonathan Kuminga isn't the only player.
But then you got the greatest of all time shooter. So
I mean, Jonathan Kuminga isn't the only player that Joe Lacob meddled with. I'm not saying anyone was attempting to throw Draymond Green out the door, but I have heard several prominent members of the organization were more than comfortable with him not being there when his contract was up. His contract was negotiated with Joe Lacob. Jonathan Kuminga isn't the first time that Joe Lacob meddled in business. Maybe post-2022, they are dysfunctional.
That's kind of what I'm asking too, I guess. This last few years.
Maybe they're trending towards dysfunction. I think Mike Dunleavy is a problem for them.
He hasn't been great.
Yeah, I think he's a problem for them. And I say this regularly, and I believe it's 100% true. If Jonathan Kuminga had a different agent, he wouldn't be in this situation. I often wonder if Bob Myers was still the general manager, would we be in this situation? Because as goofy as I think Bob Myers is on television, I think he's very much a people person. Like he can communicate with somebody, he can relate to somebody, like he is empathetic, like he has actual human emotion. And I think we've
learned that's important.
Right. Yes. We here in Sacramento have learned how important that is. And I think not that Mike Dunleavy is void of emotion. I just think he's a jerk. That's just ultimately what I think he is. I think Mike Dunleavy's a jerk, and he doesn't care about, Steve Kerr. He doesn't care about Jonathan Kuminga. I think there's also a part of him that's like, no. I got to do this my way. I have to, like we saw John Gruden do this with Reggie McKenzie. We have seen this in sports so many times. No. I'm in charge now. I have to do it my way. I have to rid myself of the Bob Myers stuff. And if that includes Steve Kerr and 2 timelines and A, B, C, D, and G, I'm going to do that. And I wonder if that's what Mike Dunleavy is doing.
Carl Madsen just walked in, heading out for the weekend or whatever, says that the Warriors are on the fast track to dysfunction. Just let Steph retire, he said.
I'm glad you added that, because it does feel like they are just trying to not fall on their face before Steph Curry's retirement.
Kind of what we've joked about over the last few years, the Christmas games and everything that comes with it. Like Steph holds a lot with that franchise.
Steph holds everything with that franchise. He is still just like LeBron James, whether people like it or not, no matter how much Lakers reporters, no matter how much NBA reporters want to this is Luka Doncic's team in Los Angeles. That's fine. That's great. The Los Angeles Lakers can be Luka Doncic's team. Luka and the Los Angeles Lakers and Rob Pelinka and everybody there needs to understand this is still LeBron James's league. This is LeBron James's league. This is Steph Curry's league. To a certain degree, this is Kevin Durant's league. So you could create all of these other storylines you want to. Also, LeBron he just turned 41 or 40?
I'll double check. I think 40.
I will point out, Steph is 37. He plays a very different position than LeBron James. And if Steph Curry wanted to,
LeBron James is 41.
We're talking like Steph Curry is a lot closer to retirement than his rookie year. But do we think Steph Curry's retiring next year? I don't.
No, and
Steph could very comfortably play till 40, 41, 42 if he wanted to.
Well, the worst of Steph, if we were to fast forward, is probably him being in shape and knocking down threes. Probably not getting to the rim and anything like that as much as he did, but
sure.
Father time Steph probably he's a really great 3-point shooter. That's it now.
Steph is still a stunningly, bruh. Is this right? Do I have the right year? Is Steph averaging 28 points per game this year? Like, why? What we're talking like he's nearing his end. I get it. You can see it. The Warriors, if they're trying to keep this ship from sinking, they might be. Can you imagine them doing this for 4 more years? 3 more years? 4 more years? Draymond's gone, what, after 1 more year?
I'll double check that. They almost handed the keys to the wrong person, giving it to Mike Dunleavy. Because with Steph,
I'm not sure that they didn't.
Because
I'm not sure that they didn't hand the keys to the wrong person.
Yeah, because Steph winning that title in 2022 breaks my heart and all that, but it kind of showed he's still you could still do something with him and still win. And since then, it's they just haven't known how to.
They've botched everything since then. And I think, I mean, when you win a title, you win a title. Like the season ends, you're holding the trophy. There's no other conversation to be had in that moment. But in a couple of weeks, the conversation should have been had. Hey, there was a reason Steph Curry was sobbing after that title. He knew what we all knew. They got one. He got that 2022 Steph Curry title was LeBron's Cleveland title. It was the one. It's like that solidifies everything. That title took LeBron to a different level. That 2022 title took Steph to a different level. They were already at the highest of levels, but those titles took them to a different place. And the Warriors have screwed everything up since then. And I can make the argument the Warriors are still screwing things up in this moment. And last year is an interesting what if, because they were cooking after the Jimmy Butler trade. I felt like it slowed down a little bit into the playoffs, but what could they have been if Steph had been healthy through the whole series? I don't know. Maybe they just would have been eliminated and it wouldn't have been that big of a deal. But this idea that we're just trying to maintain while heading into Steph's final years, there is no reason to believe that Steph Curry is retiring anytime soon. And when I say anytime soon, I don't think he's retiring next year. I don't think he's retiring the year after. He doesn't have to. Now, if he wants to, hey, salute. But he's averaging 28 points per game right now. 47% from the field. He's 37 years old. We've marveled at what LeBron James has been able to do at this age year after year after year. At LeBron James at 37, I did not believe he was nearing retirement. 38, same thing. 39. I don't believe LeBron's retiring now. Maybe he's retiring next year. Maybe it's the year after that. But if you told me LeBron played till he was 42, I believe you. If you told me Steph played till he was 42, I believe you.
I wonder what a team looks like where Steph kind of tries to take the LeBron route and give the keys to a player like AD, where we're seeing Steph as the number 2. I wonder what a team like that would look like.
Well, LeBron lied to us year after year after year, saying that AD was the guy.
Well, that's the thing.
Steph can't even lie to us.
Yeah.
Like what?
Steph is still really good. You're not finding really too many players better than him right now. Or anyone that can take that.
Oh, yeah. You're not finding, yeah. I mean, Anthony,
I think Anthony Davis was better, but just more so he was good enough to be that guy if he wanted to.
You could see it.
Yeah.
Like, you could see LeBron's vision in Los Angeles in that regard. Like, you could see it. I don't think you could put someone in Golden State and see Steph's and Steph do that and see the vision. It's like, no, Steph, sorry, man, you're still the guy. You still run the Bay Area, bro. I was trying to hold off the football conversation until Casey. I don't even know if Kenny.
I got to take for the whiteboard. I've been waiting for him too.
Yeah, I don't even. I thought he said he was coming in. Maybe he isn't. Either way, we will get to. You got a new take for?
I think I do. The
okay.
Chatty House won't like it.
So here's. Oh, okay. So here, okay.
Well, I guess the 49ers Chatty House won't like it.
Eddie Gonzalez is going to join us next. We do a lot of hoop with Eddie. 2:45 though. I need that take.
Fair enough.
I need that whiteboard take. And we'll talk about the 49ers. We'll talk about the 49ers and the Seahawks. We'll talk about the divisional round. We'll talk about some of these other games jumping off as well. Our man Devon Henderson of The Athletic. He's going to join us to talk divisional round playoffs. He's going to join us to talk Sacramento Kings basketball as well. That's all ahead. Our man Eddie Gonzalez joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Yeah, John Boy, I had to clear that up. I forget you guys aren't all Kings fans the way football. You guys aren't all football fans the way you are Kings fans. Excuse me. What is real contenders, Leezy? Playoffs. I don't want to say playoffs because I like the Eagles if they hire the right offensive coordinator. I got my eye on Dallas. Washington might be. Who knows about Washington? So we'll see about the Giants. I'd say no if I had to say. Give an answer, I'd say no.
Damn, we still got time. Oh, those are all those quick spots. Guess not.
Randy, I want to see him take a head coaching job. Philly would be cool. Detroit, I think, would be the one where he'd be the best, taking that offense over.
If he takes an offense over, I hope he's in a position like Robert Salah is where he can rebound pretty quickly.
I think he will. Yeah, he's already getting it seems like he might. I don't know if it's get his choice because he's getting head coach interviews and I guess they choose him. But if he's not doing that, he's going to be an OC somewhere.
Swiper, I have not completed the assignment yet. About halfway through. Fine. Fine. I listened to a little bit of it while training, which is never the best move for me. But I'll work through it probably tomorrow morning in a better setting. What do you think of it? Is it good? I've never been a big ASAP guy, by the way. But I'll always give albums a chance. You know what I mean? I'll always tap into them. All right. No KC and no Eddie Gonzalez yet. So we'll just keep things moving along here. If you want to get in on the phone lines, you most definitely can. 916-909-1320. We were talking about preparing to talk about the divisional round upcoming this weekend, obviously for us, centered on the San Francisco 49ers and the Seattle Seahawks. Kyle Shanahan, probably rightfully so, through cold water on the Fred Warner discussion. And the idea of why that might have happened is, pretty funny to me. The noise got so loud after that first day in practice. Chris Biederman, Bonte Hill, the people who cover the San Francisco 49ers the closest, all said some version of the same thing.
I mean, damn, Fred Warner was basically amplifying it.
Well,
on his Instagram.
See, that's the thing. I think Fred wants to play.
Yeah.
Like, Fred absolutely wants to play, and maybe he was putting a little pressure on them to, like, hey, I'm ready. Like, I can go. And Kyle Shanahan had to state clearly for the record, so this didn't drag into today, so it didn't drag into the final preparation for the game. Is like, no. Fred is not playing. Kyle also made it pretty clear. I think Kyle made it as clear as you can make it without creating bulletin board material for the Seattle Seahawks. If the 49ers win tomorrow night, he is playing in the NFC Championship. There is zero question about that. He is playing in the NFC Championship. And again, I thought Kyle navigated those waters pretty beautifully in the fact that he didn't give Seattle any bulletin board material. He just stated, no, he's not going to play this week, but we'll see how he looks if given the opportunity when the NFC Championship gets here. So again, smart wording from Kyle Shanahan right there. Also, something that kind of fell by the wayside yesterday is again, do what you want with this. All signs are pointing to Ricky Pearsall taking the field on Saturday versus Seattle. That's obviously a good sign for the San Francisco 49ers. I'll say this, though. He's not healthy. He's very clearly not healthy. He's battling through this PCL injury. Kyle Shanahan basically said that himself. He's still hurting, but he's in a better place than he was last week. Ricky Pearsall feels like he's in a really good place headed into Saturday. So barring something happening today, and I can't envision a situation where that would happen, it looks like Ricky Pearsall is, in fact, going to be on the field for the San Francisco 49ers when they take the field in Seattle on Saturday night. Well, our man is here. It's like the bat signal went up to talk about the San Francisco 49ers. KC joining us.
You say Niners 3 times.
I guess that's how it works. I guess that's how it works. You say Niners, 49ers a couple of times, and KC shows up. What's up, man?
What's good?
You ready?
Good, man. Yeah, we're ready to go. Right? Hey, man.
Confidence level?
Confidence level out of 7.
It's pretty high.
It is pretty high.
So I got a Warriors take. I was listening to you guys on the way, and I got a Warriors take too that we got to get to.
Like and subscribe, please.
But
well, let's go. Let's go ahead. Go with it. What you got? What's on your mind?
I think you guys are a little too harsh on Mike Dunleavy Jr. And I mean, I don't know the guy like that. I don't really like. I don't know if he's good or bad or anything else like that. But to me, y'all going in on him, and to me, he's not in control. In these situations, he's not in control.
Who is?
I'm Joe Lacob. I'm pretty sure, and I can't remember. I was trying to remember the timeline. If Drew Down's in here or whatever, we ain't seen Drew Down in a while. But if he's in here or whatever, maybe he can help with this. But was Bob Myers around during the Draymond contract?
I'll double check. That might have been his last one of his final things.
And well, if he was, yeah, he's like, I'm out of here, bro. Like, I'm ready to move on. And I clearly can't. I'm gone. Like, I'm gone. This is not.
Wait.
If Bob Myers was there, if he was there, I don't think he was trying to sign Draymond Green.
Draymond signed his deal June 2023. Bob Myers left June of 2023.
He left. Dog, I think you mentioned it. I think a lot of people are like, no, it's good for us to move on.
Mm-hmm.
We're ready to move on.
Mm-hmm.
And there's one person that's like, no, we're not moving on.
Mm-hmm.
Bob Myers is like, well,
I
see where this is going.
Mm-hmm.
I'm out.
Mm-hmm.
I believe.
None of that changes how I feel about Mike Dunleavy.
Here's the thing about Mike Dunleavy. I believe Mike Dunleavy, much like Steve Kerr and a lot of people in the organization, and now how they're going about it, might be very, very problematic with leaking stuff to the media and stuff like that, trying to put him in a bad light. But I believe, and I don't know, I think Mike Dunleavy was like, yeah, we can move on from this guy. Like, he can go. Steve Kerr. Yeah, he can go. Like, we're done with this guy. There's one person there that's like over my dead body. That was made clear over the summer.
I don't agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he can if he's not if Joe Lacob is like Jonathan Kuminga's not going anywhere over my dead body, there's no trade conversation to be had.
There hasn't really been any conversation to be had, right? Because like, or Joe's like, well, if you're going to trade Kuminga, you better get me a Giannis level player. Bro, it's not happening. That never was going to happen. Like, that's how all this was going on over this. No, we're going to use that contract because we can get that fourth star to go with Steph and get that champ. Who you think Steve Kerr and Dunleavy are looking at Kuminga like we can get a 4-star from him? Everybody in the world knows you can't. There's only one person that probably thinks you can.
No, I don't. I think they looked at the $24 million as something you could get a star for.
Okay. I mean, like
a $24 million where you could opt out this offseason and the money just be gone. But it's a calculated risk in that regard, in that you had to have a team that was going in a certain direction, right? You have to have a team that's going in the Warriors' direction, because what's the new thing that they want? Expiring contracts. You needed a team who was like, yeah, Milwaukee, I don't know where Milwaukee's head at is with the Giannis trade, but it needs to be draft picks. They shouldn't even be thinking about contracts at this point unless Toronto calls them about Emmanuel quickly. Like, then he's like, hey, I'm not doing that. But it's the dollar figure. We combine that with something else, and we land who we could say Giannis, because he's the one we're talking about that's in the conversation, but it could be anybody.
Okay. I disagree. Not with what you're saying, but it's all Joe Lacob. That's what I believe.
Oh no, I mean, it could be true. Joe Lacob 100%. Like you with Draymond Green, 100%. With the idea of Jonathan Kuminga, sure. None of that changes the fact I think Mike Dunleavy is a jackass.
What is he
nothing?
done?
Nothing changes that.
What has he done?
I think the way he operates is I think he's a very standoffish individual. I don't think Joe Lacob has put Steve Kerr in this position. I think Mike Dunleavy has done it.
What position? Like to keep Kuminga?
Steve Kerr is in the last year of his contract. He is coaching out the last year of his contract. Now, Joe Lacob signed off on it, but I believe that was Mike Dunleavy's idea.
Why?
I'm sorry, you're just walking into this. To clear the Bob Myers stuff out and to create his Golden State Warriors basketball team. I heard you when he said
that. I was just trying to figure out like why you feel Mike Dunleavy's doing that.
Because I'm as connected to this game as you are.
Because like we feel that way about Scott Perry, right? Because we've kind of like done Scott Perry trying to get rid of anything that wasn't here before him, right?
Yeah, but that's different.
But I'm just saying.
Yeah, but that's not. It's not the same. But but I just want to be clear. That is not the same.
It's not.
It's like I use the example of John Gruden. John Gruden wanted to rid himself of Reggie McKenzie, but why? He wanted to rid himself of Reggie McKenzie's Raiders, but why? What does everybody say about that Super Bowl he won? Wasn't yours, dog. We know what happened. You took Tony Dungy's football team and went and won a championship. That's what you did. So the next opportunity he got to coach, he said, I'm going to rid myself of everything that Reggie McKenzie built, including his all-pro, his all-NFL defensive player. And I'm going to build my football team. Now, I don't think Mike Dunleavy has gone that far, but Mike Dunleavy is absolutely eyeing that. His responsibility is the twilight of Steph Curry and post-Steph Curry. And he can't mess this up. Given the botched 2 timeline things that has already happened, he can't mess this up.
Okay. I'm not disagreeing with you. I haven't read. I don't know enough about Mike Dunleavy to say that that's his motive or not. And if you had, I was asking like, what had you heard or from him to make you feel that way? That's all. Like,
yeah, I'm not.
You could be 100% right.
I'm not
saying.
I'm not saying someone has told me that is his motive. I'm not reporting that someone has said that that's his motive. What I'm saying is I've heard from enough people he's a jackass.
Mhm.
I'll ride with them
And that's-
because I'm not around him all of the time.
That's what I'm asking.
I hypothesized maybe this is his motivation with Steve Kerr. And Clay is already gone. You have these different things. How he handles the next 3 years, 2 to 3 years, probably determines whether he has a job.
What you've heard from other people, that's what I was like. I'm not trying to challenge. I'm literally trying to feel like, why do you feel that way about him? Because he's a really nondescript character for me personally. I don't know anything about his personality or who he is. You've had conversations where you get a feel of who he is. That's all I was doing. I'm not trying to challenge. On the Kuminga thing, though, I do think he's under orders. I do believe he's under orders. Just like Bob Myers was under orders and he said, oh, this is how this goes. I'm out.
Maybe. I believe Joe Lacob is involved in those. I believe Joe Lacob was involved. Like, if he still is, like, at some point, you got to go back to your boss and go, man, you have to do it. You call Scott. You call Tim Conley. You call, oh, sorry, actually, my bad. Scott's the only one calling. So call Scott back because I don't know what to tell him. There's no point in me playing the middleman.
Mike can't. I'm not going to say he can't do that, but Mike,
no, he can't. He absolutely can't.
First time GM.
Yeah, he absolutely can't do that. I'm saying that's the level of frustration I would have with my boss if he's telling me, no, you got to do it this way. Bro, you do it then because your way is not working. I have to try to get rid of I have to try to get this guy off the team. I have to try to get maximum value. Now I have to get expiring contracts. Now I have to get this. I can't do any of this. So you do it. And of course, he can't do that. But I don't think Lacob is as involved anymore. I think you're 100% right that Lacob was the driving force behind what happened last summer. At some point, Mike Dunleavy, has to have a conversation with Joe Lacob. What do you want me to do now?
Maybe Joe's a little more wild than we give him credit for just because they won.
Could be. Yeah, he absolutely could be.
He's not crazy, but I've heard Joe Lacob is an interesting cat.
Well, people left Vivek alone after being Team NBA, right? And then everything.
Not for very long.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And then that's the thing. They stopped winning, and then it all happened again.
To his own doing.
I'm trying to think what happened. Was there a report that offseason? Vivek Ranadive didn't want to sign anyone after. I don't think there was.
Yeah. But no, I was just listening, and I was like, what? I was like, that's unfair to Mike. But
I mean, Mike Dunleavy was
he was
kind of a jerk of a basketball player.
It was more of
like a menace.
Nah, he was more of a. If anything, he was like a brat, like a rich brat. But he was kind of nondescript. Like he wasn't from everything that I remember.
A rich brat is a funny way to describe a basketball player.
But like Austin Rivers, so to speak. Austin Rivers was a rich brat who would run his mouth. Right?
Oh yeah.
I didn't feel like
Austin Rivers was hated.
Right. I don't feel like Mike Dunleavy said much of anything. To me, he's a nondescript basketball player. He's a nondescript general manager.
Okay.
Just kind of, if you talk to him for a length of period, he might come off a little pompous, but he's not a boisterous type guy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe.
Okay.
I could be wrong.
All right. Eddie texted us just a few moments ago. Let's see. This was at 2:22. Eddie's going to be with us at some point over the course of the next. Eddie's going to join us. That's all that needs to be said. Eddie's going to join us coming up here pretty soon. Our man Devon Henderson going to be with us in the final hour of the show here as we're Bay Area sports leader. Anything else on the Warriors you want to discuss?
I hate them.
Good. That's and put that in lights as we shift from one Bay Area team to the other, which is why I called us Bay Area Sports Station. Your 49ers, I was talking about as you were getting situated here. Ricky Pearsall. Obviously, we talked about Fred Warner's not being available this weekend, and how Kyle Short made it sound like he's absolutely playing in the NFC Championship should the San Francisco 49ers play in the NFC Championship. But it kind of flew under my radar yesterday that all signs are pointing to Ricky Pearsall taking the field on tomorrow night.
That's good to see. I'm not expecting him to be like prime Ricky Pearsall because of the knee and everything. I think I read something where he said it's something that's just going to have to take time. I don't think it's surgical, from what he said, but he's like, I need some time off when this is all done to let that heal.
Yeah.
So I don't expect that to change necessarily in 3 weeks or 2 weeks or however long he's been out. But it's good to have him out there. I think he's another option. I think he's a guy that can stretch the field just a little bit, and maybe just that little bit is what gets the Niners some more looks on the offensive end. This game, it's not apples to apples exactly, because there's some elements that aren't there. But this game reminds me a little bit of 2013. This was the last good Harbaugh year. And in the middle of the season sometime, the Carolina Panthers went to Candlestick Park and they beat the Niners 10-9. And they bullied them, physically bullied that team, the Jim Harbaugh team. And Vernon Davis didn't play. And they went through the rest of the season. I think Panthers won the South or whatever, and the Niners won in Green Bay in the wild card round and went to Carolina. And I remember I was listening to the Streets of Charlotte, and I was listening to ESPN and all these people, and it was just like, no, these two teams, they played before this year, and the Panthers bodied them. The Panthers just physically bodied them. And people were drawn back to that 10-9 game. Like, I don't know what they're going to be able to do. 10-9, the defense, and they had I forgot the running back's name. I think it was Tolbert. Big, heavy set running back. Oh, he just ran all over that defense. And, well, what's going to be different this time? And I kept telling people, I said, that at that time, the Niners with Vernon Davis and without Vernon Davis were two different teams. And I said, yeah, handle business, but this ain't the same 49er team you playing. This is not the same 40. Like, you can draw back to that if you want to. I even called into Charlotte radio. I was just a regular civilian at the time. I said, all respect, because I like you guys, but you keep talking about that week 11 game or whatever. I'm telling you, this is not, it's not the same team. And the reason why it's not apple to apples is I don't think the 49ers defense is as good as that 2013 team with Patrick Willis and Navarro Bowman. George Kittle, obviously not being there, that's a big factor. You're going to miss him. But number one, I think the defense is going to be better this time around for the 49ers. And that didn't really manifest itself on the scoreboard, so to speak, because you only gave up 13 points. But it did with the yardage and in between the 20s and all this other stuff. They averaged 5-6 yards a rush, the Seahawks did. They got whatever they wanted on third down. No D Winters, no Bethune. D Winters might come back, but even more importantly, you got a guy like Eric Kendricks, who's seen it all, done it all in this league, played really, really well against Philadelphia. He'll be there, as opposed to Gifford. I think Wallow even played in that game in Week 18, but he was thrown into the fire in that situation. Now you got a game plan set for Kendricks, Wallow, Winters. They're going to be there from the start. Also, you got Marquise Siegel, who's going to be there, the rookie, who started the season at safety. Jair Brown came back. Mustafa came back. They worked those guys. Those guys had a rough night in Week 18. Mustafa will still be there, but Marquise Siegel is a better cover guy than Jair Brown is. He should be there. And if the last but not least, once again, not exactly apples to apples, but in 2013, for me personally, Vernon Davis was a security blanket, and it was a completely different team when he was there. Mentality-wise, schematically, it was just different when he was there. You've said this for 3 years. Who's your security blanket on the 49ers?
Trent Williams.
Who's going to be there who wasn't there in Week 18?
Trent Williams.
it's going to be a different ball game. It doesn't mean the Niners can't win or the Seahawks. None of that. I think they're going to win, but it's not. It's sealed and delivered. They're going to win. I'm not saying that, but it's different when Trent is there. It is different when Trent is there. So I was thinking about this a little bit yesterday. Just kind of reminds me of 2013 Niners Panthers and the second time they played each other. And it was some of the same dialogue that was going on, like, oh, they got manhandled the first time. Like, the Panthers are going to do it again. And that was in Candlestick. Now they're coming to Carolina. What you think they're going to do? Steve Smith and all them boys going to be ready. Same dialogue going on this week. We just saw I'm almost certain the Niners ain't going to get manhandled on Saturday. That's not going to happen. They might lose, but Oh, go ahead.
Did you think they got manhandled in Week 18?
I thought they got beat. They got beat soundly.
Right.
They got beat soundly.
Okay.
And the Seahawks.
They did like they did. The story for that game to me was, man, they're getting their ass kicked.
Mm-hmm.
Down by 7.
They are. There was 2 missed field goals.
It was just like, they could still do this.
It was 2 missed field goals. So I show respect to the Seahawks, because if I'm a Seahawks fan, I can say, hey, it should have been a 3-score game, like at the very least 19-3 or something like that. But they got handled. And here's another thing about that. These guys in that 49ers locker room have heard all week how they've gotten handled. They will not get handled again.
Yeah,
I can promise you that. Will they win? I don't know. I'm predicting them to once again. They will not get handled again. Trent Williams didn't heard all this stuff all week about, oh, yeah, how you going to stop the run, or how you going to the defense just, man, no, that ain't happening. Niners winning on Saturday night.
Let's bring Eddie in. We're gonna adjust our time with Eddie here a little bit before we go to break. Eddie, you got time to hang out with us for a bit?
Yes, I do.
Okay, let's start with this. You just heard your man. You're a notorious 49er hater. Who you got tomorrow night in the divisional round?
I mean, I don't have the Niners, so that's just how we feeling.
I'm shocked.
It's it's tough betting on Sam Darnold. But I'm gonna go with history here. I remember, Sherman with the ending Kaepernick time and all that stuff. So I'm gonna root on history here and just say, yeah, I'm gonna go with them.
It's interesting you say history, because history has not been kind to Sam.
Hey man, I'm just, in my time, the Niners have failed a lot when it mattered most. So I'm gonna say history in that sense.
Okay.
Beyonce not in the building, but spiritually she is, we'll say.
But look, I think Sam Darnold got to show me. He got to show me on this. We have this whiteboard up here with like all these stone cold lead pipe lock predictions that we have. I said before week 18, like week 17 or something like that, the Seahawks will not, in bold letters, win a playoff game. And I didn't know they were going to play the Niners. I know when it was going to happen, but all that was on. I've never seen Sam Darnold do it when it matters.
Now you're
wait before we go to the break, because I'm not necessarily gonna combat that. I'm with you. If it wasn't for my bias here, I would be wholeheartedly with you. Are you dressed like the NOI because it's business for the playoffs? Or like...
Damn.
No, man, not. Hey, man, big shout out.
He had an interview at 11:40.
Not at all. Big shout out.
You about to get hooked up at that call center. It's time. Man's growing up.
Big shout out to my man Rick Warren. Shout out to Warren Media. Shout out to the city of Rancho Cordova. Shout out to Mayor Gatewood over at Rancho Cordova. Man, I got honored with a little Dr. King Legacy honorary.
Oh man, see now
shout out to the people over there. They showing love, man. Big ups to them, man.
Salute, man. I must say, we joke about the celebrity status of everybody here, and obviously you're number one on the list. But my little bit of juice that I have in life is like I just don't do a dress code. Like, just know where I'm going.
So you're Carmelo?
You invite me to your wedding, you got to understand, I might just wear a crew neck sweater. Like, so
all right,
that's my little perk I have in life that I'm juicing forever.
We'll step out real quick. We'll come back. We'll spend some time with Eddie Gonzalez. We'll talk basketball. We'll talk trade deadline. We'll talk all that good stuff when dealing with Casey and Eddie Gonzalez return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. All right, we're clear, Eddie. Oh.
My bad.
Eddie, what up, my boy?
My dog is like y'all probably have seen pictures of him. He's the biggest French bulldog you've ever seen. He's got like a back problem, so we've been in and out the vet all week. He's fine though. He's getting better.
Oh,
But
okay.
I thought I'd be out quicker, and then I seen the email. I was like, damn, forgot. So my bad.
Take care of the baby, man. That's the rule.
I think you'll be perfectly fine because you said he's fine right now. But I had a little Shih Tzu, Max. Shout out to Max, and it happens with those type of dogs. But he had a back issue that was like debilitating, and we had to make that decision.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. So he has the IVDD, which might be the same thing your dog had, but essentially like just a back problem, and it's like happens to these dogs. But so the day I took him, he was fine. He was just in pain. We went like last week. 2 days later, he wasn't walking. He couldn't feel his legs. He's like, we're carrying him to the mat so he can pee, and we were like on the same time, like, and we're gonna have to make that decision. And then like literally Wednesday, he woke up and was just like way more active and feeling better. So I was kind of mad. We took him to the vet just now, and he's walking. I'm like, dog, you haven't walked in 2 weeks. What are you doing?
He said, no, I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, like the adrenaline just had him going. And they're like, no, we get it. And da-da-da. And like, they know what they're doing. So they did the test, and he's got feeling in his leg. He'll be cool. But it's just like, yeah, like this is a degenerative condition. He might have flare-ups, you know? So, but I was like, yo, no way you're walking right now. Like, 3 days ago, we down there crying because we thinking, yo, it's time.
Yeah.
Now you're like, come on, dude. But
I remember my first dog, I've only had 2 dogs, but my first dog, a little golden retriever, I was a kid and like 12, 13. And he had gotten sick. I think they say he got worms or ringworms or something. I forgot what it was, but he had got worms, and we took him to the vet, and they were like, yeah, this is what happened. He's gonna need surgery, da-da-da-da. And they told my mom the price, and she's like, oh man, damn. Let me think about this real quick. We might have to just say, tip our hat to KC and be like, hey, brother, you know what I mean? Because I didn't know at the time, but she was like, that bill was crazy.
That's where we was at. And it's like, I love my dog. You know what I mean? I'm a dog person, but $15K for a dog surgery and it might work. It's just like, hey, that's just not happening. That's just not. And I love it.
To say, we got it. We did it. He came home. He lived a couple more years with us, and everything was. But I remember she was like, yeah.
We had something like that where she kind of just took a turn out of nowhere, and we still don't know what it was like. But it was like they were doing so many tests. And it was like, look, we can do neurological specialist and this, but that's going to cost like $8,000 off top, and then we still might not find out, and it might be this and it got to the point where like she wasn't even trying to move, and so it's like, all right, we just got to do what we got to do. But and if I had it like that, I would do it. But that's just not in the cards. Like I wouldn't pay $10,000 for a surgery on me. So
say goodbye to me.
I would just be walking around with a torn ACL if it's gonna cost me $10K.
That's why, and I
heals, don't it? Like
that's why I had this. I was like, man, I ain't doing the pet thing.
Yeah,
they trying to talk me into it, but yeah, man, I didn't. 2 of them have gone in my lifetime. I was like, bro, I ain't doing that. Is rough. I ain't doing that no more. If I can.
I was being dramatic that day too. Like when it was looking bad, I'm like, yeah, I might just never have a dog again. Like I'm not doing this again.
But that's me.
That's kind of why.
All right, we back here with our man Eddie Gonzalez, as we do each Friday, a little later than normal, but we had to take care of the puppy today, and as we know, dogs come first here on this show. Yes, always.
Indeed.
Love that.
Man, we're about 3 weeks away from the trade deadline. You think anything sizable happens over the course of the next 3 weeks?
Yeah, I think all of the names that have been tossed around, just in the noise I've heard, I think they're all gone. Anthony Davis is gone. Jonathan Kuminga is gone. John Morant's gone. Michael Porter Jr. is gone. I think the real question mark is Giannis at this point. And looking at the effort on that court and the amount of questions they're answering every day, and him booing his own home crowd after they booed him for another blowout loss, I would hope he makes the decision to be gone at some point soon. But that's the one I could see dragging into the summer just for the functions of the trade. But what I will say is, like, he's kind of going through the same thing Kevin went through last year, where almost every team I can go to is going to just be decimated by the time I get there, and it's going to take a year and change to improve. That's what make it last into the summer. But I think what you saw happen with the KD trade too was the offers were worse in the summer, like substantially worse too. So maybe the Bucks don't want to do that. Maybe Giannis doesn't want to do that. It's going to be a tough trade to pull off however they go about it. But I think there's some teams ready to offer best they can, and there's some good scenarios out there for him. So I'm kind of hoping he does, just as a fan and for the chaos of the league and all of that. I think that one just still is up in the air. The problem with the Bucks is, if you're a Bucks fan or you're a Giannis fan or whatever, it's like they just have very little room for improvement. Nobody's standing outside of the Bobby Portis, Kyle Kuzma store and just waiting to get that deal. They signed Miles Turner long-term, and so that changed some of their flexibility. Like, they're stuck, you know? So at some point they're going to have to rip the scab off and do what it does there. But I think the other four, they're gone. And maybe not in the next week, but as we get to trade deadline week, Super Bowl week, ironically enough, we're going to see Michael Porter Jr. somewhere. We're going to see Ja Morant somewhere. We're going to see Anthony Davis somewhere. And, you know, I told y'all I'm kind of crossing my fingers, putting my palms together. I'm hoping Ja makes his way to Sac, but I don't know. When you look at the landscape and what they can offer versus what Miami can offer, or, you know, Toronto or Houston, some people are saying, I think the deals are just better there if you're Memphis.
Can I follow up real quick? Can you sell me on Ja?
Well,
Casey's there. I'm not.
I mean, if you want to sell sneakers and just be a vibe, I like Ja. I mean, I think the realest and most authentic knock on him right now is just his inability to stay healthy, and I think it's real. I hate to put the injury tag on guys, but some guys are just more prone to being injured. The other name we're talking about right now, Anthony Davis, he put his hand on a guy's hip, and he may miss the rest of the season.
Shattered in a million pieces.
Like, some guys just have it. I don't know how to explain it. It's unfortunate. Ja's the same thing, and you can kind of blame play style, but I think, you know, his you know, you're having soft tissue injuries. You play a style that is a little dangerous, but you also play fast. You play hard. You have these, and so that's the real knock on him. I do think he's an exciting player. I think this is a league where ball handling is at a premium, driving is at a premium. He's shown to be successful when he is on the court. That's where I would sign up for him. I think he's a foundational level talent in this league for a team. Is he your one superstar for your franchise for the next 10 years? Nah. But he's a piece you put there, and you ideally then go get your superstar. That's the best way I can sell it, but I understand your skepticism.
The one thing that I've said about the whole thing with Ja to the Kings is, depending on what the price is, that's the most important thing for me. I'm not giving up any draft picks or like I might give up a Timberwolves first rounder or something like that 5 years from now, but nothing of value draft asset wise to me. But if you can get them at a certain price, like, why not? Like, you either get a guy that can change your fortunes, like we've seen in the past with him, or he's this rundown, kind of washed up guy, and you won't be any good, which you already weren't going to be any good for the next couple of years anyway. And by the time you're ready to start making moves and willing Dillon, his contract going to be off the books. So it's, I don't want to say well, I will say it. If you make the right trade, like I'm talking price wise, it's a no-lose situation, in my opinion. You're either going to be good like you were going to be good, or excuse me, you were going to be bad like you were going to be bad anyway, or you find a guy that you can, you know, gets a renaissance in a new place.
Yeah, and I think league history tells you the means of acquiring a player at this level, and whatever level you think he is. Maybe he's a B- NBA player, whatever. But the means of acquiring him for a small market team like the Kings, there's very few. And if they're not going to be number one, number two, number three in a good draft, it's going to be even harder. And that's kind of their, you know, and in the history of the organization, many different front office is many different minds who have made these picks, but they've continued to miss on them over and over and over. And then the ones they had in the last few years, they've eventually soured on and traded away. And it's frustrating. Like, that doesn't mean that's how it's always going to be. That doesn't mean they can't hit in the lottery, all of that. Like, but that's a lot of risk to take. This is something that's right in front of you, and it's not a mystery box. You kind of know what he is. And I'm with you in the sense of, if it's the right price, it's worth the gamble. If it's not, if I'm not giving away 2 first-round picks and Keegan Murray, like a player under 25, I'm not doing that. But if it's DeMar and what's the second-year guy's name? If it's that,
Devin Carter. Oh, then now you got my attention.
You got my.
If it's DeMar and Devin Carter, and DeMar, you're not doing much in the future with anyway. Like, that's a little different. That's like, that I could sign up for. That I could say, okay, I could see the angle there. So I'm with you, the right price. But again, I think some other teams may be willing to give more, maybe willing to bid more for his services. But those are the type of gambles you got to take when you're the Kings, when you are the Indiana Pacers, when you're these level of teams.
I'll tell you what gamble isn't worth taking, and it's the Anthony Davis one. Might I interest you in Domantas Sabonis? He's $15 million a year cheaper, and double streaks.
Everybody cheaper than that.
Well,
he's back. He's back too. He's back to showcase for a couple weeks.
Yeah, he's back. Yeah, he's back tonight against the Wizards.
Big win streak right now, though. Like, maybe they shouldn't break up the game.
Well.
Are y'all in a place where it's like every win is a bad win at this point? Like, we want to have the most ping pong ball.
I don't think you. We were talking about this earlier. I don't think you can't plan to lose right now.
Yeah.
You can plan to lose later.
After All-Star break.
You can't. It's
After
January.
All-Star break,
right?
you could put me. We could put the 3 of us on the court. But before that, it's slow.
Yeah, so that's tough.
Like, you already have the worst record in the conference anyway. Like,
it's fine. Yeah, it's like they've won 3 straight. They're the 4th worst team in the entire league. Like, it's okay. Like, our chances aren't gone.
Yeah.
Well, you say that, but then like there's Nets fans who are just so mad they won like 5 games in December last year and then fell out the top 5. So it's tough. And like the lottery game is sick anyway. You could win the lottery in the Ricochet year, and like you could win the lottery in the year where none of the guys work, or you could win the lottery this year where it looks like we have multiple superstars on the way into the league, and you just never know. But again, kind of back to my original point. Limited ways to acquire a talent like that. I think you got to do it almost every time, especially if you can pay the right price.
Yeah. So I was talking to Damien about this before one of the shows, and Eddie, much like because people are like, this is ridiculous. They get so upset with the Kuminga noise and the trade talk every day. And I get it. Like, I understand. But like, this guy, he's not even all-star caliber guy. And, why are we making this big old fuss about it?
On this, by the way, that's my type of time right now. I'm the same thing.
But I think you'll agree with this, because much like streaming, much like pirating and House of Highlights and all this other stuff, all this trade talk stuff, the league loves this stuff. Mm-hmm. The league loves it because it's January 16th. What do I really need to talk about a Hawks-Bulls game for, or a Kings-Wizards game for, if that's all there was the game? Like, it's not that deep, but we can do a whole hour and a half on whether Kuminga should be here, if Monk should be traded, all this other stuff. Like, the league, they love this stuff.
Oh, no, I said the same thing. Like, I asked the same question. Like, what about Jonathan Kuminga warrants this level of conversation? Is it just we're just desperate for any convo as basketball fans? Is it proximity to Steph? What is it? Nobody really gave me a right answer, because you can't type Steph Curry's name on Twitter and then get like regular conversation. It doesn't happen that way. But it's like a little bit of all of that. We do love this stuff. We love to play shadow GM. We love as members in the media to like be right, to be early on something and then be right on it later. Like I told you guys, we love all this stuff. Like I'm thoroughly convinced, not to be like the boomer on the porch, but like a good amount of NBA fans now, they like arguing about the NBA way more than they like watching games and going, oh, that was fun. That was a good shot. So they love this stuff. And it does numbers. We know it does. We see it. We're talking about it right now. Who could be traded where? Who we doing what? But like I just don't get it with Kuminga. And I will say, like, he might be a king in a couple of days. So y'all better start seeing it. The two of y'all. y'all gonna be forced to sing his praises real soon if things go right or wrong, depending on what
I'm all right with Kuminga.
Yeah, like
I'm all right with him.
If nothing else, like I get the intrigue. Like, let me see what he is as a player. I tried to make the argument to Kyle Madsen earlier today that like I'm not convinced that I know exactly who or what Jonathan Kuminga is as a basketball player. He might not be good. Just let me see that he's not good.
Yeah.
Let me know. You know what? That ain't it. Let me see that. And it's like, all right, cool. Like you were right. You win. Cool. Good job.
I feel like in the little bit of him that I've seen, he hasn't shown like this crazy flash of like, oh, there's a superstar in there somewhere to me, which some people say. Mm-hmm. But I also do have that caveat where like we've never seen him play what he would probably consider his game, like ever. Not in that system, not with those guys, not with what they do over there. Like, so there's a little bit of that. There's a history of guys playing with the Warriors and not being able to be their full selves. But again, like just this level of conversation, I'm like, yo, we've been talking about this for 3 years. Like the Warriors have clearly decided he's not all that good. The market was nothing in the summer because he didn't go anywhere else. And now he's trade eligible. We're about to see what the market is again for him. And just like sources say or whatever, it's not that much now either. Like, there's a couple teams knocking on the door, but nothing crazy. So I'll be curious to see. I mean, I'm rooting for him. I always want all the players to be as good as they can be because then it's more fun. But I just don't know it just yet. I don't see it just yet. And maybe it happens in Sacramento when they let him shoot 20 times a game or whatever it is to open his game up. But I don't know. I just like I get what you're saying though, Kenny. Like we love this stuff. Like, of course we talk about this. We love this stuff. We're fantasy trading all kind of players. Like guys on the bench, like, oh, what if he can be over here? What can he be? Long conversations about what Malik Monk can and can't be if he goes to whatever team. We've seen a lot of Malik Monk basketball. We kind of know what he is at this point. But this is what we do as fans. We want to see it.
And the NBA is probably the only league that lends itself to this type of dialogue with the length of the season, just the nature of the game. Football, the season happens too fast. Like all the games matter. Baseball is more so
another team in football either. Like basketball, I could play with the other team tomorrow. Like right. We'll similar stuff.
Right.
Football is you're not gonna trade for a quarterback in the middle of the season. I have to teach him everything. I mean, I spent a month doing that.
Baseball is more like the prospects as opposed to trades. It's like, yo, why is this guy in Tucson hitting 480 and we haven't called him up? Like that's more so what it is as opposed
I traded my best player for a 16-year-old in the DR, but trust me, in 2028.
And they don't even talk about that till like August. And it's only like 1 month. They talk about basketball transactions. We talk about basketball transactions all year.
Oh yeah, they
long.
do too, though. Don't get it twisted.
And even after the deadline, we go, that man get bought out, and I could go get him, and then he could be, we have like 3 examples of that ever, but we swear you can get a guy in a vet min as a buyout, and he's gonna be this factor in the playoffs. This is like 3 times ever. Like,
and the league loves it. Adam Silver loves this stuff. Like, yeah,
look how much like I'm not talking like a YouTube guy on a mic on Twitter talking. I'm talking like, look how much actual content and stories and programming we get that is just trade banter. Like it's out of this world. It's insane.
95%.
Did you? Yeah, for real. Did you catch the Kings Rockets game the other night?
Oh man, unfortunately, I was asleep. Like my son went caught up with Kevin, and he's 0-2 in sack with my kids this year, so like my kids might not be able to go no more. But I did catch the game. I did catch the game, and it was funny because after the first game, my daughter was there, and the security's like, he might not want to see nobody. Like she's kind of like concerned because they lost on what should have been a game winner for him, and he missed. I text Kevin like, man, tell her ass I'm about to be there. You like what you talking about? Anyway, like, I'm be all right. So it was like the second time they lost again, the security was like, I'm gonna go get your son. Like he already knew, like just whatever. But man, like I said, the Kings put together a nice string of games right here, man. Fortunately, is when the guy comes to town and doesn't come to town. They ride the Sprinter there in the middle of the day. They don't.
Yeah, come on, man. Hey, come on, man. What are we doing?
Hey,
can I say this? Not to defend the team, but like this has happened before in the NBA. It's not.
Come on, Eddie.
Come
on, man. Kevin knew where to party in San Francisco, and they just decided they was gonna stay there.
I would say, how do I say this the right way so I don't get a phone call? I know what happened.
Hey, leave it at that.
I know.
Leave it at that.
You knew the best hookah lounge.
I know what happened. I know who it wasn't. We're safe over here.
Okay. I hear you. Okay. I hear you.
A decision was made, you know. I'm not in Frisco, a Saturday night in Frisco, or a Saturday night on K Street. Like, we can be honest, but
he's sleeping. He's sleeping.
The funny thing is, Eddie, just mind your business for a second.
I've been a Tiger on the right night.
Who's the first person you thought of?
When
Eddie said, I know who it was and who it wasn't. We clean over here. Who was the first person you thought of?
Oh, well, it was KD.
No, he said we're clean.
Yeah,
so it wasn't
clean.
KD.
Okay, let me go down the roster real
quick.
quick.
No, sweetie, you're in the wrong spot. It was Ime.
Oh man.
I knew where you was taking this, man.
Ime was like, hold up.
Ime, you could have came to K Street, Ime. Come on, man.
So I was like, you know, I'm gonna raise in this meet and this setup from out here because my son wants to, my son never asked, which is funny enough. So he hits me, he's like, Dad, can I go to the game on Sunday? I'm like, all right, yeah. He's like, can I get X1 for my buddy? He's like, all right, yeah. I said, all right. You know, you want to holler at K before that, or I can just see him after the game. I was like, all right, cool. And it was like, oh yeah, we're not out there. I'm like, what? And then I heard the story, and then it was like, oh, okay. But he's like, I'll talk to him after the game. I was like, all right. I didn't think that was gonna get out. I was shocked that came out, but like it's been decided and known for months, and so it was just like, you know, and they didn't. That's not why they lost. They stunk it up. You know?
They looked like they didn't want to play. That's what I was gonna ask you. You looked at them the last 5-6 minutes. They look like, man, get me off of this damn basketball.
They just have so many like offensive deficiencies. It's just like that team is just gonna have droughts. And it's frustrating to watch. Like, y'all have watched them twice in the last month. They can be a bore to watch them. Like, it's just like, I'm not entertained right now. Like this is not fun. So it's a frustrating team. I think the thing about the Rockets, and they kind of understand too, it's a team built for the playoffs. They're dealing with a lot of injuries right now too. They're in one of the worst shooting stretches in NBA history right now, and they look like it. So I'm not surprised. It's funny, the Kings have life. And you see them, you see like, oh, there's a version of this team that makes sense, and they're a competitive team in and out, day in, day out. And then it's like, you know, but I did just watch them lose by 40 3 weeks ago. This is super frustrating. But Buddy who came off the bench, the undersized big guy who got like 6 offensive rebounds in a row.
My boy Dylan Caldwell.
I'm like, yo, I Googled him twice during the game. I'm like, yo, why is he doing this to us?
Ime was so mad at his team for letting him do.
He went to double bigs because he crushed them on like 5 offensive rebounds, 1 possession. It's like, okay, now I have to put another center in. This is embarrassing. Like he was, and then they hit 2 threes in a row, and I'm just like, all right, like this is sick. This game is over. But
that was Malik, right?
Yeah,
Malik was both. Yeah, both corners.
Yeah.
Both
Hey,
corners.
by the way, hey man, hit that group chat after we done talking. Hit that group chat. Talk. Give me the real, man. Give me the real.
Hey, like it's funny, man, because like I don't usually give Kevin too much stuff, like when they lose or whatever, or like even when he plays, like it's usually like funny stuff, like damn, bro, you tripped on your own feet, you know, that type of stuff. It's so like that one.
Hell, you get hurt in the layup line.
Yeah, I was there, and I'm like, that's exactly what I said, bro. You just turn your feet on that. So every once in a while he'll miss a shot, like slap it off the backboard or something, like something crazy, and I'll laugh at it. But that was one of the ones, like, I gotta wait to see his energy. He might just be mad tonight. And he was just like over it.
I'm not gonna text him tonight.
He was just annoyed. Like
I ain't gonna say mad because I'm not a Rockets fan or nothing like that, but I was disappointed in last night.
I was too.
Like, that's one I've been waiting for a while, and they got handled.
Yeah,
I was too. It was like opening night. They played so close. They played so competitive, and last night they just kind of laid over, especially in the second half. It was just frustrating to watch. I mean, I didn't necessarily love the referee. I don't like blaming the referees for any particular game, and like Kevin wasn't complaining afterwards, so who am I to say, oh, they were fouls? But I mean, the Thunder clearly came out energized, and the Rockets just didn't. It's kind of disheartening to watch them do that. They play the Wolves tonight with no Ant. They lose this, it's gonna be the chatter just gonna turn up. You know, the chatter just gonna keep turning up, and it's funny how the conversation goes because one night they're the 3 seed, and it's like, damn, they won, they beat the Suns, buzzer beater, like they might go to the finals. Next night they'll lose, and they're the 7 seed, and it's like, yo, gotta break the Rockets up. What are they gonna do? And it's night to night. It's just this never ending. It's like I'm gonna just shut up till like March 15th or something. I'm gonna just wait.
Hey, was real quick, both of you guys. I was in and out of the game. I saw the fourth quarter in full. But was that a real player? Was that AI when they let AJ Mitchell go backcourt?
Bro, that was real. They were down so much. It was like, okay, but he was so backcourt. I had to rewind it. Like, did he not have the ball? Like, am I stupid? Like, did I just not see something? I couldn't. Like, that was real.
He took 3 steps on the other side of center court, and they
if we
was
was at the gym,
let's go.
If we was at the gym playing pickup, we would have like, damn, why you all the way back there? It's open back court, but you taking advantage, buddy.
Ref just went.
Ref just kept going like they lost anyway.
Went to a Thunder dunk. I was like, wait, what?
About to do running clock after that. That was crazy.
That was so crazy. That's why I had to ask, like, am I tripping? Like, was that AI? Like, that was
the tweet I seen was like, the refs really let the Thunder do anything.
They're gonna be asking that question about the Anthony Black dunk. They're gonna be like, "Was that AI? Was that real?"
Bro, when I seen that picture, I really thought it was fake. I'm like, "Yo, why is there 7
matches?" Crazy. We saw it live, and it's like, "Yo, that's fire."
Yeah.
The picture is insane. You can't even see him.
You gotta frame that.
Oh my god.
Yeah, absolutely. That's
okay. So 1 p.m. hoops. That was good. Like y'all working sports is different, but that was good for you guys.
I mean, we had it on during the show. It was fine. Like,
don't bother me.
Whatever.
I was in Hawaii one time, and it's like 2:00 out there, and the games come on.
That's kind of crazy.
That was like,
watching Monday Night Football at 3:15 is pretty wild.
See, and y'all gonna call me crazy, but you know I'm vamp life, man. I'm a vampire. When I was over in Charlotte, and it was baseball season, but still, when I was in Charlotte,
East Coast,
I was like. Yo, it's 11 o'clock and this game's in the second inning. Let's go. Like, I'm up all night. Let's go. I'm up. I can imagine basketball. Like,
but
what?
The thing is,
10:30. Let's go.
I was in LA August, and so there was like baseball on and stuff and WNBA. But I'm like, I'm still in the office and the games are on. I'm like, yo, this is stupid. I can't even go eat at the work. Like,
what's stupid is we're in New York. And we are sleeping in on Sunday, and it's like, oh man, get to remote. It's like 12.
You're right about this
on the TV, and it's like, oh, no games are on.
Now that is dumb
because we're in New York. You gotta wait an hour.
Y'all got a bad for football.
That's the one thing the West Coast has. I can wake up at 10 o'clock and I watch football all day, buddy. And like, but out here I gotta wait till 1 o'clock. I gotta find something to do. Like, damn. But you know, now we get like 3 London games and a Berlin game, so we still get a 10 a.m. game.
You can go to front, come back, go for a walk around.
Game's
Central
still not
Park.
on.
Yeah, game still ain't.
No, I hate it. That's the one I hate. But at the same time, we get an 8 p.m. game. Like, it's literally football all night, so it's like it's cool. But I did say on TikTok, you got to pray for us out here because they starting 11 p.m. games and it'd be the Sacramento Kings. And so,
well, you gotta stay up, man.
Yeah.
And
come on, man.
Eddie's TikToks are funny, man. Y'all gotta follow Eddie on TikTok.
I try to take my tweets over there because I just get yelled at on Twitter now.
They funny. I'm like, oh, what Eddie do? And it's just Eddie saying something, and it's just funny, and then the video ends. It's like that's all it is. That's the whole TikTok.
Because on Twitter, it's like I don't want to listen to ASAP Rocky. Oh my God, you and Drake. I'm like, yo, I didn't say nothing about Drake, buddy.
Dog, that's what I do for the 49ers games. I just tweet. Not live tweet, but I say what I would tweet on IG stories.
Yeah.
It saves me some grief because I can't. If I tweet about basketball, I hear about Kevin. If I tweet about music, it's about Drake, and it's like it's never friendly. It's always like fighting words. It's like, yo, I can't just watch the game. Like, damn.
Well, all them people who tweet about Kevin are wrong, but the other ones.
Oh, man.
Eddie,
The fall off is coming. Hey, the fall off is coming, boy.
Hey,
Okay,
all right, I don't want to take up the whole show, but y'all messing with the new J. Cole? It's cool.
Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah.
J. Cole,
He
the best
still,
rapper in
he
the
still
world.
gets to rap about bodying your favorite rapper and being the coldest.
Well, be careful.
Yeah, he
Like,
gotta
yeah,
relax.
watch like that's our
I wasn't
verbiage.
expecting that.
We got to watch our verbiage a little bit, but
Okay. He's
I'm-
the best
I'm tapped
rapper in the world.
Yeah, he's bad.
Best
Whoa.
rapper in the world. Yeah.
Nah,
This
he's
world?
This world.
lyrically,
Earth.
like he might be untouchable.
He's
Oh,
the
he's
best
cold.
rapper.
Don't get me wrong. I'm a
Yeah,
fan,
he-
and I'm like, I'm actually all for him. You know, pumping his chest out and saying I'm the man. Because besides them two dudes, who's really gonna bother him? So I'm with that. But
Nobody.
I just wanted to ask.
No,
Just want to see where your heads was at with that. I'm excited for the
I'm ready
album.
for it.
I'm
Yeah.
super.
I'm ready for it.
I'm not
happy
playing
weekend,
A$AP
bro.
Rocky ever, but I'm excited for
Nah,
that.
that's fine. I'm with you. We cannot
That's
listen
cool.
to it together. We appreciate you, bro. Thank you as always.
Go Seahawks, gang.
Chill.
Yes.
What are you doing, bro?
Oh man, baby.
What are you doing? Hey, get this 12 off of here.
Eddie, funny. We'll come back. Our man Devon Henderson is here. He's the dopest Devon in Sacramento. I know that. Devon Henderson out of the
Oh, my
Athletic.
God.
He's with us next on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
I ain't even that mad about Kyle Tucker because it ain't gonna last. As far as baseball being played.
Oh yeah, they was waiting for you to weigh in on that.
I don't know if Devin brought headphones. I gotta get this take off now for the whiteboard.
Oh yeah. You gotta get that.
I need
We got Devin. Grab those headphones right there.
All
No.
right.
You got to get it on air. What's up, boy? Go ahead. Pull up to 3 and plug in those headphones because Jesse's gonna talk back to us. So I want to make sure you're able to hear him. Appreciate you coming in.
Yeah, man, Jesse, my boy, he gonna say something crazy. I heard that.
No, I'm not.
Gonna
You
say
don't even
something
know what I'm gonna
crazy,
say. Don't
dog.
do that.
Yeah,
Don't
you
do
gonna say
that.
something crazy.
Nah, you said some things earlier, and then all right, I was
yeah.
thinking.
Oh, right under the table, right there. Yep. Got it. I mean, look, you can Vamos Dodgers all you want. It don't matter. They not playing baseball for 2 years after this year. So I don't care.
You saw the video I sent?
No.
Oh no, we were on air when
Hold
you
on.
sent it. I want to see what you did.
Hold on.
For anyone who follows KC on Instagram.
Oh yeah, he got it. Yep.
Sun is shining. I got the chrome heart.
Yeah, man, you got it. You got it. You gotta be walking.
Yeah. Yeah, you did that.
We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about it.
Not the.
Every single day.
Yeah, got to, man. Got to. I like that. Buddy. Oh man. Good stuff, man. You messed with the game last night, huh? The Sac State game?
Nah.
Actually got a win.
They did. Mikey didn't play. I seen
Mikey
that.
didn't play.
Shakir didn't play. Has Shakir been playing?
No, Shakir played.
Okay.
Shakir played. What's my man? Brandon got hurt.
Brandon Gardner?
Yeah, his shoulder
Looked like out of place, huh?
He was. So it didn't look out of place,
but the way
when he was walking, he just took a step and he went, ah! It was like, it was like, baby, that thing's out. Turn him. You only react like that if it's not in the proper place.
Yeah.
Oof.
And she was like, so what do you do when you go? I was like, he's gonna need to sit and relax, and it might just, if it was out of place, it might just
fall back in.
Yeah. Or
where's Jeremiah Cherry been?
He's
hurt too. He's still
They
limping.
gotta figure that out.
Yeah, he was moving around
Profit went crazy though.
I seen that he had like 29 points.
Back here, final hour of the week. We will be here on Monday. We knew with the 49ers game coming up this weekend, the divisional round jumping off, we wanted to make sure you had the proper sports content for you, even though we'll be celebrating
Hey,
Dr. Martin Luther King.
and I'm just letting it be known to the public. I don't know if I'm gonna be here. It depends on what happens tomorrow.
Real talk.
Niners lose, I'll see y'all on Tuesday. Niners win, I'll be here on Monday. If they win, I'll be here on Monday. They lose, man. I gotta go. I can't do it.
Here's the unfortunate news, I guess, just for you, because I'll handle everything on Monday. They will all be here waiting for you on Tuesday. If you took a month off, they would just, when's Kenny coming back? I'll be here that day. I'm going to set the alarm.
Well, I'm gonna tell you like this: they better be here on Monday. They better be here on Monday because I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen on Saturday. Niners going into Seattle. They smacking them boys up. I'm telling you that right now. Don't you agree, Jesse?
Well, settled it. Don't do that. That's leading the witness. Stop it. First
Maybe
of all,
Kenny, Casey. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and introduce.
let's welcome
Go
Devon
ahead.
Henderson to the Athletic. Our man Devon's with us. We told you he's going to be spending some time with us here in 2026. However, we got a little thrown because Eddie was at the vet and he spent a little extra time with us there to talk basketball, do all of that different stuff. Jesse said he's got a whiteboard-worthy take.
Just a little something.
Okay. What are we talking about?
Yeah, the Niners are losing by 2 scores
Bro,
on
what
Saturday.
the hell is wrong
2
with
scores,
you?
losing by 2 scores.
What the hell is wrong with you?
No, it's the run's coming to an end. All the stuff that the Eagles couldn't take advantage of, the linebackers, the injuries, all that stuff.
So
Seattle's
2
gonna take
scores
advantage.
like
10, at least 10.
So the take is 49ers are losing by at least 10.
Yeah.
So
I
let
don't
me ask you
agree.
this, Jesse. Let me ask you this. JSN has a good game. JSN, not crazy, but JSN has a good game. Who else has a good game? Who else
Kenneth
can-
Walker, Zach
who else-
Charbonnet, Sam Darnold play all right. The defense, I'm thinking,
When-
going to play fine.
When you ever
Play
seen
great.
Sam
Defense
Darnold
play
play
great.
all right in a big game?
He didn't really play great week 18, and if they cleaned some things up, like they would have been fine.
Well, I just asked you.
Like
When
I said, I think
when you-
they're going to win off the running backs, and JSN will do his thing. I think
When-
the running backs are going to run on that defense. Okay, I think JSN will, like I said, he'll do his thing as well. Sam Darnold will be fine. I think the defense. Brock Purdy threw 2 interceptions last week. All right, I called that win or whatever.
Mhm.
Brock Purdy threw 2. He almost lost him that game. If not for Juwan Jennings throwing a touchdown to Christian McCaffrey and changing that momentum.
Don't do that. Who had the game-winning touchdown?
He
pass?
did, but like I said, we can all call it like it is too. He almost lost on that game throwing that interception to Quinyon Mitchell when he tried to hit Tonjes, and that when Philly came back, like they were able to handle business, but he didn't play great in that one. If he has that same game against Seattle, they're gonna lose.
One
I
of
think
your-
they're losing by 2 scores here.
One of your points was Sam Darnold will play fine. I asked the question again.
He
I'll
doesn't
ask you,
need 300 yards, 3 touchdowns.
That's not
even
fine. That's not fine to me. That's not fine. That's exceptional. Fine is no picks,
200 yards, 2 TDs. I can
250.
see.
When have you ever seen that from him in a big game?
I don't need to. I'm saying he's gonna do it this week.
Why would you think he'd do it out of nowhere?
He does.
We ain't never seen him do that. Why would you think that?
I've seen Sam Darnold throw for 200 yards and 2 touchdowns. He's not playing. He's
Against
not
the
playing. He's
Falcons?
not playing Fred Warner and Nick Bosa. He's playing Gallows or Willows and the Wallows and all those guys.
The
Like,
Lions.
it's fine.
What do we say? What do we say about the Lions last year when they got into the playoffs and as the season went along? What do we say about them with that defense?
It's too worn down.
It was awful. When did Sam Darnold play that defense? Week 18, did nothing.
I told you I'm leaning on the running backs running here and stuff like that. Like I think the running backs are gonna do well for Seattle. Like I said, Sam Darnold could do 200 yards, 2 touchdowns. I don't think he's gonna. If he turns the ball over, that's fine once or whatever. But I think Seattle's winning by 10 plus. is the
They
big thing.
stacking the box.
With
They
who
stack-
though? Who's stacking the box? With who?
They stacking the box with Kendricks, with
I'm
with
waiting.
all those guys on the line.
Yes, and that's what I'm
Are they
saying.
stacking the
Philly
box?
could not take advantage of that, but Seattle is the team that will.
That's a middle of the pack run defense. That's not an awful run defense. We talked about it before. People act
49ers.
like people
Yeah,
act like
not
it's
at
a number 31 in the league. It's like 15 or 16. It's a middle of the pack run defense. They're gonna stack the box, and if Sam Darnold and JSN go crazy, I'm gonna tip my hat and I'm gonna say.
It's also the Seattle's
congratulations.
defense though too. Like it's not
All
like
that
George
shit,
Kittle is
yeah.
not playing, and Juwan Jennings is fine. He's a fine receiver. Ricky Pearsall is happens to be healthy enough for this game. Niners haven't really ran the ball great all season. I think the defense is going to step up too. It's an all-around better team from Seattle. I think just the Niners just running into a team that's just better than them.
That's fair. That's fair. I don't have any problem with anybody saying the Seahawks are going to win. I'm just giving rebuttals. That's all.
I'm giving answers.
Jesse's wrong.
I'm gonna go through. I'm 3 for 3 on the board. All right, I got 1 for 1 right now. Philly's gonna get me right on that Chicago one, and then I'm gonna be right on Monday.
It's a battle of the whiteboards. My prediction is Seattle will not win a playoff game. Jesse, well, not exactly.
Someone's it's got to go.
Not exactly, because Seahawks can win by 3, and Jesse would be wrong.
Yeah, I guess I'd be wrong that way.
But it's close.
If I get 9, though, I want that. Like I want like a plus or minus here.
What if you get?
You get.
No,
it says at least 10.
Well, he said 2 scores at first.
Yeah, it's fine. 2 scores, at least 10. That's the same thing.
Well, what would
9 is 2
6?
scores?
Oh, 9 is 2 scores.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
What if it's 8?
So you want to do 2 scores?
Nah, 8 is still 1 score. Yeah, 2 scores. 2 scores sounds cooler. Because if they win by like 15, it's like, damn, Jesse was right. They won by 2 scores. Yeah, you trying to change it to 10.
I didn't change.
No, that you, Damian, was.
Oh yeah, they gonna lose regardless. You're gonna lose it regardless. It's just it's gonna be a different game. It's gonna be a different game on Saturday. I'm telling you, it's gonna be.
I don't think so.
What we saw in week 18, I do not believe we're gonna see that on Saturday night. That's all.
I think it's gonna be worse.
I don't think they're capable of worse. Isn't that not with Sam Darnold? Not with Sam Darnold. No. And then not against Robert Saleh and Kyle Shanahan. I think they'll keep the game from getting out of hand. They'll make sure it don't get there.
I think you can only do so much. But I was telling Kyle earlier, like running with your 5th, 6th linebackers and all those things, and just the guys that they have, backups, given the injuries and all that, like that's gonna come back to bite you at one point. And I think Seattle's been probably the best team in the league, minus that 4 interception game against the Rams. I think this is probably the one where, right, they're gonna get them tomorrow.
Okay.
Devin, you're just eye candy, bro.
What's good?
What do you think about
what you
tomorrow?
thinking?
I have one question for Jesse. How many touchdowns do you think Sam Darnold has thrown against the 49ers this year, off the top of your head? If you just had to guess, 2 games.
I think 0 or 1.
0. He has yet to throw a touchdown pass against the San Francisco 49ers. And
that's a bar.
And the secondary isn't great for the Niners, yet they figured it out. Jason been there both times. Jason hooped both times. He ain't throwing the ball into the end zone.
I know, but we left that game, week 18, talking about how, Seattle was dominant. If they cleaned up their mistakes here, it wouldn't have been even close. Like, that's kind of what I'm counting on here.
So what if the Niners clean up their mistakes? They didn't tackle
It's not about the Niners. The Niners have played fine. They don't have the guys. They don't have the guys.
3rd and 19.
That's fine.
That's a mistake.
I was gonna hit on that, where you look back at that Seattle game, there's 3rd and 17, right? And then if Christian McCaffrey doesn't literally hand the game over to the Seahawks, you're looking at now it's 13-10 down the stretch. And now Seattle's going to have to trust Sam Darnold in a drive there at the end of the game to put that game away. Do you trust Sam Darnold?
I don't think it's going to be close, so I don't need to. Like, it's going to be 2 scores.
But I'm saying,
George Kittle's not playing either.
But what has shown, they were Niners.
George Kittle, hold on. George Kittle's not playing. Ricky Pearsall's playing hurt. Jawan Jennings is going against the top Seattle defense. CMC has not ran the ball well all season long. Like, the defense as well is going to do their thing. I don't need the Seattle offense to put up 30. I just need them to do enough, which I think they're going to. I think they'll run for about 4.5, 5 yards a carry. I think JSN will have 100 yards and a touchdown. I think Seattle's going to win this one pretty comfortably.
13-3 in week 18, 17-13 in week 1.
So where's 30 points coming from?
I don't think.
I said they don't need 30 points.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to get it. If
I can see Seattle winning 20-10, 23-13, 23-10.
I mean, you got me wanting to go to the whiteboard right now.
That absolutely could happen. Like what Jesse's saying is nowhere near out of the realm of possibility. But
George Kittle's playing like it's different too. But like that gets to a point where you can only play so shorthanded. Like now you're in the division round against one of the best teams in the league.
One thing that real quick, D. One thing that wasn't talked about that I think will change in this game. And it was just the way the game went. It was the tenor of the game. Is the battle, the field position battle was dominated by the Seahawks in that game. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me. I can find it. But it felt like the Niners were always starting inside their 20. And going up against that Seahawks defense, that's tough to go 90 yards every single time. I don't think this will be the same game. One of those was because they got the ball on the 1 yard line. The Niners did. You know what I mean? So I don't think it's going to be the same in that respect. And when you talk about no George Kittle is all-timer. Not trying to disparage him or just act like it doesn't mean anything. He won't be there. I think it might affect the run game more than the pass game. But Tonjes is
fine.
Tonjes is a good tight end, and he plays more of a traditional tight end role where it's like, and I think this might work a little bit better against Seattle, where it's not so dynamic like a George Kittle, but it's the old Jason Witten, like, hey, go find that open spot in the zone, sit down.
Yeah.
There's not going to be no yak, but we're going to get this first down. I think that works a little bit better.
Tony went there every time.
Yeah.
Jason went every time.
Yeah. I think that type of tight end might work a little bit better. That's why we've seen him have good games when Kittle's down, because he just kind of sits in that zone and does that. I think he's going to help more than hurt on Saturday.
I think one where kind of I've had a hold up going into this game is I think obviously, yeah, Seattle could win this football game, but the notion that they're going to blow San Francisco out, I think is crazy. Number one, without George Kittle, the Niners are 4-2 this year. So they figured it out. And most of that was with Mac Jones at quarterback, with the backup quarterback. Two, this idea that like Sam Darnold's going to do enough. I haven't seen anything ever in Sam Darnold's career that has given me any sort of faith that he's going to rise in the playoffs. Last year, he got into the playoffs. He had a number one receiver in Justin Jefferson. He had a top 3 defense. He went into that game and he turned the ball over twice and they lost 27-9. So, and then this year, he's thrown less yards, 10 less touchdowns, thrown more interceptions. So I haven't seen anything to where I think like
you did week 18 when he did enough when they won by 10. And if,
I'm saying those 2 plays change in that game and the entire complexion of that game changes.
Well, that's fine, but I'll give you those 2 plays. If Myers hits 2 field goals, they win 19-3. We're talking about how they won by 16. Like,
Field goals,
I don't need much. Like
Darnold
sure.
wasn't doing nothing.
Sam Darnold wasn't.
He was stalling
anything.
out.
Jesse
Look at
fighting for his life.
No, I'm not. I'm really not. Because my
Darnold
take
was
is
stalling out.
I'm not. Because my take is that they're going to win by 2 scores, which
They're
they
not
did
winning
in
by
week
2
18.
scores.
They did in week 18, and Darnold did enough. They missed 2 field goals. Like they could have won by 16. Like I'm not saying they're going to blow them out, win by 30 or whatever. I said 2 scores. That just happened, and Darnold did enough. Like we're talking about how he hasn't.
So can I hit the pause on all of this real quick? You talk about Sam Darnold's never done anything to give anybody any confidence. Obviously, that's 100% true. I also think he's aware of that, and the football team is aware of that, and it's they've got to put him in a position to succeed. However, 15 minutes into this conversation, no one has referenced he was put on the injury report yesterday with an oblique injury. Now, I don't think this is a question about whether Sam Darnold is going to play or not. I think Sam Darnold has made it clear this isn't a question about whether Sam Darnold is going to play or not. This is an oblique injury. He is going to be in discomfort. He is going to be. I don't want to stop. I don't want to say he's going to be limited. I doubt he's going to be limited, but he's probably going to be uncomfortable. And for a quarterback, as Devon was pointing out, who is prone to turnovers, particularly interceptions, being uncomfortable is a problem. Even if your pass rush is minimal, being uncomfortable is a problem. Even if your secondary holds long enough, making that adjustment to try to get down the field is uncomfortable. Those are little things to think about that weren't a factor in week number 1. They weren't a factor in week 18, but they're a factor now.
Mm-hmm. And the other thing that's changed, I saw Mina Kimes talking about how, like, I can't see anything that would have changed from week 18 to now. If you go back and watch that Eagles game, number one, the personnel, Eric Kendricks, I don't think if he even played week 18. He might, but it was in a limited role.
He didn't play.
And against the Eagles, he had 10 tackles. So that helps. I think also if you look at the energy of the team, of that defense, like we say, talk about that 3rd and 17. They couldn't stop the run. They couldn't make tackles in that Seattle game. If Kyle Shanahan lit into them going into the playoffs, if you watch that Eagles game, there was open field tackles all over the field. There was Devontae Smith. Marcus Eagle had a big one on Devontae Smith on a big 2nd down. How many 3rd downs they were able to get off the field and tackle Saquon Barkley one-on-one in the backfield. There is a renewed, I don't want to say energy, but maybe a desperation from this defense, understanding that if they lose, it's likely going to be on them because they are so shorthanded. And there's so many people on this defense that have something to prove. And they went out there and they proved against Philadelphia. So the energy, as well as the personnel, you bring D. Winters back, he's going to play this week, is what the difference is going into the Seattle game.
Did D. Winters play week 18?
He got hurt.
He got hurt.
Bethune got hurt too. So I think Wallow came in.
Yeah, that was the conversation going into the field.
Because I remember watching the game and I saw Wallow go in and I said, who the hell is on the football field? I've never heard of this dude in my life.
We're making this a Sam Darnold thing too, but like I said, I think they're going to win by 2 scores. I'm not going off of Sam Darnold. I'm going off of the running backs are going to play well. They ran for 180 yards in week 18. I think they're going to run well again. Like I started with the running backs, JSN will do his thing, and the defense is going to do well against that offense. Sam Darnold doesn't need to, like, we can make it a Sam Darnold conversation. He doesn't need to light them up to win by 2 scores.
I don't even know if he's going to play good. I'm not even talking about light him up. I don't even know if he's going to play
He was
good.
198 yards and no touchdowns, no picks last game. They won by 2 scores. Like, I'm telling you, you don't need much from Sam Darnold.
I don't think that's going to happen again. I don't think they're going to run for 180 yards and he's only going to go throw for 190 and they'll win.
And I don't think Brock's
it doesn't need to be 180, but like I said, they're going to run about 4.5, 5 yards a carry. I think they're going to win off the backs of those running backs. Like I said, Jackson Smith and Jigba will have his game, and the defense will shut down Brock like that offense. I think.
But look, if they run for 130, that means Sam gonna have to make a couple more plays. If they let's just take fit and 130 is still a good game. I'm not saying we shut them down or nothing like that. But if they run for 130 instead of 180, that 198 ain't gonna get it done. He's gonna have to drop back and make some more throws. And we'll see. We'll see.
Also,
once again, I'll tip my hat if he does. I don't believe it.
We're talking a lot of hypotheticals. Too,
what are the odds?
I don't think they. I could say whiteboard work. They're not running for 180 again.
I didn't say they were.
No, but that's not a hypothetical in my opinion. Yeah. They're not running like
but
that.
We're saying
again.
if Sam Darnold, if like.
Well, I don't know obviously, but they're not running for 180 again.
That's fine. I acknowledge that too right now. I acknowledge that.
He said, I don't know.
We're stuck on 180. Like, no one's saying they're running for 180. I'm saying they're going to run the ball really well in that game, and that's going to be like the forefront of how they win on offense.
Okay.
I just know if at any point Seattle needs plays from Sam Darnold, there has been nothing to show me that this is going to be the game in which he makes those plays, in which he doesn't turn the ball over, in which he doesn't miss throws. Even in that Rams game that they ended up winning for 3.5 quarters of that game, he was terrible.
4 quarters.
Over twice.
Yeah.
He was sorry for 4 quarters. He did really well in overtime.
They had a punt return touchdown that brought him back in that game. So there's nothing that shows me in a big game he's going to be the quarterback that's going to make a big throw.
I think I'm with Jesse though, not in regards to the final score, but in the idea that I don't think this game is coming down to Sam Darnold. I think it's going to, you said they're not going to do 190. I think that's what it comes down to. I think it comes down to what the 49ers, what adjustment the 49ers make this game versus week 18 in terms of getting Christian McCaffrey downhill a little bit. We talked about that going into the Philadelphia game. Alex Toussaint, when you got to turn the treadmill up, says we're going to open up. How can you open up Christian McCaffrey a little bit? What can you do? Can you pass him the ball a yard from the line of scrimmage, 2 yards from the line of scrimmage, and get him downhill just a couple of times to where his total yardage number becomes something that is problematic for Seattle? I think we'll go through a few different things on Monday, win or lose for the San Francisco 49ers before we get to Sam Darnold's performance. In Devin's point, I don't think it's going to be electrifying. To Jesse's point, I don't think it's going to matter. I think there's 4 or 5 other stats or game situations that are going to be more important than what Sam Darnold does. And to your point, if you are 130, 120 on the ground, what Sam Darnold does is going to be a lot more important. If you've put the Seahawks in that position where that's what they're getting on the ground, you're the San Francisco 49ers, you might be winning by 2 scores.
I'll ask Jesse and anybody else this. Do we think Seattle's defense is going to do the same thing to the Niners? Hold them to 3 points.
I do not.
Doesn't go by 3, but like 10, 13, something like that. I think they'll be very low scoring for the Niners.
The first time they played each other, Kittle got hurt. And after the first drive, they missed 2 field goals. The Niners did. They put up, 17? And if we're going to play that game that the Seahawks, if we're going to play that game that the Seahawks fans want to play, we missed 2 field goals in week 18. It should have been a bigger score.
I'm a Dolphins fan.
No, I don't think Jesse's making that argument. I'm saying I've heard Seahawks fans making that. So that's why I made sure I didn't say Jesse. I said Seahawks fan.
Week 1 is different too because I think we've all kind of acknowledged players don't play in the preseason. Teams don't really look good week 1 all around.
Well,
I don't like. You use that game, but like I said, week 1 is always kind of weird in the NFL.
I think that was Trent Williams' worst game too.
Oh my God, he was so bad.
Yeah, that was the worst game I've ever seen him play. I think Kyle Shanahan offensively is going to do a better job of moving that pocket, a little bit more play action to work on the on the aggression of that Seahawks defense to try and stop that run. And I think he's going to be successful with that a few times and get them to hesitate just a little bit, which will open up the running game just a little bit. I don't think they're going to dominate in the run game. I don't think that's how the 49ers
I mean, they haven't
play
dominated the run game all year.
Nah,
it's never been.
That's not
it's
who
never
they
been
are
that.
this year. But you want it adequate. You want it to be something that you have to keep the defense honest with. And I think with Kyle using the play action the way he's going to, I think that'll allow it to be adequate. I think that's what they're going to try to do at the very least.
Does the play action work if you can't get your running back going?
Well, because the way I look at it, the play action is working because that Seahawks defense is going to be so thirsty to stop that run, to continue to stop that run. Mm-hmm. They're going to fly to that ball. They want to make sure we know we stopped the run last time, and that was the key. We're going to make sure we do that again. We're going to fly to the ball. And if you can do that, rollouts a little bit, some bootlegs, not for Purdy to run, but to pass, I think moving that pocket a little bit and just creating, you want to, against a defense like that, you want to create just a little bit of indecision with.
But is the wording process of that maybe off? Because you said they're thirsty to keep the run game in check, which I get. Mm-hmm. But what about the play action working because Christian McCaffrey remains a threat?
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, for sure. I mean, they just want to shut down the run. They're thirsty to shut down the run. So that if they see Brock Purdy turn his back to the defense, put that ball out like he's about to hand it off, let's get to the ball and make sure we keep them at 2 yards of carry like we did last game. And if you can get them on that play action, get them when this is also where it's important to move the pocket, because as opposed to a play action that goes straight back and you just have these guys moving forward and backwards, you want to move them left to right a little bit. Get that play action going towards Purdy's left. He bootlegs out to the right, and that's where you got a use check or you got a Tunges, or maybe you get somebody on that third level coming across the field like that. That's what I want to see more than just the traditional play action with the going straight back. I want to see them bootlegging out a little bit more.
Any concerns about Brock turning the ball over? He's got
I'm
three picks in his last two.
I'm sure he can. I'm saying he's going to throw one. Sam Darnold going to throw one. And going back, also looking at that Week 18 Seattle game, they were in Brock's lap the entire game. Trent Williams is going to help a little bit with that. And I don't think Trent's had the best year, but he's going to give him another half second, another second to be able to step into these throws, or whether he's moving on those play action. And there's so many little differences. That game, like the thing that I look at is like everyone acts as if like that game was a blowout, and it wasn't. 2 plays changed that game. The little minute details changed that game. And so adding back a Trent Williams, adding back a D Winters, having Eric Kendricks play inspired, all of those things are those little details that can make a difference to where I think this game gets closer than 13-3 rather than further than 13-3.
I can make the argument and flip the Seahawks dominance in that game around a little bit and say you dominated the 49ers throughout that game.
For sure.
And you couldn't get more than 10 points away. The Niners played the worst game we've seen them play in 2.5 months on both sides of the ball.
Oh, yeah.
And you couldn't get away from them? So what happens if you don't, like we'll say the Seahawks played a game and the Niners played a D game. What happens if the Seahawks are playing a B game and the Niners are playing a B game?
For sure.
Like that, I just don't think it's going to be the same way. I don't think it's going to. That doesn't mean the Seahawks can't win for sure. Like they're the favorites for a reason. They're the 1 seed. They're at home. Absolutely. They could get the 49ers.
That's also all the pressure.
Well, that's the
1
other
seed.
And you're at home.
That's the other thing I was going to say.
I
want to take them into deep waters.
I need
that game close in the fourth quarter.
All the TikTok edits of like, remember the Legion of the Boom, and it's like Legion of Boom ain't coming through that tunnel. Seahawks is good. Seahawks are good. Russell Wilson ain't coming through that tunnel. Kenneth Walker ain't Marshawn Lynch.
I want to take them boys into deep waters.
I'd have no doubt the 49ers are winning if Russell Wilson's coming through that. That's my bad. That's my bad. That's not okay.
No, Russell Wilson, he gonna give me nightmares for life. He destroyed the Niners.
Oh yeah, no, early 2010s, it was bad.
They beat him like his record was probably like 11-2 against the Niners.
Yeah, it was
he
bad.
Destroyed the Niners. Oh, don't want to bring those years back.
Don't do that.
To Jesse, to Jesse's point, though, I don't think 2 scores is crazy. I don't think it's disrespectful. I think it's perfect. I understand everything's Jesse's saying. I'm just combating what might happen on the other side.
I think Seattle's been one of the best teams in the league I think it's them and the Rams. We'll see about how the Rams look in Chicago and all that. But yeah, I think the Niners are going to run into a team that's just a level above them this time.
I was gonna say, go back to the Rams. I think the Rams, what's so funny is like at any point, if they decide to actually play football, they're far and away the best team in the league, and they just haven't decided to really play football. The past
I don't know
3
if they
weeks.
can. Like I think
I don't know how they just lost it out of nowhere. Like they just don't got it no more. But
a lot of people look at a team like the Rams and assume they can turn it off and on. Well, maybe they can. Like I don't think they're the second and third level of that defense is. I don't think it's very good.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything to turn on or off. It's how they play in that particular week. That's what I think the NFL playoffs are, is how you're playing in that week. Jesse talking about the Seahawks being one of the best teams in the league all year, maybe the best team in the all year. That might be true. I never looked at them like that. Like I did it. I had to stop and ask that question about the Patriots. I had to stop and ask that question about the Broncos. I thought it was the Los Angeles Rams for a large chunk of the season. I never thought Seattle was. And maybe that's just my error. That doesn't mean anything more than they're certainly not, the Pittsburgh team we routinely trash from years ago. They're not that. But it's also like, if they beat the 49ers, I'm not picking them next week.
Oh, for sure.
If they win next week, I ain't picking them in the Super Bowl.
For sure.
Like it's just not a team that I can truly get behind. Yeah. And I think it's a moot point because I think the 49ers beat them tomorrow night.
Which may be unfair to Seattle because a lot of that, like, kind of those, where you don't see them as the best team, a lot of that comes down to the quarterback, like subconsciously.
Absolutely.
And so that may be unfair to Sam Darnold, where yes, he went out and threw 4,000 yards, and yes, they were blowing teams out in the middle of the year. But I think and the biggest thing I keep saying is we all know who Sam Darnold is. Sam Darnold knows who he is. Seattle fans know who he is. We know who he is. But for some reason, this week, a lot of people are pretending as if it's going to be a different result.
So I was working through something last night, and it comes across as insanely disrespectful. A lot of people are not going to agree with this, but it's also sort of disrespectful, and I don't mean it to be. But I looked at the quarterbacks in this divisional round, and I feel like it comes down to 3 tiers of quarterbacks. There's Josh Allen, Matt Stafford, and Brock Purdy. And yes, I absolutely have Brock Purdy in that tier.
Oh, yeah. The last 6 weeks? Right, oh, my God. He was hooping.
I have Brock Purdy in that tier. Then you have those young guys with Drake and Caleb and Bo Nix. And I'm going to throw CJ in there also. And then you have Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
That's it.
For sure.
And that's it. Like Sam Darnold is just by himself kind of at the bottom of this group.
Yeah.
And I think that
who's in a different spot in his career than any of the other 7. Sorry, Devin.
The thing with Houston, too, is like CJ Stroud has been uninspiring, too. He hasn't played any better than Sam Darnold. And Seattle's defense has been great. But for whatever reason, even when you think about Houston, you say, no, that defense could make up for CJ Stroud. And Seattle's defense has been good, but Houston's defense is different. That's a whole nother level. And so consciously you go, as bad as CJ Stroud has played, number one, I trust that I've seen a level that he can rise to. I know it's in there somewhere. Whether he gets there or not, or has he gotten there, maybe not, but I know it's in there. Plus that defense, whereas Seattle's like, yeah, the defense is cool, like really good. And Sam Darnold has been cool. He's been all right, but I don't think, like you said, like it's going to be those 2 or 3 plays that they're going to need him to make. I don't think he makes those plays.
And I hate to do that to Sam. How many times this year have we talked about Daniel Jones and all these other? And I'd be like, don't do that to these guys. Like that's
but if the Colts was here, you'd be saying the same thing about Daniel Jones.
Yeah, and I would. To Sam, to be fair to Sam Darnold, I try to be like, well, don't just because he's never done it doesn't mean he can't do it on Saturday.
That's right.
And I understand that aspect of it. I, as somebody that, as a fan, is going against him, not actual player, obviously. I just want to see him do it.
Seattle's defense is just as good as Houston's too. Houston giving up 16.7 points per game. Seattle's right there at 17. They're right there.
1A, 1B for sure.
It's been all season.
Yeah, for sure.
I think Houston's is a little better though.
Oh yeah,
but you know how I feel about it. It's not a knock on Seattle. You know how I feel about Houston's defense. I think it's the best defense in football.
Best defense I've seen in many years.
Well, settle down, young fellow. Settle down.
I didn't watch the 2000 Ravens, but I
settle down, young fellow. We go to the 2019 Niners.
Everybody taking everybody taking the Texans in.
I am.
I know you are.
Yeah.
They're playing Patriots, right?
Yeah. In Foxborough.
I think I see, and this is gonna come off as hypocritical, but like, because I've never seen Drake May rise to that level, but he's younger. Like, I think the difference, like we're saying, like, oh, I think Drake May could rise to that level, is I have seen Sam Darnold not rise to that level. So I think Drake May can turn it on, but no, I think Houston's defense they're scary.
Jesse?
I'm gonna stick with the Patriots for this one. Houston's defense is legit, but no Nico Collins. That offense is uninspiring. I think Patriots do enough and they'll score enough.
I think I'm with Jesse on this one. I'm going Patriots. No point in even doing the 49ers Seahawks one. Bills at Broncos. Where are we at with that one, Devin? Where we got on that one?
Got to be the Bills. Broncos defense has been good. I can't get behind Bo Nix in that offense. And Josh Allen is not like these other quarterbacks, like you said.
KC?
Broncos.
I'm Bills.
Okay.
For the same reasons Devin said, pretty much.
KC's
I don't think the Bills have enough to beat that Broncos defense.
They're not going to need a lot.
They'll need enough because that Bills defense isn't that good. Like, Bo Nix ain't great, but Sean Payton will dial up some stuff where they can run the ball effectively, play action. Like, the Bills, outside of obviously Josh Allen and James Cook, like, they don't have enough top end talent to win that game.
You said something there that's kind of like, in the coaching battle, the Broncos got him. I'm not a big Sean McDermott fan.
Yeah.
I'm not a Sean Payton fan at all. I just know he's a really good football coach. Still leaning with the Bills on that.
Yeah, I think Josh Allen, there's gonna be that moment. How many times has Josh Allen been counted out? And like, how many times has Josh Allen played teams that are better than his team and the game ended with him not on the field? Because that's Patrick Mahomes on the other side.
Rams at Bears. Jesse? Nope, Jesse's away. Devin?
Oh, I got the Bears. I think Bears are
Bears. You got
that
the Bears.
Bears.
I'm gonna go Rams. But I don't feel great about it.
Saying -10 wind chill in Chicago.
Oh, thought that was the spread. Like 10.
Nah.
What?
This is gonna be
minus
a cold,
10
cold
wind chill.
day.
The Bears not putting together a full
That
game
is
the last, like, I need to see it for 4 quarters from the Bears. I'm not sure you're gonna be able to do that fourth quarter comeback against Stafford.
But they've done it every time though.
Yeah, I don't know if you could do that just throughout the playoffs.
I feel like going Rams by a lot.
If they turn it on, if the Rams turn it on, like I said, if the Rams show up how they did from weeks 4 through like 15, they're beating any team in the league by like a lot. But they haven't in the past 7 weeks.
-10 is crazy though.
They that Bears offense about to light the Rams up.
Okay.
That defense is not good. They're good.
You think the Bears
pass rush.
defense is good?
Nah, I don't think.
Because I
don't think particularly good.
If you could be right, like the Chicago capable of scoring 40, but I think the Rams are capable of scoring 41.
I think the way the Bears go about it, though, well, if Ben Johnson knows what he's doing, and that's a wild card because Ben he'll do some wild stuff. He'll do some wild stuff every now and then. So that's a wild card for you.
Yeah.
But if he goes about it the right way, the 40 or 41 that he might put up is going to be balanced. There's going to be ball control with how they run the football and wear the Rams down with how they get to their points. Whereas I don't know if he does it that way, he can basically beat them in a shootout in that way. If he's just trying to pass up and down that's a Rams game. Stafford's got an injured index finger in -10 degree weather.
Yeah, he won't even feel it. So cold, he won't even feel that his finger hurts. So that's a plus.
So I just think, I've talked about it a number of times. I
That
just
ball's
don't think
going to be like throwing a rock.
Yeah, I think the Bears are more physical than the Rams. And I think in a cold weather game where you're not going to be able to throw the ball as much, like you said, it's throwing a rock. And with the wind chill, like, I just think at the point of attack in the trenches, I think the Bears are more physical.
I don't subscribe to they've just keep coming back all the time. Like, you can't. That's just me. I don't subscribe. Just
sure.
like they're number one in takeaways. Like,
Yeah.
that's just what they do. Like, all right, well, what happens when you don't do that? Are you going to be able to win? So I try not to. I don't subscribe to those things because those aren't things that you can definitively rely on. They're not fundamentals of your defense, so to speak. There's luck that goes into tip passes and fumbles and all that other stuff. It's what you do consistently. And they do have problems getting to the quarterback. Their defense isn't great, but I think the way they run the ball is going to be able to control that game against the Rams.
And I think Caleb Williams is one of the best quarterbacks, like talent-wise, pure talent-wise I've ever seen.
He's trending towards something.
Oh yeah,
he's trending towards
his ceiling. His ceiling is all the way up there.
He's trending towards a season next year that's going to have some pressure on him if he has a performance this week and perhaps the following weeks. All right, biggest game of the weekend, Kings Wizards. Where are we at?
Trae Young is back.
Sabonis is back.
Trae Young not playing yet, right? He's still hurt. He's still here for a minute.
No, I think Trae's not playing. I just think because Trae's definitely not playing.
Yeah, Kings.
Let me say this real quick, man.
Dennis is back too.
Dennis is back.
Can somebody real quick? I didn't read. Can somebody tell me what Dennis Schroeder's issue with Luka was? In like,
Luka be running his mouth.
I mean, yeah, but like that's basketball.
I think he called him a bitch for 48 straight minutes.
And he talked about his money too, signing the contract.
He did. He said you should have signed the 82.
But like, that's what Luka do.
All right. Well, I was telling him that's fine. And certain people, it's just hoop.
Yeah.
Some people don't play.
Okay. All right.
Some people don't play.
Dennis.
I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying, like, if you openly disrespect people with your words, you might come across somebody that don't play like that.
All right, Dennis.
Dennis didn't play. I do want to say something real quick.
You got time.
Boy, oh boy, we be.
And by that time, you got 2 minutes.
We talked about before. We be real convenient when we talk about defense, boy. A shout out to my man James Ham. James was singing Sabonis praises all morning. He don't never mention how bad he is on defense. Like, he's an awful defender. But when somebody talk about Zach LaVine and talk about his offense, it's like, well, he gonna give up 30. That's all I'm saying. And then people who talk about LaVine and DeRozan, they talk about their defense all the time. They don't say nothing about Sabonis' defense.
I think a lot of people equate Sabonis getting a bolt ton of rebounds with defense.
Nah,
but
you're right, but they wrong.
He don't be defending nothing.
Nah, he bad on defense. So I want to if one of that's
so
one
the
of the
Kings
things
are getting worse tonight, is what you're saying.
Well, what I do want to say about that is the Kings in the last few games have been playing well on the defensive end. Sabonis comes back. I want to see that continue. I want to see him kind of get into whatever they've been able to tap into on the defensive end and be a part of that. And hopefully he can be a part of that. But
103 points per game. I did the math last night. 3-game win streak, they're allowing 103 points per game, and they were allowing 122 in the losing streak before that. Shout out Precious Achua, wing defenders.
Shout out Precious. Shout out Dylan.
Wing defenders could help out in this league.
Shout out Dylan as well.
Yes.
Dylan Carwell.
Well, to be clear, Domas wasn't playing in those games.
No.
In the lose. So,
but if he takes minutes away from Dylan, he's gonna have to make up for that.
We getting a Dylan celebration today after his dunk. It seems like it's every time. You're raising the roof for some.
We getting a Dylan celebration after he inbounds the ball.
Probably after he gets fouled or something. Like, yeah, he's gonna celebrate.
I love Dylan.
Oh, good. We almost made it. We had 10 seconds left. We would have made it the whole day. Devon Henderson, The Athletic. Appreciate you hanging out. As always, have a great weekend. We will be here Monday morning to cover all of this. Kings play Portland on Sunday. Obviously, the Wizards tonight, the 49ers tomorrow, the division round, the whole deal. We'll be here for it at 10 a.m. on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings like the beam. Vamos Niners.
Bang, bang, Niner gang.
Oh, no, Will. Ain't no Vamos Dodgers. Get the hell out of here. You
Dodgers.
understand me? Get the hell out of here. You too, Jalen. Get the hell out of here. Not playing with you. Ain't no Vamos Dodgers.
Why not?
No.
No, we're good. We're good. Yeah. All right, y'all. Have a great weekend. Enjoy the games. Yeah, might be that. And we'll see y'all Monday.